Rallyx is presented by Cooper Tires, Allsbergs, Emstad, and Solentina Emballage Huntering. Round 7 starts in 3, 2, 1.
Hello from Grenland in Norway. We're here for round 7 of Rallyx 2023 and it's August. My name's Andrew Coley, this is Hal Ridge.
Hello, mate.
Good to see you. Yes.
Raining, isn't it? It's quite a lot. The forecast was for rain. All the locals thought it wouldn't rain, and it's absolutely pouring down.
Yeah, we asked a Swedish man this morning who's very well experienced in rallycross, and he said, no, it won't rain until tonight. 8 minutes later, it was raining. We were in a town which is about, I don't know, 10k that way, and it's just up the whole time, and it's absolutely beautiful. You can't see it, unfortunately, because you can't see it more than about 50 yards in front of you. But it's in all seriousness, it's pouring. It's been it looks like 24 mils of rain today, so slicks or wets?
Yeah, we're absolutely wet at the moment, and you can tell how wet it is because all of the awnings are shut up. This is OMSE, passing KMS on the other side, and as we go down the paddock, everywhere is shut. Everyone's trying to stay dry because, yeah, it's in for the long haul, isn't it?
These are the wets here, if you're wondering. So this is a set of wet tyres. There's more wet tyres over here. There's plenty of tread basically around the side, so that helps to disperse the water. We've got not just Rallyx here this weekend. You guys are only going to see Rallyx at home, but we've got Norwegian series here as well, Hal. It's there. There we go. Just mind that there. Don't fall over the piece of Enland's car there. Good effort though. Norwegian series.
Yeah, Norwegian Championship. This is a big weekend for the Norwegians, just like it will be in Julius next weekend for the Swedes. All of the Norwegians want to win the Norwegian title. And in Supercar, the headline category here, you've got drivers like Sondre Evjen, Ole Christian Veiby, who not only want to get a great result in Rallyx, but they want to be the top Norwegian to get the laurels of winning the Norwegian title.
I saw Evjen last night. He's not competed much, has he, since last year? So he wanted to come back and have another crack at the Norwegian title.
Yeah, he did a lot of Rallyx last year, didn't he? He's been on the sidelines a bit, had planned to do a couple of events that then didn't happen, and yeah, I don't think we saw him in Q1 yesterday, didn't we? It doesn't take long for drivers like him to get back up to pace, especially somewhere like here where he knows a lot of the drivers haven't been here, but many have, and yeah, it's another one of these typically Scandinavian circuits.
Guillaume de Ridder there, who's spotting again for Victor Franks. Victor, of course, is here in the RX2E car, which takes place in the Supercar AM category. So this year, new for Rallyx, you could come along, and if you don't have the latest factory spec Supercar, then you've still got a chance to win some events. We saw Mats Oman, didn't we, take a win in Finland?
Most popular victory almost ever, yeah, fantastic.
He's here again this weekend. We've got open two-wheel drive, so this is Johansson's car. He leads the standings at the minute. Have a look at this. This is the incredible hybrid Mercedes. Ooh, new front bumper. How long will that last? But yeah, amazing piece of kit. Some of the engineering on that, me and Hal were joking last time, but semi-seriously that an F1 team needs to snap him up because he's working on active roll bars on what looks like a semi-DTM Merc. It's incredible. We've got cross car. Ronald Spaldings is just behind us here. Have a swing round, have a look at that, Peter. We're going to go under the awning. You can stay out there. Peter, the cameraman's got an umbrella carrier, Hal. Why haven't we got an umbrella carrier, Peter?
Well, we do now.
Hey?
We'll just have to stay here. Sorry.
Oh, it's raining so hard on the cameraman with his umbrella. So this is a cross car. Epic pieces of kit. We saw Ronald's out yesterday. Like the track, me and Hal, we've not been here before. Rallyx has been here before, but we've not been here before. And our first impressions yesterday, well, mega.
I posted on my social one of my favourite rallycross tracks already. It's interesting, it's so different seeing a track in real life to seeing it on television. Obviously we're lucky enough to come here, and the first few corners, massive commitment in turn 1 and then to turn 2. Down that back straight is super quick, braking on the gravel, and then the final few corners as well, super technical. another one of these Scandinavian circuits that's built into the natural layout of the land in this incredible scenery surrounded by Norwegian mountains, and it's it's already right up there with my favourites.
Yeah, so that was yesterday when it was dry. It is looking a little bit brighter here now. The forecast is for wet weather, and as you can see, the conditions are pretty tricky. We're going to head out onto the track and we'll go take a closer look, particularly at the Joker lap here, which is in that technical section towards the end of the lap. So here we go then, the start at Grenland goes uphill into this fast right-hander. It then transitions through a gravel braking zone, hairpin left, which is uphill, then a long downhill over a jump, and that's where the Joker split is. And then it's very technical, fewer left, right, and a left and a right down towards the finish line, which is uphill. How we're here in the Joker lap, which in itself is also super technical.
Yeah, and it's a massive level change, isn't it, from the standard lap, and the Joker lap's much lower. You've got this really tight chicane. It's really quick on the way in at the end of that long straight, as you said, over the jump. Yesterday we were watching Q1, the Supercar brake lights just flickering on a little bit to settle the car over the jump, and then it's all squirrely, isn't it, into the braking zone to get it quickly into the Joker, and then this chicane here really harms the exit speed.
And that was in the dry. Now it's in the wet again, of course, but they probably won't exit quite so quickly from the hairpin at the far end. That traction uphill is going to be even more important. And then coming down the hill where the braking point is, we're going to get run over, so we'll just move over as they're going to come through here, I think. They are indeed. Be our guests. Oh, they're going that way. They get disqualified if they go that way. Definitely.
Shortcut.
So, and then as they come out, though, the Joker merge is crucially on the inside line. So should you get there ahead of the car that's on the standard lap and you can't see them and they can't see you, you're going to pop out from the end of that Armco barrier. It's merge time. It's game on.
You have to give way to the standard lap. That's the basic rules of Rallycross.
Yeah,
so if you come out side by side and you force the issue, then that's going to go to the stewards, isn't it?
Because side by side, I think you'd be all right. I think it's if you're behind their headlights, then they're going to question it, aren't they?
They work on pillars, where the B pillar is in the car generally. It's up for debate, but I love scenarios like this where it's complicated. It's like Arvika, where we've been a few times in the past, where the Joker merge, okay, that's into the first corner rather than at the end of the lap, but it brings action, doesn't it? And in the Joker merge, it's loose on the left, tarmac on the right, the inside of the corner's tarmac as well. So you've got those different surface changes to make it even more interesting. Yeah,
going to be fantastic. That's just then a few more corners with lefts and rights. You can get that situation of one driver going high, the other driver going low, getting the advantage. From the finish, it's like a long left-hander. Then they're running out yesterday over the curbs and accelerating up the hill.
The commitment yesterday, I have to say, it's not going to be quite as committed in the
well,
wet.
in a different way.
It will be. Yeah. It will be. But yesterday, the incredible commitment of rally drivers like O.C. Veby, Kristoffersen, the Ericssons, through the first corner, which is a right-hander, on the running lap, the amount of speed they carry in there. Of course, the car's weighted the wrong way. Then you need to turn for a hairpin, and that's where you really see the world-class drivers get the rotation done on the car, throw it the other way and hit the apex. The drivers with less experience just can't quite manipulate the car in the same way, and that's a great example of that, and hopefully it dries up and we see more of that over the weekend.
Yeah, I think wet or dry, there are many, many places on this track where you can make a mistake, and that opens up the door for overtaking. We think this is a track with a lot of overtaking opportunities. Might be eating our words on Sunday because we've never been here before, but we're looking forward to seeing. So if you haven't seen any of the Rallyx action from this season so far, you can take a look at this and we'll bring you up to speed. Kristoffersen versus Hedstrom on the front row. Ericsson and Bolevsky on row 2 backward. Can he get anywhere from the back of the grid? It's a great start by both cars on the front row. Bolevsky as well. Hedstrom's got the jump on Kristoffersen. Kristoffersen inside. Ericsson spins on the brakes. Oh, nearly gets collected. Bolevsky hits the tyres. Ericsson runs wide. Don. Peter Hedstrom holds off Johan Kristoffersen to win round 1 of Rallyx 2023. Here we go then. One last race from Nissan Barnen. Round 2 is go. Good start by Kristoffersen. Ericsson's definitely got the jump on back row. Peter Hedstrom going to try for the round the outside move. Kristoffersen got a problem. Johan drops back in the polo from the outside of turn 1. Kevin Ericsson leads this from Bolevsky.
Kristoffersen out.
He's gone, so Kristoffersen's pulled over. He's out to the left-hand side of the road. He goes late on the brakes, ducking up the inside. Oh, tags the back of Ericsson. Ericsson holds on. Kevin Ericsson wins in the Honda Civic, and that's a hell of a result for him. Fantastic. Bolevsky gets P2. Their anti-lag on and good to go. Oh, good start by Kristoffersen off the front row. Baby's equal to it. A little nudge behind from Bolevsky. Doesn't get squeezed in.
In their Red Bull Formula 1 car, but it didn't pay off.
Didn't pay off this time, but good to see Baby with that pace. But Johan Kristoffersen going to take his first Rallyx win of 2023. His teammate Baby gets P2. It's a 1-2. Fantastic reaction time. Ericsson's equal to it though in the Honda. Going to try and come around the outside line. He gets a little nudge from behind from Bergstrom. Drops in beautifully behind. Oh, massive kick. That hole is huge, and that's something Christopherson's going to have to watch out for. He's got the hole shot out, but it's not a foregone conclusion. Oh, and he runs deep. Problem for Christopherson. Just as we said that might even be the hole.
Kevin will be well aware of that. He's under big pressure from Gustav Bergstrom.
His second win of the year. Kevin Eriksson winning in Oliver Eriksson's car from Bergstrom. Kaliakoski, Ollie Eriksson on row 2, Juha Ripkinen as well. Oh, it's a great start by Kaliakoski trying to come around the outside. Kevin Eriksson gets there first up on 2 wheels. Kaliakoski trying to go the long way round. Kevin Eriksson squeezing him out to the outside line. Perilously close to the outside of the course. Eriksson coming round on the inside line. Kevin Eriksson going to take the lead. Ollie Eriksson drops back through the last corner. Kevin Eriksson takes the checker flag and the win. Good start by Kaliakoski on the back row. Hedström, and in behind Kaliakoski, contact. Oh, Rutkanen out to the outside, runs up the wall, spin in the background. That's all kind of gone round. I think Victor Frank's going to be up into P4. Oh, Rolf Braun, he was saving his tyres when he was cruising around. He's not cruising now. He's been absolutely flying. Walensky takes his second ever Rallyx win, his first win this season. Hello, round 7. It stopped raining. Take the jackets off. I'm just going to do that live on air, just to emphasise the fact it stopped raining. Do you like that?
You're brave.
I'm pro, aren't I? Yeah, I'm brave. So basically, a minute ago it was really sunny, like hot sunny, and I was thinking, Hal's made the right call wearing the shorts, but I'm not sure. Basically, yesterday the forecast said it was going to rain, so that's like, like the little thing that shows the precipitation, it looked like that in the middle of the day. Now it goes like that all through the day. So it looks like it's going to get wet and wet. Look, right now it's dry. They've had the sweepers out on track during Junior Cross Car, which is just finished. They dried up some of the puddles. So at the minute, changeable.
Normally you have to stick your hand out of the commentary box. Here, I could just
here.
stand outside.
Just stand back. We can actually stand in the weather. Oh, look. Natural light. Back into the glare of the studio. It's good to be back. We hope you are enjoying the coverage so far. I know we're only 10 minutes in. We've got a few hours to go. It's single headers, remember. So we've got one round here in Norway, Grenland, and we have another round next weekend in Holjes. So 2 rounds of Rallyx within 7 days. We are treating you. These are the standings after Q1 in Crosscar. Elias Svensson won the session last night from Riku Hukar. Sebastian Enholm, Ronald Bowdens, who me and Hal saw over the finish line. We were standing right on the inside of the Armco with the studio's right inside turn 1. It's a pretty cool location. And then we have Marcus Gimle-Enger. So there's a few drivers here who are new to the series, as at each event this year. In some of the other categories, we've got drivers who are taking part in the Norwegian series. They're sort of qualifying together, and then I think some of them have got separate finals, but they also have the opportunity, of course, to take part in the Nordic final as well. So we're going to get things straight underway. Remember, it is fastest first for all of the categories in Rallyx. So in this one, from left to right, you have Elias Svensson, Riku Hukar, Sebastian Enholm, Ronald Bowdens, and Marcus Gimle-Enger. So just a word about the action yesterday. There were 2 big crashes in Crosscar in turn 1, cars rolling up the bank. Nobody hurt, as far as we're aware. Reddish race starts close to the camera, so it's quite cool. And away from the line, you can see loads of wheel spin. Good traction from Hukar. Hukar gets it hooked up really nicely, but I think Svensson is almost equal to him on the inside, not quite. Bowdens goes from wide into tight. There's that braking zone, slippery conditions. Hukar gets into there first. The screens will be filthy. You can see some of them are using a mesh, some of them are using a wide, but there's a half screen on Svensson's car. Lots of different ways of doing it. There's that crest on the braking zone. And we're probably going to spend these first couple of races talking you guys around the track. Off into the Joker lap. That's the split. You can see, so Hukar's on the standard lap. There's the merge in the background. Then it's a braking zone on the loose. It is just ultra technical. You saw it was Bowdens and Gimle-Enger who went Joker on the first lap. It's ultra technical, Hal.
England hasn't lost out too badly from that terrible start. Just got way too much wheel spin and was sitting there while everyone else got a much better launch. But caught up with the pack by turn 2. This is a great shot from Viggo Kosciu's drone through turn 1, the right-hander, and then you see just how far out to the edge of the circuit you run there. Then need to get the car turned hard left for the hairpin. Really difficult, technical part of the circuit. This place is much more technical than it first appears, and this is the massive jump down the back straight towards the Joker split.
Enholm's got motocross goggles on inside his. He's got a full screen but no side windows. Look at that. On the inside, hooking a wheel completely over. Enholm was completely over the inside of the curb. He literally had so the left wheels were on that tarmac strip behind the red and white curb. Rallycross rules normally we call it one wheel on, don't we? So as long as it's one wheel on the track as a general rule.
Much more track dependent, hasn't it, of late,
Yeah.
which I don't really like. It used to be 4 wheels off. It traditionally was 4 wheels off.
the
As long as
limit.
you've got one wheel on the track. But
Yeah.
now it's the area is much more grey, isn't it? But this is an old school circuit with. Well, we'll see in Julius next week.
Oh.
Just they've made.
Enholm, sorry, Hal, just a little bit deep on the brakes, kind of gets back to where he wants to be, but that's that first corner braking zone. Go on, what were you going to say,
Well,
Holly?
just they've made changes to Julius next week, and here's similar in that there's natural barriers to going off the circuit, and for me that's brilliant. Enholm's doing a good job here, but losing a bit of time behind Hukar, having made that slow start early on.
It'll be close between him and Svensson. But yesterday, the delta was about 3.5, 4. There's that merge.
Oh, Enholm runs a little bit deep on the exit, but manages to get back to the inside and not lose the pace.
Svensson and Hukar were side by side, but I thought Svensson, I mean, that's what you were talking about earlier, how Hukar's going to take this. Remember, it's 3-lap qualies. In theory there, it's Hukar's line because he's on the inside, but then Svensson was kind of on the standard lap, and in theory, Hukar has to give way. As long as you're fully alongside, you don't have to give way. But if they were to have a half-car length on you, if they shut the door on you, it's kind of there right away. But that's why I love Jokers coming out on the inside, because it makes it so much easier to fight for that position if you're coming out the Joker.
Yeah, I can also see a scenario where you're on the inside and you wanted to maintain the position from the Joker exit where Hukar is there, and then running too deep because you carried more speed to try and defend the position.
Yeah.
If you're wily enough on the outside, you can potentially do the cutback.
Hukar with a 2:39.3. The pace yesterday was 2:20, so that gives you an idea. We are 20 seconds at the minute off the ultimate pace of yesterday, and that obviously is due to the conditions. It's a fantastic track. It doesn't look quite so spectacular in the wet simply because they're not attacking it in the same way. When you see them attacking it in the dry, and you will, because I think tomorrow's forecast is for dry. If the sun stays out like it is now, it'll literally be dry here in an hour. But as I say, the forecast for the rest of the day, not so hot. So Jugar, Lorentzen, Eliasson, Hoffman and Jan-Emil Wilsberg. Brilliant start by Wilsberg, absolutely destroyed everyone. The YMS Extreme flicks the car around, then on the brakes, gets in nicely towards that inside line.
Middle of the grid looks much more slippery, doesn't it, than either first or last. Side by side out of turn 2 hairpin. Brilliant launch for Wilsberg. Jugar going Joker on lap 1. Interesting strategy when you've got a whole pack of cars behind you. I think I'd have stayed out, but as we know, my Joker strategies are normally proven to be wrong.
Well, I don't know about that, mate. You've had some decent results over the years. What I think is interesting is how many...
Normally if you call it, then they do the opposite.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, that's commentary, isn't it, you know? Interesting seeing Jugar, the amount of the amount of times he touched the brake to feel that, you know, the braking distance in. It's so steep downhill. Go on, get in. Wilsberg having it in turn 1.
So I thought we wouldn't see that sort of commitment today,
but we are
through that corner in the wet conditions. But I think it is drying out quickly, isn't it?
Yesterday we were talking to, I think it was Bolevsky, and he was saying with Rolf Volland that actually the loose is more slippery than you think, but that's compared to dry tarmac. I wouldn't mind betting now with the wet and greasy tarmac that actually the loose is probably more predictable, and you've got a bit more dig in with the tyres than you have, that you're able to chuck it around a bit more on the loose comparatively to the tarmac sections. When it dries, that'll change.
Absolutely. Eliasson throwing the cross car around. Lorentzen doing the same, and Jugar, who jokered early, is now hemorrhaging a bit of time, really.
This is Elias. What's the gap to Eliasson at the end of this lap? Is 3.7 to Wilsberg. So this will give us a good idea of what the delta is at the moment. The gap's 3.7 as they cross the line. Wilsberg leading has not jokered. Eliasson behind has. That's a little green indicator top of speed. Here comes Wilsberg. We'll have to joker this time. Watch for the brakes. There it is on the nose of the car. Goes some gravel to tarmac. It's now steep downhill.
Into the Joker. There's the rise where we were standing just a few minutes ago. Clearly out in front, not by much, but comfortably so.
So 3.5, I reckon, is about in these conditions. It's actually pretty similar to yesterday in the drive. Of course, you know, both parts of the circuit are wet, so the difference is similar. Having a look. Wilsberg, I think, should hold on here. It doesn't run wide. Good exit for Eliasson, but nowhere to go. Wilsberg gets it to 40.1, so they're 0.8 off the pace of the previous heat. Hukar at the minute in the fastest spot.
So for reference on pace, Wilsberg's best lap then was a 53.75. His best lap in Q1 yesterday evening in the dry was a 43.967.
Oh, wow, okay.
So it's a
7.
massive
Yeah.
difference.
Yeah.
Look at the attitude there. I love how sideways you can get a cross car and get it back. That requires arguably more skill than in a supercar, because in a supercar you've got four-wheel drive to drag you back in the right direction. But when there's a real balance on the throttle with a rear-wheel drive car like that.
You also need cat-like reactions. You know, you must be old and pull muscles easily when you're trying to get that kind of lock on a car. They are so much fun to drive, though. They are so much fun to drive. Apart from the whole getting wet and muddy thing, which is nowhere near as much fun.
Depends what floats your boat, doesn't it?
Well, yes, yeah, that doesn't. That does not float my boat. Luckily, my boat, which was an RX 150.
I thought you liked mud wrestling.
No, well, I don't mind mud wrestling, but just I don't like driving.
Not wrestling a cross car whilst muddy. That's very different.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So we've got Merstad on the inside getting the whole shot. Lindqvist, Osterberg, Isak, etc., and Brunkvist in this. Look at the dirt being dragged onto the tarmac. And you can see there the colour of the mud actually in the corner. Right, I'm hoping we might see the Joker from here, because I don't think we've got a camera that shows you the Joker, but we might be able to see it from the drone. So this is the camera at the Joker entrance. And can it get a rear shot through the Joker? No, it can't, from the looks of things. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Yes, there we go. Downhill into the Joker. And then what you don't see is there's a chicane just before the crest, which you saw with me and Hal earlier on when we were having a look into the technicalities of that Joker. And it just makes the exit tighter, doesn't it? It makes the exit a 90, basically. So it tightens up the exit of the Joker. It's like a, what would you say, Hal? 2 left tightens?
Depends what notes you use.
Well, that's
you use 6 fastest.
Yeah, 6 fastest.
Very Colin McRae rally.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm old school. I can't be doing with all this degree stuff. I know it's the right way to go quicker, but it's so boring. Everybody understands 6 fastest.
It's like being neat and tidy to get a good lap time.
Boring.
Boring.
Yeah, McRae style notes are the one. Everybody understands that. None of this plus, minus. It's far too technical. Richard Burns had the most complicated notes of anyone ever, actually.
Didn't you have like 20 different variations of corners?
Yeah, and they describe the entry, the mid, and the exit of the corner. Or Andrew Nesbitt. Go look up an Andrew Nesbitt on board. I still haven't figured that out. Somebody. If you're ever in with Andrew Nesbitt, I would love to please explain the pace notes. What was it? 22, stop!
Should we ring him?
Have you got his number?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's call him. I would really love an explanation of that. You're probably thinking, what the hell are they on about? He's an Irish rally driver, known mostly for tarmac stuff, winning the...
James O'Brien was co-driver.
That was it, yes. Drove the 22 Motorsport with the yellow-winged S6, it was at the time, with the Cuisine de France livery, and it was... I mean, that's the car that I remember the most.
Merstad runs right to the edge of the road there. Actually helps a tiny bit with the rotation. Strong run from the Norwegian. He's a busy boy this weekend, running in 2 different categories.
Good lad.
I'm right in front of this one.
Here we go. So, target time bottom left, look, 2:39. It might be on. There's the last left-hander, look, comes in, full opposite lock the whole way and hanging on to it, getting straight on the exit. I think he can do this. 2:39.3 on the limit over the line, and he does. 2:38.6. Merstad goes to the top of the table. Hederiku Hukar. Now, Hal, is that because track conditions are improving slightly? I mean, obviously, it's a very good drive as well, but it is drying up a bit out there.
Yeah, I mean,
relative.
It's drying up in places, isn't it? It certainly looks a bit drier than the Joker. Remember, he comes in here right. Oh, it's tight through the Joker, isn't it? Really tight through that chicane. Not really a chicane, is it? But it just tightens up the corner, and it's narrow on the exit. Ike Merstad comes in right in the title fight, doesn't he, as we look at the race results for this one. Just behind Sebastian Enholm, in with Alexander Hume, Elias Svensson in the title fight as well. So a really important weekend for them. Fastest time so far, 2:38.681. Espedis, etc., who we didn't mention during the race, just finished his RX3 campaign with Volland Racing, running out of the Volland tent this weekend, but with his cross car.
Okay, Cerner, Bergen, Tudo, Him and Roos. Couple of Casmats, couple of Live TN5s. Look at
So variable, isn't it?
Yeah, the start techniques. You can see some people dipping the clutch. Some are waiting and then opening the throttle. on traction, then a couple of people, it's just sort of full send wheel spin, see what happens, and then back out of it.
This is classic cross car though in Rallyx, isn't it? That you've got a title contender in each of the first 4 races of Q2 in any given round. It shows that it's not to say that the championship winner isn't warranted, because the person that wins the championship is definitely deserving of it. But there's a lot of... The pace is so close, you really need to capitalise on every single session, don't you? And so often we see title contenders like Hume now, midway through a session.
Hume's best result this year, Hal, is actually only a P2 at round 3 in Tier, but disqualified from the last final in Coley. Has been right on the pace all year. Like we've been describing him as a real sender as well, haven't we? A lovely, aggressive driver style. Look at the gap after 1 lap. Eek
and Svensson have been the most consistent regularly in the podium fight, whereas Enholm and Hume have been right at the front and then had their difficulties. You can see where it's drying on the inside. There's a lot of water on the way in, but on the inside, although you get in that weird greasy phase, don't you, where you're dragging the mud into the tarmac sections, and it's just that little bit greasy. Sometimes it's worse than being full wet.
I want to talk a little bit about the screens, Hal. I know we've mentioned it once already, but you and me have both been lucky enough to race the equivalent of these in the UK. P2 driver here. Look at the gap in the screen. So it's Roos who's coming. It might be Turner actually, because I think Roos went Joker. Look at, there's a gap in the screen. So halfway up the screen, the car that's coming in here, like a letterbox, if you want to call it that. I love that, just from the point of view that if you get mud on the screen, it doesn't matter how good your wiper is, you have to wait for 2 or 3 wipes for it to clear. Now, you're going to get filthy, and he's probably wearing either tear-offs or motocross goggles in there, which allow you to clean your vision. I quite like the concept of having a proper gap, so you've got a piece of grid in there to stop rocks coming in, but you can always see. Now, Hume, of course, has the advantage of being out front. Look at that, super late on the brakes. Look how soft the car looks today as well. So he's got a clean screen, but if you're back in the pack, if you take a look at how filthy the front of Turner's car is, you get an idea of why there's so many different concepts for keeping a clear view down to, well, in front of you, basically, keeping it simple. Hume's got a massive windscreen wiper as well, big screen, isn't it, on that car? Kazmat going to take the win here. Kazmat chassis over the line. Alexander here, what's the time? 240.4, we'll stick him in P6. No, P7.
Interesting he hasn't had the pace there that we might expect normally, because we thought the track was improving. But his best lap there is slower than the best lap in the first race.
So it shows how good Eek Merstad was in the last one, probably.
But also maybe it's that greasy phase of the conditions where the track is no longer improving and is actually just sort of neutralised and needs to be much drier to
Goes
get
the
quicker.
other way again.
They're horrible as a driver. You just want consistency.
Mate.
All you want is consistency.
Wet or dry, yeah. Just that middle bit is like, oh, every time you get on the brakes. Is it? Oh, no, it isn't. Oh. And then the old, no. When you realise it wasn't quite as grippy as you thought it was. Him, 240.4, will go P7 in the session so far. Nilsson, Herskinen, Kong, Eid, and Egonson in this. Left to right, if you're wondering for pole, obviously the first hander is the first corner is a right-hander. Terrible start in the middle of the grid. Great start for Eid, over Michael Eid. Let me get to turn 1 first. Should be able to shut the door on the inside line, going a little bit deep out towards the edge of the track. Look at the different lines you can take. It's almost karting, isn't it? Where you go, where can I hunt for some grip elsewhere, and gets completely out-dragged for traction on the exit, sideways over the crest, in danger of losing another position. That's what I'm talking about, the whole no thing, because you're just not sure. Pulling out to the right-hand side, jumping on the brakes. Look, over the inside, cutting on the dirt. Late on the brakes in, now get on the gas, but don't run into the bale on the outside. Curves on the inside, lovely. Really great shots from Vigo.
No.
It is, isn't it?
Yes. But that's what it's like when you're having a moment, isn't it? So, and that's where you see drivers that are brilliant have a moment. We saw that a little bit yesterday with Vaby in the, running a little bit deep.
What?
You see the edge of the curb, you don't want to hit that with the side of the tyre and risk getting a puncture. We saw yesterday Vaby get all out of shape, but has the nous just to jump, be back in the throttle quick enough to straighten the car back up, and that's where experience and ability really shine.
I saw Johan when I moved further down the track. He went over that crest in the braking zone on this long back straight here, and I felt he just had a tiny bit too much rotation brake. He held that angle the whole way through the braking zone, released the brake, let the car rotate a bit more, and you're like, you're a G. You're just a G. Like, they just...
Annoying.
Yeah, well annoying. I would, yeah. Just give us 20% of that talent, and I might not be last. Oh, spin. That's how easy it is. Very knife edgy out there at the minute. Speed, who goes round, had Joker and was sitting in P2 as well.
Good example of how big those curbs are in the final couple of corners. They're just proper, they complain about sausage curbs in Formula One. They're just a row of
sausages.
Large sausages.
Yeah, it's like running over a barbecue, but full of water. A barbecue that you left open overnight, having had too many jars.
It's like a rallycross party.
Yeah, pretty much. Brilliant. Into the Joker lap goes our leader, Herskainen. Super, look at that. I love that line. Just one wheel over the left, out towards the outside. There's a little bit of gravel trap actually has been dug out and then sideways on it. That's what Hal was talking about earlier. Can you get two sideways and lose a position? Egonson would have been able to slide up the inside there. Another spin. This time it's Nilsson who goes round. Going to hold on to P3, but that's what, 2-3? No, doesn't lose his P3. A few seconds lost.
Good save though.
And I think you're right, Hal. I think the track's gone greasy because they're miles away now. 7 seconds off the pace.
It's also fastest first, isn't it? So it's difficult to tell.
Yeah, but
the lap times are just not there at all. 51.4 was the best lap there for Eganson.
Yeah, Nilsson though and Herskainen have both been up there, haven't they, this year at various
absolutely,
points.
yeah.
The depth of talent. Look at the difference in the middle of the grid. You know, say terrible start, it's probably 20 RPM too much. Then light it up, just go backwards. That's a line. Go on. So the bollards ran it right out to the bollards.
Yeah, Supercar used to drive over them.
Obviously, and the bollards probably. Yeah, get a quick visit to the steward's room. It was wet, sorry. Oof. There's that barbecue. The barbecue line. The party line. Toe the party line. All the jokes today, we're on it. Get in touch if you want to shout out. I'm sure there'll be some sort of stoppage later on that we can fill in with shout outs. It nearly always is. That's kind of with a 2:46.0. Somebody messaged me earlier. They got one in really early. Let me have a look. Mike Densmore said, can you give a shout out to James McAdam? It was James who apparently photoshopped my head onto a picture of Petter Solberg earlier this week, much to my entertainment. And we saw Petter Solberg yesterday at the airport, didn't we?
That was very funny, yeah.
It was, yeah. I don't know if Petter found it quite as funny as we did when we were banging on the glass. Petter. Majid Niemi, Talon Tebring, Gotherson and Dennis Munch on the outside. Good start by Dennis Munch. Come on, get in up to turn one. Munch going to shut the door. Munch with the whole shot down towards the first braking zone. Keep it nice and straight on the brakes. So I saw Dennis earlier on. He said, hey, you, off the television. He said, no, I'm only joking. He said, I was hoping to get the old timer award. He said, I'm 46, but somebody has entered today who is older than me. So he was very annoyed. But he's leading now. But he did also say he's got some time to find. He's late on the brakes down into that left-hander. And that will be Turpering heading in with the Pace Motorsport Live TN5. There's a new version there of the Live car come out.
Yeah.
Although they say Live Live, which I hate. I'm just going to say it just doesn't work for me. Live Live, I don't get it. Live. What do you think?
I don't really care what you think.
There you go.
But yeah, the new cross cars out, they are using it, aren't they? It's not being used up here as yet.
I want to see one. Have you seen one up close yet?
No.
Any idea what the changes are?
No.
I want to see one.
It'll improve. Remember,
We'll go for pace. They've probably got one with them. No?
one of Thierry Neuville has done a great job with that whole concept. They've really made it work. Remember when they came to Rallyx in the Magic Weekend in 2020, and him and Timmy Hansen were absolutely schooled by the entire pack. They were terrible, but they were miles away, and by the end of the weekend, Timmy was going, this isn't really fun anymore.
No, but
because they were 20th and 30th. But that's the development process they've been to get these cross cars as good as they are, and I really enjoy the fact that they've been through that to do that development.
Yeah, but also that two World Championship level drivers would come and go, yeah, we're going to get spanked here by a load of cross car drivers that a lot of fans of the WRC and World Rallycross won't know about.
Yeah.
They're like, I'll take it on the chin because we've got to make it work. And the TM5 now is a weapon. Look at that, lovely move. Turpering gets alongside, might lose out here up into the first corner. In the background, they're still side by side. Niemi runs wide, that lets Turpering through. Turpering gets crossed up on the brakes, just holds onto it both ways. Really nice bit of car control out front. Munch still holding on from Gotherson. They're going to go Joker, and the gap is only 3.0 back to Turpering. So Munch going in. Turpering should get this, but has just been caught up in that little fight. In goes Munch. Now into the left-hander. Needs a bit more pace on the exit. Turpin going to get through. And so does Niemi.
Great job from Niemi as well. She's improved so much this year over last season.
I love hearing the RPM spike, you know, they've just got a tiny bit too enthusiastic on the throttle, and then they go, ooh. All the noises. Niemi makes a mistake on the exit, might lose out to Munch. Munch side by side. Dennis Munch gets past Niemi just in the last corner. And that's what we were saying about it being really knife-edgy conditions. You just hear the RPM spike when they jump on the gas. Off the line, look, Munch just gets a good start. There's no wheel spin. You can see it, there's no spray coming off the tyres. It just hooks up and goes. Niemi with a good start too on the inside.
That's such a narrow window of throttle management, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those mirrors are good, aren't they? Flopping around a little bit, but still.
He said, I'm in the Semog. He said the one that looks really tall. The different chassis we're talking about. So there are regs about engine size. Look, oh, that is a rough old ride over that. Look, that rear right damper doing a hell of a lot of work. Rygers, it looks like on that. Famous purple colour. Munch up the inside of Niemi. And the classic head cocked, slightly tilted over to the side, full lock, opposite lock. So much fun. Buy a cross car, you won't regret it. You'll need a field. 5-0 tend to frown on cross cars in the town centre.
I've had a message.
Go on.
You've probably already heard it. This is from Steve White. You probably already heard it. Andrew Nesbitt did a podcast a couple of years ago where he explained his patience.
Oh, mega.
You can listen to that on the way home.
I will.
Save me listening to you.
Listen to it in the car.
Yeah.
4 hours it took us yesterday to drive from Oslo to here.
We
It's
need
a 2.5
to
hour
find out
drive. Yeah, Steve, let us know what channel the podcast is on, please. Or can you actually send us a link? We're really lazy.
You're lazy.
Well, I am, yeah. Well, no, actually, no.
I resemble that remark.
Objection. Oh, no, look at this. Almost 4 wide. Tiny little mistake and then having to back out and getting back on the throttle again. Wow. Mate, I can be terribly lazy.
You can also be very efficient.
Well, occasionally. Efficient. Wow, that's almost a compliment, Mr. Rich. Objection. How dare you?
Things aren't right.
What's going on here? Okay, can you just point out, Robin Grana is in this race. Grana is a front runner in this series. Earlier on this year, took a win in Tjerp, has been in the semis everywhere except the first round in Nissen where he was qualified 30th. But the win as well in Tjerp was won a qualifying session, TQ, semi-final win and overall win. But he's in the last race. Remember, his fastest first, so Grana must have had a bit of a shocker yesterday.
Yeah, Q1 throwing up. It was dark as well yesterday, wasn't it, by the time we got to the end of the session.
Note the lack of headlights on a cross car.
Yeah.
There's also no air conditioning.
There is air conditioning.
Well, there is.
Yeah, it's well conditioned.
No, he
Conditioned with mud, water, stones.
Yeah.
It's like being in a spa.
Lovely quiet drive as well across car. You can barely hear the 12,000 RPM just behind your head. But that's what makes it so good. Grano joking already and out into the lead. Nice tactic to get that done. Double tap on the brakes in. Look, a few different throttle inputs. Hard to see how comfortable he's in the car. There's a lot of inputs through that left-hander, Hal. What's his lap times like, Grano, compared to what we've seen?
51.3, that's still slower than the early races went, but it's getting sunnier again, isn't it? You can see the glare on the camera lens, and it's wet there on the exit as well. There's actually more water than there was.
Look at the understeer there, if you just slightly wide, that was Lothar with the understeer. In comes Grano. I'm trying it. You can sometimes see with the driver, if the inputs are small, if there's one input and they chuck it and they hold it all the way through, Grano's making a lot of inputs in the corners. Doesn't mean he's uncomfortable in the car, it's just super tricky out there. God, you want to see my inputs in these conditions, shocking. But we're just trying to read track conditions, and it's really hard for us to know without talking to the drivers just what's going on. We will talk to some drivers later.
But by which time the conditions will have changed anyway and be totally irrelevant.
Yeah, true. There we go. Ground at 243.6. Oh! We've got the, what's that? Is that the YouTube comments we've got?
Yeah, Peter's just been sorting that out.
Oh, wow. Is Meek around? I'd love him to explain things. Let's explain things to Backward. Backward and Meek aren't here. Wrong weekend, but I like your style. Chris is currently riding he's riding his motorbike across America with his brother Barry at the minute. Although they certainly were last time I saw Barry on Instagram. They seem to be spending time in random American bars with random Americans having a great time.
Sounds great.
Yeah. Andreas Backward is also still in America. He's at Tanner Faust's house at the minute with his baby and his other half. He actually invited himself to Tanner's the day he arrived in Utah. He said, I think I might go and stay with Tanner. I haven't asked him yet. And then Tanner was beating him in qualifying, and we said to Tanner, is he allowed to come to your house? He's like, no, not if he beats me. I can't remember what happened in the end. So anyway, he's round there, so it can't have gone too badly.
Scott Wilson's asked in the comments, does anyone have a link or information where to find timetable? Yeah, that's in rallyx.se, and search for event timetable. It's on the top bar there somewhere. There's definitely a timetable, and that details everything.
Yes, info, isn't it? There's the info link on the page. I think it's got. Has that got the timetable in? That's where Peter went yesterday.
Yeah, I forget what the. Yeah, I think it is info. It's along the top bar there. You'll find it.
But yeah, you get live timing on there. You get the notice board as well on there, which is all via Chronomotor, the timing partner, and that'll show you who's been a naughty boy and had to go to the stewards and so on.
Yeah, it's the info link on the website.
Open two-wheel drive coming up next. We're waiting on some results. Once we've got the results, we'll bring it up. Right. Paperwork swap ongoing. Tick some stuff off. Look at this. See, look, efficiency. Please look how hard I'm working.
Yeah, all the paperwork I prepared for you.
Whatever. Actually, he did actually, to be fair.
Whatever.
How did the printing? I was in the truck doing very important TV things.
Talking nonsense. It's all part of the job.
How does this work? 14 years in, I'm not sure this thing here. 10 years of rallycross, Hal. I know you've been involved in the sport forever, but 10 years now for me. How very, seriously, how very lucky. Thanks for the slow clap.
Rallycross started before 2013.
I know it did.
By the way,
I know. They rip it out of me all the while for that. I liked rallycross when Will Gollett was competing house. I'm aware I may have missed some years in the middle when I was into my rally.
BC.
That's fine. Before what? Before Coley.
That's not what I meant, but read it as you wish.
Honestly, it's been an absolute privilege from the European Championship in 2013 through, and yeah, 7 years in the World Championship, now Nitro Cross as well. And also Rallyx, which 2020, we were just saying earlier, we were watching the titles, and I was like, I like
goosebumps.
Yeah, music really makes us smile. And Hal said something, he said, I think it's 2020, and I know what you mean. Everyone was having a rough time, and we went to Holliers, didn't we, for the All-Star Match weekend. All-Star Match weekend. That's a reminder of my name in case I forget. And it was great. It was great. Marcus Grenland beat Nick Klaas, still the highlight of that entire year for me. I can't remember, the conditions were different and all sorts, but it was brilliant, wasn't it? It was so much fun, and it's just, this sport is an absolute joy wherever you're watching from around the world, and I hope you enjoy whatever series you like watching. All a bit different, we know that.
Especially coming to venues like this where it's an older venue where so much effort has been put in to bring this championship back here.
Painted all the barriers, it looks great.
The venue looks fantastic. They've put a lot of money and effort into it, and yeah.
We're very lucky. I think is what we're trying to say, is we're very lucky and we appreciate it. So thanks for watching if you're watching. All good. I love open two-wheel drive, says Ross Bottrand. So do we. They're coming up next. What's the timetable of the weekend? Is Q3 going to be today? Today is Q1, 2 and 3.
Q2, 3 and
4. 2, 3 and 4. Q1 was yesterday, and tomorrow is semis and finals. Go to the website, rallyx.se. We'll try and keep up with some of the comments. We won't be able to keep up with them all day, but we will. We appreciate the chat interaction. But there you go. We've never had the chat on screen before.
I hope people chatting appreciate that now the time screen's quite a lot smaller. My eyesight's terrible.
Yeah, basically we could do some binoculars. Listen to the noise on the start line. We don't have a mic quite close enough down there for my liking, but Simon Tiger on the inside gets the best of the traction and gets away ahead of Johansson. Oh, Johansson with a contact. I think it was his Stir in the back. Stir getting stuck in, and then it's, oh no, contact on the brakes. Marcus Norman goes around. Listen to
Stir's getting well stuck in these first couple of corners. Bit of a nudge in the rear of Johansson. Not sure if there was too much contact there with Marcus Norman, but now Johansson's got the run up the hill over the jump. What a brilliant shot from the drone. Stuart's got a joker there.
I would have gone 100%. It's a missed opportunity there. Could have carried the speed in. And
You just got to roll out of the brakes and get back in the throttle at that stage, haven't you? Because you're never going to go around the outside in that corner.
How can I just point out, we're looking at 3 cars here, but the one you can hear is Conk, who's elsewhere on the circuit. I don't know, what has he done to that thing? He's posting videos on Instagram of the new engine setup. It's rocket.
Yeah, Marcus Norman, they're forever fettling on.
Sorry, Norman,
from Tiger's team.
This, the noise is coming from these things. Can you hear it in the background? You can barely hear the front 3. I'm not convinced that Marcus Norman needed. Listen, I hope you can hear it at home like we can. It's like a demented drone. It's like go find Marcus Norman's Instagram account and check it out. It's bonkers. That thing is absolutely insane.
This joker strategy could not work out for Victor Hansen if Stuart doesn't joker behind him, and he hasn't. So Johansson's going to get held up badly here, I think, unless Stuart's got a bit more pace than we've seen so far this year, and he might well do. I'm not trying to be unfair, but Johansson's been that bit quicker.
Yeah, absolutely the benchmark of the class, and it was Simon Tiger did such a brilliant job the first year of it.
Had a terrible season last year, Tiger, didn't he, just in the luck stakes. To be fair, Johansson isn't right on the back of Stuart, so Stuart's doing a good job here. We'll have to joker this time around. Fastest lap of the race so far by Marcus Norman. That's definitely a red mist flat out lap, isn't it, after being spun in turn 2.
Let me use all of my 9,000 horsepower.
Yeah, Stuart hasn't held up Johansson that much, so Johansson might be able to get Tiger.
You can hear Tiger clunking down the sequential box there, really nicely done. Look how close he was, comes out just behind, tucks in the DTM style Merc, gives him a little DTM style nudge as well. I'm coming, I am here. If you leave the door open, I will have a crack at you. And he's going to have a crack at him on the exit anyway. Goes wide and tight over the paint on the inside line. Simon Tiger's going to take this one. Hansen gets P2. Results from yesterday. Yeah, Tiger won Q1 as well. Ahead of Hansen, so it's 2-0 to Tiger. Remember, we traditionally, well, this season we've been doing double headers, which has been 3 qualifying sessions per round. With this being a single header, oh, there it is from the top. How look, so Stur got into the back of Norman and spun him round.
I think Stur could be
in trouble.
In trouble there, because he'd already given Johansson a nudge on the way.
In the words of Bullet Tooth Tony, you're in trouble now. Sorry, that's a great movie quote.
Oh,
That's one of the only quotes in that movie that's appropriate for television as well, Hal. Which one was it? Was it Snatch or Lock, Stock?
I can't remember.
Bullet Tooth Tony. I love this song. Marcus Norman's pulled in behind us alongside Simon Tiger. I'd like to talk to Marcus. Does he want to come and join us for a minute? Sorry, we're completely ignoring the screens if there's anything on it, because we're looking over our shoulder at the Mercedes, which is parked outside. It's literally like DTM, historic DTM race, isn't it? But with gravel and different engineering.
Without the aero.
Listen
You
to
can
that.
probably hear that as he drives past the commentary box.
Oh, very much want. Sorry, right, back to it. Supercar lights. Coming up next. Lucas Anderson won Q1 yesterday. Anderson, of course, 15 years old, given a special dispensation by his governing body to take a licence in this category. You just have to show that you've had good results. And he started the year brilliantly. 3 wins out of 4 in Nice-Montieppe. Was 4th at the first round in Kuvula. Sorry, no, my bad. 5th at the first round in Kuvula, but then in the semis at the second round in Kuvula. So by his standards, Kuvula was not his weekend. And how there are going to be some drop scores, which we'll get into in detail in a second. Anderson, Steinsholt, Kasper Janssen, Martin Enland, and Eirik Helseberget on the outside. Janssen with the red livery in the States. If you're watching Nitrocross last weekend, the blue livery here in the middle of the grid. Oh, not the best start on the inside for Anderson. Might get the door shut by Steinsholt here. Steinsholt surely going to close in all the way around the outside, though. Berget, who gets to turn 1 first, but drops it on the brakes, goes out too wide inside of Kiev to Steinsholt.
Carried the momentum. Great job there from the local Norwegian. Track knowledge working out. Of course, he didn't mean to drop it on the way in, but carried that speed around the outside and made it work.
Brilliant.
Steinsholt jokering on this early joker option. Berget's got a substantial lead out front, but Enland's good on the brakes up there. Jansen's changed the front of his livery again. Feels like it's been a different livery every Rallyx race so far this year, doesn't it?
I do quite like it. Looks cool up close, doesn't it? It's got the kind of chrome-coloured blue and red on the two different livery cars.
Absolutely, yeah.
They're all now in a line behind Bergen. So Bergen made that work in turn 1. Does that mean we're on from around the outside? Is there maybe a bit more grip out there now the inside line's really greasy? Comforts in again late.
I hope so. Oh, Anderson's getting up the inside of
Kasper Jensen.
But Jansen's going to carry the momentum. I do think it's a bit cleaner and quicker on the inside. We saw a few overtakes in cross-car up the inside there. Look at the water pouring off the wipers on Martin Enland's car.
Basically cleaning the screen of the cars behind.
Jansen committed early to the joker, then Anderson ducked out to go in as well. Good awareness from Anderson's spotter to get him in ahead of Kasper Jensen, and Enland's now right on the back of the race leader.
They're both quick, aren't they? Or Jansen gives Anderson a little nudge on the exit. So it won't harm their pace necessarily to have gone in together. Anderson loses something off the rear quarter, I think, thanks to that contact.
Oh, Enland's done it.
Yeah, got up the inside. Don't think it was a bad exit by Bergen. There's the curve. Look at how height the curves as well. There's a lot of spray, isn't there?
Oh, Bergen's dropped it on the way in. Collects Enland. Enland gathers it up.
And then contact behind us. So Jansen's got up the inside of Anderson. Anderson now alongside Jansen on the straight in the background. Kasper Jensen versus Anderson. I think Jansen's going to shut the door. He does. Enland goes into the joker. Now, how much time has Enland lost? It was 3.3, but the moment came after that. I think he's going to lose the positions. Oh, Jansen runs a bit wide. Anderson alongside. Enland going to be inside too. Kasper Jensen holds on. Enland up the inside now. Anderson goes back past Jansen. Side by side again. Anderson takes him back. That's brilliant driving. Kasper Jensen goes up deep. He might give up a place into Enland if he's not careful. Going to try for the exit run. Oh, he's inside again. Kasper Jensen makes a brilliant pass. Back on Anderson. Drops a wheel over the outside, but takes the win. Fantastic driving. Enland got past Anderson as well. That was brilliant.
What a race that was, and so much awareness from all of these drivers. Watch the last couple of corners when we see them in this package. Anderson really, I thought he'd gained massively, then lost out. This is Berger running corner deep in the turn 2.
Look how he held on the exit. There must be tons of grip out there to get away with that.
Started to joking on lap 1, then didn't really feature.
I was glad how, you remember we said in the preview, like, we think there's going to be loads of overtaking. We're not actually sure. We've never been here before. that's us proved right now, so we're fine.
Oh, that was a big hit,
right old whack. He was on the limiter, Enland on the inside. Trying to hold on to theirs. Yeah, okay, that was fairly...
He's just going to be busy today, isn't he?
Yeah.
So look at this awareness. So look at Anderson on the left. He's hard in the brakes now because he's going to go back for the undercut. Great awareness.
Brilliant.
From the former junior champion. Jansen's got massive wheel spin on the outside. Anderson gets up the inside.
Look at Jansen's awareness now to go out wide. It almost gives it up to Enland, but with that line, gets such a better exit that he's able to get him on the run to the final. I mean, to the flag. Yes.
We'll run out of energy if they're all like that.
Oh, I can't, yeah. Steady on.
Bring it on.
Steady on.
Steady on.
Steady on now. I may need a tea. No Venäläinen. That's a big shame. Yeah, it is. We need Thomas to come out here. Come on, mate. Got to get that car outside Finland, the Smurf machine. Okay, ready to race, light on. Oskarsson, Haug, Kasper, Haug on the outside though. Amazing start by Simon Olofsson, who looked like he was having a pretty rough day yesterday. Olofsson, one of the front runners in this category, of course, last year's champion with 4 victories, and this year leading with 3 and a P2. Needs a good recovery from that Q1 session, Hal.
Yeah, classic Olofsson, just had some poor fortune. Was in America last week working on these Supercar Lights cars, and now racing as he wishes to be. As Oskarsson into the joker. Looks dry in the joker, doesn't it? Much drier than it does through the later part of the lap.
Olofsson's got a good opportunity here, Hal, because of the amount of racing there was in the first lap. Sorry, the first heat. With those guys getting so stuck into each other, they must have lost a couple of seconds here and there. So, race 2. Side by side again, the background position lost there. Nicely done by Haug. Olofsson's being really, really tidy. 54.7 for the first lap.
So yesterday, Olofsson had an electrical problem, which stopped the car, and it restarted as if nothing had happened, and he set the fastest lap of the session. So one of those, he's had a lot of those bits and bobs over the last couple of years, hasn't he? But really difficult nightmare for the team when that sort of thing happens.
It's nothing worse than something intermittent. You want it
Really
broken or not.
Yeah, you want to rip a wheel off and be able to bolt it back on.
Yeah.
Something that then goes away, or it not start again. You know, we saw KMS having issues with Baby's car. We were in the paddock yesterday evening. The guys were all wheeling sensors around and connectors, and eventually they found the problem, which is great. But if it just goes away,
that's awful.
You've got no chance.
It's the hardest. And, yeah, it started and then fastest lap. So I wonder what if they've managed to change it. Stuff like that as well is nearly always it's a dumb little earth fault somewhere, isn't it? It's something that just moves around a little bit.
He's the first driver in the 48 as well, a 48.7 for Olofsson last time around. The next best lap in this run so far is Mats Oskarsson on a 49.8. Of course, as he goes into the Joker with only 3 laps, it's very difficult to get a fastest lap because usually you're either doing the start, the Joker. If you take the start on lap 1 and then Joker on lap 2, you don't have a fast lap until the end.
So Olofsson out clearly in front. Should do this, I think, Al. 18 seconds to get to the line. So Olofsson looking for the recovery. Kasper Jansen with a 2:38.7. Olofsson's got 8-9 seconds to get there. This is going to be easily done. He's going to destroy the time. Simon Olofsson goes some 3 seconds quicker to go TQ in this session.
Perfect for him though. So much chaos in the first race really made a difference, didn't it?
Absolutely. Watch you start on the outside, look. Clutch comes up once, no clutch dipping, no messing around.
It's a tiny bit higher, isn't it, the 5th grid start, a bit of contact in the background.
Mats Oskarsson moved out and caused a chain reaction across the grid there.
If you look at the grid, next time we look head on, it's a little bit high. Oh, Oskarsson got all that shape in 2. Both of the Haugs avoiding any serious contact. They're having a much better weekend than they did in the last few.
Right. Supercar lights done. Smashing through this, wow. Olofsson goes quickest with a 2:35.8. Got 4 heats of Supercar coming up for you, so stay with us. Lucas Anderson in the TQ spot at the moment with that brilliant Q1. Q2 not exactly terrible and enough to hold on. Simon Olofsson recovers with the opposite kind of results, not so good in Q1 and good in Q2. Kasper Jansen, look, 2P3, sorry, sees him in 3rd place in qualifying. Oskarsson and then Ola Henry Steinsholt. It's your top 5. That's a look at what things look like here at the minute. I'm going to step outside the tent so I look for myself, Hal Ridge. It's a bit of grey cloud on the horizon, but what's coming over the hill? What's on the horizon?
A monster.
It's a monster. It is indeed. It's the Supercar class. Kristoffersson leading at the moment. Varying amounts of semi-finals if you're new to Rallyx. So in Supercar, with the amount of entries we've got, which is 17, there will be 2 semi-finals. But when you get into the likes of Cross Car, we'll have 3, so the top 18 will make it there, and then we just take 2 from each of the semi-finals.
Breaking news, Bjorn Stör has been black flagged from open 2-wheel drive.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Here we go, ready to race light comes on. Kristoffersson, Baby, Kevin Eriksson, Oliver Eriksson. Kevin with the best of the starts, but Kristoffersson recovers, gets the wheel spin nailed, and it's Kristoffersson from Eriksson up towards turn 1. Polo chucks with a dirt out to the outside, and look how early they all are on the brakes. You can see it's the fastest first. It's just super clever with everything they do. Little nudge from Kevin on the back of Kristoffersson's car. Now it comes down to Joker strategy. All these guys are quick, so Kevin could go Joker on lap 1. He goes out wide, I think he will. So Kevin Eriksson goes Joker immediately, and that leaves Ollie Eriksson out. Baby follows Eriksson in. So the teammates have split their strategies, and now Oliver Eriksson onto the back of Kristoffersson immediately. So Eriksson's looking really good here. Hal, in the Hondas, of course, they're very race fresh from last weekend. Kevin very openly saying that he felt that his brother, Oliver, was quicker around here in a supercar. Oliver, made his supercar debut here in 2017 in a Fiesta. Kevin won the previous year on his way to a Rallyx title. Oh, runs a bit deep there in turn 2, out into the slippery section, does Oliver. It's 4.5 the delta. I might send Kristoffersson now, but they don't. They're always going to keep the leader out long, aren't they? In goes Ollie. So Ollie's got 3.1 over his brother. won't be enough. I think Kevin should just about get him based on the other jokers we've seen, and I'm wrong. Oliver gets out in front. I'll have to eat my words there straight away. So maybe the delta, I think we said 3.5 earlier.
Yeah, but
it would be enough.
Yeah.
Would just be enough. My bad. Terrible maths. Renowned. So Oliver Ericsson in front of Kevin. And now it's all about the gap for Kristoffersen. So as they cross the line, we'll get an update on what that gap is. Kristoffersen back to the pole at 5.2. Taking another 7/10 out of the gap. So Kristoffersen has really nailed this on this last lap. Down the hill, over the crest. This is that braking point where sometimes they just squash it a little bit. Then he's on the brakes, look. Smoothly down, he'll come into the left-hander, run in along the dirt, all the way out to the white line, tuck it in on that inside, on the gas, and he should be nicely in the clear. Wow, absolutely miles and miles in front. Hal, I want you to have a quick look at the tyres on the way. Would anybody have gone slim yet?
No.
Not, you think it's still too
No, I
wet?
can't see it. I'll have a look as I
That
get back.
gap's massive. It's huge. On the first lap, they were so close. Kristoffersen has absolutely destroyed them here. 2:26.7. 14 seconds off the pace of yesterday. He's destroyed them on the inside, look. Kevin gets the best start from slot 3. Johan then pulls away on the run to the first corner. But Kevin was all over him on the first half of the first lap. Here it is, look. This is turn 1. And maybe Johan just got a little bit deep on the entry. Kevin's right with him. There's a little bit of contact here, look, on the exit. Hal's gone to have a look at tyres. Everyone on wets, we think? Yeah, I think it's everyone on wets. Oh, fire extinguisher underneath Vaby's bonnet as well behind us. So, fire extinguisher on into Vaby's car, right behind the commentary position now. The team are running over to it. So they're looking under Vaby's car. You can see just right here, they've had to run and extinguish a fire at the back of the engine bay. So more issues for Vaby.
Still going. There's Per Anders Eklund, son of Per Eklund, now working for KMS, directing the nozzle.
Okay, we got cars down on the grid. There's no lights on in here. Sorry about that. We wanted you to see outside, that's why. Kristoffersen leads. That was brilliant. So everyone on wets?
Everyone on wets, yeah.
Amazing drive by Johan. I mean, as if I'm shocked. I think he was just smiling into the commentary box as he came past. Get someone else to drive the car back. Come and join us. We'll do that, actually, in another session. We need a friend. Okay. Belevsky, Nordgaard, Evshen and Oman. The order's been changed compared to our grids, which is interesting. We thought Belevsky was lining up on the inside. Doesn't matter, though.
Brilliant start from Evian on the outside. P5 on the grid has got a lot of grip, clearly, hasn't it, in this Audi demonstration. Runs wide, Sondre Evian in turn 2, but it's going to have the traction up the hill and clearly drives past Belevsky.
It's Oman in P3. If you want, it's Nordgaard who's in the Fiesta. Don't know why the grids were different than what we
Varley
had.
P3, I think.
Is it?
I think so.
They've changed the entries completely then, Hal, according to this. Haval's come down from the first heat. Why? Somebody must have no-showed. We had 5 cars in the first heat. We only had 4 on the line, so somebody's moved down from the previous one. Val yesterday, super impressive.
Yeah, massively impressive. Yeah, won his first RX3, Euro RX3 Formula Super 600 final last weekend, then got disqualified for a technical infringement, which there's been lots of debate about since. But yeah, clearly it wasn't something that was going to improve his performance. It was to do with the wall thickness on a seatbelt bar on the roll cage, so you know that won't help the speed of the car. And he's been brilliant this year in RX3. Made his debut at the end of last season, stepped up to a supercar here, and it was stunning yesterday.
Yeah, I'm right as well. It was a bit of a surprise for him. So he came to the test, didn't he? And they were like, oh, somebody hasn't turned up trying to drive the supercar, and they stitched him up.
He came here to drive his speed car to prepare for this weekend, because he's also driving his Super 1600 Peugeot in the Norwegian Championship. And then it was all a stitch up because his father had already arranged it. His cousin Alexander, of former Rallyx and Eurox fame, turned up, and yeah, it's like, there's something going on here. And then you're always like, well, the guy that was supposed to drive the car isn't here, so would you mind driving it for a bit?
So good.
Like, that's a bit weird.
It's cool, isn't it? But he also said, look, it's going to take a bit of getting used to. I mean, to learn. And yesterday, absolutely.
Yeah, all drivers say that before they get. Oh, he has a little look up the inside of Belevsky. Belevsky's got a problem as he just run deep. Oh, all drivers say it's going to take time to get used to. It just gives you a bit of margin, doesn't it? But of course he'll want to do it brilliantly. You do every time you get in a racing car.
Walewski does have a problem. The problem's Val. Who's passed him. But yeah, so yeah, we're messing. Walewski goes Joker, Val just in front. Through the right and then the left, out front though. Nice job by Evshin. Is it going to be quicker? Almost 4/10. So Sondre Evshin is 4/10 off. Val goes P2. What happened to Nordgaard on the last lap? Nordgaard disappeared on the last lap. Was in P2 according to our timing screens. Has come across in P3. Well, apologies, say messy paperwork situation in the commentary box for me. My bad, got to own it sometimes. Deep from Evshin in turn 1, but found the traction on the exit. We've seen, haven't we, from the lights race earlier on as well, that there is a bit of traction on that outside line.
It's one of those classic scenarios where, I wonder if
mistake,
broke
wasn't
a
it?
shaft or something there.
What, at that point?
Well, the car really stepped out horribly, didn't it? And then Val passes him on the... puncture.
Front right.
Puncture, yeah. And the wheel looks like it's moving back towards to me. I wonder if he's damaged both the suspension and the tyre.
So Walewski had 2 problems, a broken car and Val. But still held on to... Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's not correct, I'm afraid. So the grid was different. You can see, yeah, so our grid is also different on the results. So, okay, I feel less bad. That's good. Well done, me. Less average than I thought. Sondre Evshin's coming past us with a car that sounds like, I don't know, not a supercar, squeaking away on the brakes.
Sounds like a donkey.
So somebody see on the comments says, I nearly bought a ticket for Grenland, I've never been there. When you see the track, there's not many spectator places. No, you can see the whole track from the bank at the back. Me and Hal went up there yesterday, literally every inch of the track you can see from the back of the back. So off the line, Victor Ranks with a good start, but then gets eaten up on the run to the first corner. Sideways in the RX2E machine, holds on to the inside line. Michael Tamconda ends up to stop him there. Through the long left-hander, super sideways again, and Mats Oman leads.
Ostrang ran so deep in turn 2, but was able to carry that speed up the inside. He gives Franks a nudge, who in turn is on the back of Oman.
Ostrang should have gone Joker earlier, I think, Hal, there. The RX2E,
committed earlier,
yeah. The RX2E machine, there were places yesterday on the exit of the hairpin, which is so steep uphill, it looked really good, didn't it? Which is where that torque comes in, the electric torque. I don't know if it would be quite so good in the wet in terms of laying that torque down. Look how dirty it is just off the line. Look, he's alongside. Oh, problem, contact, something broke, I reckon, there on Oman's car. Oman's car snapped sideways, collected Ranks as he went round. Very, very unusual. Ostrang comes through to take the lead, all crossed up. Where's Ranks' car? Somewhere behind us. Ranks should be parked up in the gravel trap. There he is, he's hit the wall, I think. Has he, Hal?
Oh, look at I wonder if that's where they went in on the barrier.
If he went in, unless that's gone in pretty hard, red flag.
Yeah. Look at the wipers on Ostrang's car doing... Oh, now they are more operational.
Okay.
Mats Oman's a gentleman behind the wheel.
Oh, you would never...
Very rarely does anything.
The car
untoward.
snapped, like you said, Walewski's did. It really, really snapped. That could be conditions. Yeah, okay, so Victor Ranks is out the car. That is, as we always say, the most important thing. Doesn't look... he's a little bit shaky on his feet. They're going to check him out anyway. Maybe, are we? No, he looks okay. No, okay. Look, we should, obviously. Gone in fairly hard. Here's the drone shot. So Oman comes out. Look, here is all's good. Does he get on the paint? It's just a tiny taxi and it comes the other way. Oh my goodness me, Ranks is going to go in hard here. Yeah. He's gone in rear left quarter. It will be a bit of a shocker.
But that's what the wall's there for,
yeah,
isn't
of
it?
course,
You deflect it.
You watch it
looking out the window.
It'll move too. Watch the wall move, and that's what it's supposed to do. So it deflects. Well, okay, that is a lot of damage to the Armco there. And a lot of damage to the RX2E machine. Franks climbs out. I imagine he'll be...
the green light on the window, see his name, VRA, yeah. And then there's a little green light to the left showing that the car's okay from an electrical point of view.
Yeah.
This could take a while to clear up, couldn't it?
Yeah,
not least because of the car recovery, but also the damage to the wall.
I'm going to text some friends, Hal. Let's see if we can get someone to join us if we're going to be doing this for a while. Friend. Unfortunately, it's a long walk from... oh, they're lining them up pretty quickly. Maybe it won't take so long. Depends whether or not they want to try and repair that area during the session or afterwards.
Right, you talk. I'm going to work out drop scores in Supercar.
I can see a dog, Hal.
It could be a while.
I can see a dog. Oh, look, he's got a dog. What, are you going to put him on top of the tanker? I don't know if TV can see this. There's a man with a dog climbing a ladder. This is fascinating. Have we got the RF somewhere nearby? He's trying to climb on top of a tanker. Okay, so just out of shot here, I'm going to describe it to you because you can't see it. Henker, if you've got the drone up, there's a man climbing a ladder with a dog. Looks like Lassie. He's put Lassie, the dog, on the roof of a tanker. Oh, the dog's on the roof and it's wagging its tail. Amazing. Scenes. Look at dude, look. Look at the dogs. Full stoke.
A fluffy boy.
He's a big fluffy boy. Your man had a good
He's
dog.
got a chair up in his arm. He's on his tanker
Okay,
as well.
there he is. Dog on roof on Rallyx. You see? Now that's what you're here for, isn't it? Look at that. You missed the man. The man was having... That is a big dog.
That is big commitment to get him up
Oh,
there
the dog
as
sits down. He's like, I'm going to sit here. That is one of the best seats in the house, and a dog has it. How rad is that? I'd give him a treat, would you?
Well, I don't know if he's got any treats up there, do
What,
we?
of course he has. He's a dog owner. He must have a treat.
He's
Surely.
carried the dog.
And
He
some
doesn't want to
poo
get
bags
down.
in his pocket as well. Standard dog paraphernalia. Can you tell I'm a dog owner? I don't know if anyone's noticed I own a dog. Have you ever noticed I own a dog? I very rarely post about him on Instagram. That's epic. Did you like that?
Yeah.
What maths are you doing? How's adding stuff up?
Drop scores.
Ooh. He's done quite a lot of work. He's been very studious. Hal has done a lot of work. How do you do that whilst commentating? The grid's changed and I was very confused. Here's another look. So Oman gets out on the paint. Hal, what's he thinking? It's a tiny bit sideways there, maybe from the paint. Then it comes back the other way.
So unlucky, isn't it?
It is really unlucky. Oman gets collected nicely by the gravel trap, whereas Ranks has to hit the Armco pretty hard. Oh, you see, look at the damage to that barrier. Climbing over the back, are they checking it out? I imagine the man is going, how many wooden posts do we have? There he is. There he is. Lassie, the Rallyx dog, as he will now be known, he or she. The dog is having a great... Look at the dog looking at the Armco, checking, inspecting the... That's literally just over the crash site. The dog wasn't up there to see it, unfortunately. Otherwise, we could have asked it for its opinion on what happened, which would have been also great television.
So I think, and Lassie will agree with me.
Look at Lassie getting a little ear tickle. Wicked. This is great footage. That's the bank. That's where we were yesterday. Look at you, the dude's in front of the bank, in front of the fence. Is that allowed?
We were really excited yesterday, weren't we?
We were. We went straight up there.
Just jumping up and down. Going, this is amazing.
I have to say though, people are quite territorial over their spot on the fence, aren't they? Did you notice that?
Yeah, it's like being in other parts of Europe.
Really?
Yeah.
More territorial. Lytton Hill can be quite territorial.
I was at a territorial venue last weekend when it comes to towels
the
and
Estering.
seats.
Yeah, it was. It was basically what you do if you're new to viewing rallycross in real life. You take a chair and you put it as closely as possible to the barrier in your favourite.
As closely as possible.
Yes, as closely, as close. And then that's good English, isn't it, for a man who speaks for a living? And then you put a piece of colourful tape or some sort of barrier around it, which is like a magical barrier which will stop anybody else taking your seat. I've actually seen chairs padlocked to the fence before. Have you seen that?
A magical barrier.
A magical tape barrier around your pop-up, your fold-up seat, which you just attach to the barrier.
There's a lot of damage to Franks' car there, isn't there?
There is. Victor Franks' dad is just walking back behind the commentary position as they scoop it up. But yeah, there's great viewing across that top of the hill. There is a peak point, which is where there's a building up top, which you guys can't see. Is that popcorn? Or is it fries, do you reckon? Oh, wow, that is a long way in. That is buried, that wheel, a long way in. Look at that, suspension, top arm, bottom arm broken, damper off, roll bar links look like they're broken.
Modular though, aren't they, these cars?
Yeah, just bolt a load of new... It does depend a bit, doesn't it, on chassis pickup points,
Of course,
but even then,
That's what a welder's
Look
for.
behind us, it's like some sort of a yard here. There's an excavator heading out. Is he going out to put some new barriers in? Because if he is, we might come back in an hour. There's a lot going on now. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go. There's the car coming past us. Might see our little place in the background here. What's the digger for? To scoop the wheel out the rear quarter?
Oh, we're going to see us.
It's like a traffic jam. Do you want us to wave? Come back just a little bit. You can see our
I wonder who
house.
parked that Passat there.
Oh, yes. That may or may not be our hire car.
Can we talk about the Supercar points? Because I've worked them out.
Yeah, go
now.
for it. How much maths have you done? Is it good maths? How good is this?
I don't know.
Okay, hit us up. First of all, drop scores. We've had 6 rounds of 8. You have to count the last 2.
Yes, in Supercar. In all classes you have to count the last 2. But in Supercar you drop 2 from the first 6, and everything else you drop 1.
Why? Just the rules.
Them's the rules.
So Supercar gets 2 drop scores,
Yeah.
everybody else gets 1. Okay, fine.
I guess because we knew that some people wouldn't be able to do them.
All the rounds with clashes and stuff.
Yeah,
Good idea.
Because people are committed, professional drivers,
Other
doing other
series.
stuff, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, hit us up. Go.
I think Kevin Eriksson's on 111, Johan Kristofferson's on 104, and Mira Bilevski's on 193. That'd be good, wouldn't it? On 93.
Which would make him the champion. Oh, sorry. Yep. The guy there. Oh, just going to chuck that over the wall. So he's got. Is that a hoe? That garden implement? I think it is. See the? Yes, it is. No, it's like a shovel with a bend on it. He's chucking all the bits over. What are those
Here
bits?
comes the digger.
Hello. Ah, I think I know what's happening here. What's going to happen here? We're going to pull the barrier back straight.
I don't know.
I think that's what's going to happen. Do you want to bet on it? How much? Pints are expensive here.
I've had quite a few bets on air this year, and I've won, I think, all of them.
Okay,
I don't know if I'm prepared to break that streak, because I don't really know what's
Here's
happening.
I know what's happening here. I've figured it out.
Have you?
Yep.
You look
Cabelco Digger Man is going to go. He's going to scoop. He's going to put that scoop over the back, and he's going to straighten up. When are we going to get a Yogi collaboration? In the comments. That's my dog's name, by the way. Okay, we're hearing from our director and race control. They were saying 5 to 10 minutes to fix it. Don't worry about that. Roy, we're saying here, yours is a lovely dog. Ah, thank you. People know my dog. That's great, isn't it? What's this down there? RX and dog. Any better plan for a Saturday? No, I agree. It's David CG. Dogs and rallycross are brilliant. Lytton was... what's that say? Was Sunbed Gate. It was awful. That's people fighting for their positions. Oh, look at that. Now that may require, in my opinion, is it metal posts? Maybe it is. Well, I win the bet anyway, so you have to buy eight rounds tonight.
Didn't commit to anything.
If you're wondering, how much was the beers
round,
last night?
17 quid.
18, I think, wasn't it? £18 for 2 pints.
Yeah.
So London prices, basically. Whoa. That is some Tekka stuff going on there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Franks' team with some work to
Franks
do.
is kind of lucky here, isn't he, that it's a single header. In a double header, they would be unable
That's a
to
good
make
point,
the next
yeah.
session.
So
But he's now they've got a couple of hours.
He has also got to count the score. I was thinking he could sack it. He's here. Come and join us. Come and Victor's just walking past the commentary box. Victor's just walking in. Put those cans on for us, mate. And so Victor Franks has just joined us. First of all, mate, are you okay? That's the most important thing. When you got out of the car, you were holding your side a little bit.
Just the muscle a bit in the right shoulder, but I hope they can fix the car now.
Sorry, we're trying to turn you up on here. We've got various different volumes. Say something, Victor. Say something again.
I'm gonna win.
Can you hear him?
No, I can't.
Okay. Can they hear him at home? Somebody comment. Can you hear Victor? Somebody. You can hear him. They can hear him. That's good. Okay, we've got a slight technical thing here.
Take my ear off.
So, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all good. I'm just hoping they can fix the car on time.
Yeah, so we were looking at the rear left wheel is a long way into the back arch, isn't it? So obviously there's a corner torn off, but your team are good. The parts are here. Should be all right?
Just hoping nothing on the chassis or something bad on there, because it was quite a big first hit.
Yeah.
So, but if it's not in the chassis, I think we can make it on time.
Here's a replay of it. So talk us through this.
Yeah, it's
Omen, look, this is you going in the barrier. It's fairly big old. I mean, Matt's, it looked to us like he got slightly sideways on the curve and it came back the other way. You know, he's quite a clean driver, Matt.
Yeah, I'm not at all saying anything to him. He's like, it's a race incident for me. Because the curb he hit is like, when I did a track walk, I was like, it was like ice.
Really?
So, yeah,
super slippery.
Super slippery. But yeah, it's just a race incident, and hopefully we can get started for the next race.
Okay. Make sure you like and subscribe if you're enjoying everything here. We are enjoying the fact that Victor is okay. That is the most important thing. So, yeah, good to see he's still smiling. He's young. If that had been me or Hal in the barrier there, then, yeah, that would have been a nightmare, Hal, wouldn't it? We'd have had to have, I don't know, 6 weeks of physiotherapy or something to recover from that, because we're old, basically. Are you going to get back and see if you... Will you work on the car, or you just leave it to the boys?
I want to work on the car, but probably not allowed to.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. You go.
Not fast enough.
Okay, okay, fair enough. Well, if you've got guys who are quicker than you at repairing it, that's fine. We've got a man out there who is doing his best to repair the barriers as fast as he possibly can. You have to count this score, so they're going to have to get it fixed, aren't they, and see if they can get you through to the semi-finals and hopefully the final. And then we've got Hollius next weekend. Looking forward to that?
Yeah. Hollius, come on. It's like Monaco of Rallycross.
Yeah, it's such a good track, isn't it?
Every time you come there, it's different.
Yeah.
It's just...
Yeah. Did you go this year?
Yeah. I drove there.
Hal was saying the curbs have changed. Hal, you missed it, Hal, didn't you? Because Hal was having a child with his lovely other half, Esme. Congratulations, mate. Absolutely fantastic. What a legend.
But missed the curbs at Hollius.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Do you want to tell the viewers what you said to your lovely other half when you found out?
No, we can save that for later.
Oh, save that for later. Okay, we'll save it for Hollius. We'll say that's going to get told at some point. Esme, sending love. How do you put up with him? I do not know. Esme is a saint. And Hal, you're a lovely man. Yeah.
Only because you have to spend the next 2 days with him.
Yeah, and next weekend too. I can be horrible to him on the second day at Hollius because I won't see him then until next season. But yeah. Mate, good to see you're okay. Get back to the tent, get it fixed. We want to see you out in Q3.
See you later.
Hopefully,
Take it easy. Thanks, mate. Right, we'll switch Victor off. There we go. Thanks very much. Thank you for the messages at home to say that you can hear him. That's cool. We'll fix that. And thank you to Audio, you legends. What are you doing, Hal?
Putting his
headset
back down, not on the printer.
We've got some snacks. I don't think we'll eat those live on air. Right, let's have a look behind. Okay, they are going for new posts. Fair play. They're going to get those in now. Oh, wow. Okay, this is pretty impressive to repair a barrier this quickly. Look at them bringing the posts in. So, right, so you know, the idea is the posts break. That is the point. So as the car goes in, you want the post to give a little, and the Armco to give a little, to take some of the impact out. But he has gone in very hard there, Hal. They've pulled out, what, 6 posts from the back of the truck, I think, already. Now there's a ratchet strap coming out. What's going on with the ratchet strap? They're going to tow it, they're going to pull it out again, or are they using that to hold it up? I think the digger's holding up the wall, so now they're going to put the ratchet strap round to hold the wall up, and then are they going to bash the posts in behind? So you know as well, most of these people are volunteers who probably work, you know, just want to say work for, come and volunteer for the local motor club.
Well, they've been at work all week, and that's the point.
Yeah,
they
painting
do
barriers.
I mean, they've been at normal work, and they do all this stuff in between. So
they'll be here in the evenings,
it's a labour of
track
love.
ready. It is, it really is. Shout out to all the people who volunteer for these things, and also to the marshals. A shout out to your man there. Oh my goodness me! Now, I need one of those to put fences up. Look at that. But yeah, the guy on the right with the red sleeves.
You've never seen that before?
Not with a digger. I've seen it with a post rammer. Look, that's epic. He's going to go again. Look.
It's a good indication of just how soft the ground is here.
Actually, it's really wet, isn't it? We were saying it's a lot of Europe has had very hot weather. Not the UK and not Norway. From the looks of things.
This is a great indication as well as to how involved running a big event is, because you have to have all this stuff prepared to deal with it when you need to.
The posts are pre-drilled as well, Hal, if you look in the background over the guy's head in the blue t-shirt. So they'll be, in an ideal world, they'd have got those in the right way round so that tonight they can probably refix the bolts through. I don't think they'll do that now. Look, you're going to say, go on.
You can also smack a drill through it and do that later on, can't you? I imagine they'll get this in a state where it's good enough to run the next couple of races and then spend some of the breaks later on finishing off.
Of course, the point of this repair as well is that should somebody else go into the same barrier, it still needs that support.
Well, it's already happened, hasn't it? So it could happen again. Anything that's happened once can repeat itself.
Yeah. Congrats, Hal, on the messages. What else we got? Okay, what we got? All good. Yes, we can hear Victor. That's good. Congrats to Hal. We hope it gets fixed as soon as possible. So do we. Hold the wall and the diggers pushed in the post. Correct, Gunther? See, old school. Yes, get in. Congrats again.
How looks as
What's that say?
from Kevin Noon.
Poor
How looks as tired? Yeah.
Any new dad. There's lots of congratulations
that.
on there. Yeah. There we go. I like ambient mic. They need to say, yeah, that's not going anywhere, and it'll be fine. Typical builder speak, isn't it? Or as my brother-in-law would say, it's not my house. Yes, Lassie, get in. Lassie's owner's done one and gone down to fix the fence, and Lassie's like, I'll just stay up here for a minute. Hello. Oh, babies. People, welcome. Get your children to a rallycross meeting as soon as possible. There we are. Hey, little dance. Mega.
Yeah.
You need one of those things, Hal. Look at that. The baby's dummy's on like a little...
Might avoid rallycross attendance for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Cost me a fortune.
Coming to a rallycross meeting with the child?
Yeah.
The baby? Well, it's not going to have a burger, is it? What's it going to be?
No, but in case...
Is it want a £9 pint in Norway?
No, but enthusiasm for junior cross car could be disastrous.
Oh, mate.
Then I'd have to stop all my own projects.
I know. How many projects have you got ongoing at this minute?
Too
Hal?
many.
Have you?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about them on air?
No.
No? Maybe next week? Hal Ridge, the man of many secrets.
The many unfinished projects.
Oh, the man in the digger is Ole Henry Steinsholt's father.
Yeah.
Now, there we go. You see, that's what we're talking about with families and people.
The Steinsholts and the Vals have put so much into this event. They've invested a lot and put in a lot of resources, a lot of time, passion.
Johan, I text Johan and say, can I come to the commentary box? He says, I can't right now, but hopefully before the end of the weekend. I'm going to send him back an emoji. No, I'll wait. I'll message him back afterwards. No worries, mate. We'll get him to come and see us. What we're going to, yeah, but basically what we're going to try and do, we'll talk to some supercar drivers after this one, and we'll see if we can get a tech to drive one of their cars back from here, so they can jump out and join us in commentary after a race.
A mechanic, you mean?
Yeah, mechanic tech. Okay.
Vi kjører 2 NM-omganger til, og 1 I morgen, eller 2 I dag, 2 I morgen?
Excuse us for a minute, we're discussing stuff off air. We're going to be a few more minutes. Stay with us, because we've got another 2 heats of Supercar to come. Well, yeah, restart of this one and then one more.
Which we have to run because rallycross is time-based, so they can't do anything but run.
No, they can't
work
skip
out the
it.
order.
Hal, I saw Sondra Evshin a minute ago. Do you want to run and see if he's in Spotters, or if we can get anyone from Spotters to come and join us? And I'll stay here for a second. No, we won't need the camera. We'll just go and. Oh, do you want to take the RF? Yeah, take the RF then. Yeah, head to Spotters, mate. Yoel's up there, I think. Well, you saw it, I'm sure, on the way back from pre-grid earlier. That's me talking to Hal off air. I don't know if Hal can hear me on programme. Can you hear me? No, not at the minute. Okay, we might need... that's fine. We'll get Henker to cue you. There we go. We're talking technical stuff live on air. So Hal at the minute can't necessarily monitor the programme in the headphones that he's got with the RF camera. The RF camera is the radio one, which is not wired, so everything else is wired to the truck. TV talk for you. I know you guys enjoy it. Send me some messages on the... Thomas Van der Line, mega work. Nice one, Thomas. Get that car out of Finland. We love seeing you race in Finland, but we want to see you come and do more of this already. Swee West, the Ranks car ready for a restart? No, it won't be ready for a restart, definitely not. They'll have to miss this one, so there'll be a DNF in Q2, which is a shame. I don't think they'll show... There might be a DNS because they don't make the restart. I'm not sure how that works between starting the first and the second. There is a rule that if you cause a red flag, then you don't get to take the restart anyway. You could argue that the contact caused the red flag, but as you heard from Victor, he said this is 100% a racing incident. I'm not remotely concerned about Mats and his driving. And I thought that was a really lovely thing for a young lad to say. Very cool. Mr. I can't read it. Mr. Durkee, I think it says I've got F1 on one monitor, Rallycross on the other. What better way to spend a Saturday? I agree. at the track is a better way to spend a Saturday. From Shamil. That's fair. That's fair as well. What are they doing? They're fixing the fence. Hal is heading and trying to find something with his camera. Rallycross is the best motorsport. I miss being involved in the team. I'm an ex-Bird V6 Clio. Yeah, get yourself back involved, Art. Good to see you on it. An RX in the garage is the best from Fuel Racing. Hope Rallycross comes back to Riga someday. Yes, Riga, what a great track and venue. Riga is probably, well, I think it's the closest track to a city centre. We were talking about this, me and Hal were talking about this last night. Austin is another one where it was pretty close to the city. It was about a 20-minute drive from Austin. It's 20 minutes in Riga from the old Soviet racetrack, Soviet-era racetrack, which is now Riga's. I think it's Latvia's only a top-spec FIA circuit. So they can race GT cars there, and obviously an FIA spec rallycross track as well. Bikinieki is a fun track to watch. RX, yes, it is. Good turn 1 and turn 2 there. I like turn 3 as well. The left-hander. And Forsen's passing up there. Okay, Hal is out with the camera and he's out and about. I don't know if he can hear me or not, so I'm not going to ask him to ask anything. We're just going to leave him to it, and our director will get Hal underway. Let's see who he's with.
Yo, Kristoffersson, we know Mats is a gentleman driver. He doesn't run into anyone deliberately. What happened there from your point of view?
Nah, he got this bit too wide out of the last turn here, and then he almost spun, and then he over-rotated. And unlucky then Victor was on the inside, so Mats hit him on the right rear and then went into the fence. So yeah, so sorry for Victor. It was a huge accident for him, so I hope he will get the car ready for the next. But yeah, totally. I mean, it's just it was so slippery, and when you have so much power, he got a bit sideways and he couldn't come back with the slide. So he did a spin, or he should have spin, but then he hit Victor instead.
And from your point of view, the Audi's okay?
What's that?
The Audi's okay for you guys?
Yeah. So far we had a good heat with Sondre, so we had a miss in the first corner there on first lap. Otherwise, I think we had to have the fastest lap. But yeah, so far so good.
And a word for Jens Wahl. He's tested here once, Supercar debut this weekend. He's going amazingly for me.
Yeah. So happy for him, and I'm not surprised because I saw what he did here on the test. But I mean, first time in a four-wheel drive car, and yeah, yesterday he had a really nice run, and also now, and yeah, so yeah, amazing good.
Thank you all. Good luck today.
Thank you.
So we go, Joel Kristoffersson with a quick chat. What do we got here then? Okay, let's have a look and see who was unless it's raining. I guess that's a comment about being at the track. Long drive from Denmark. We've had loads of long drives here, so that's somebody who's talking about Neeson. Me and how so basically it was 2.5 hours to here from Oslo Airport. Actually ended up being 4 because the traffic was shocking. Then it was about 2.5 hours. It'd be 2.5 hours to Hollies. It's about 4.5 hours to Neeson when you fly directly into Copenhagen. And what we got here? Evening time Aussie. So we've got somebody. 8 p.m. So that must be Josh. Watching from Australia. Yes, Josh. I wish we had a Rallyx event as well in Australia. Where should we go? Please send us. We'd love to come to Australia. It's a little bit of a long way. Right, Hal is found somebody else. Let's go catch up with Hal quickly.
Still up here in the spotters tower, Tommy Kristoffersson. Both your drivers have been so far. Brilliant performance from Johan. You've made some updates to the car here?
No, it's updates every day. Every minute is update on the car. I mean, it's old cars, but we're still working on them, and there is a different level. Sometimes we hate the car, next moment we love them, so there is a little bit up and down, but it's very fun. It's a very good championship, this, I have to say. It's very good, very well organized, and it's very fun to go here. It's a lot of different cars, and homemade cars and professional cars, and so it's a big range. So we really love to go here.
Fantastic circuit here as well in Grenland. First time I've been here, quite a long way from Oslo by road, but once you get here, surrounded by amazing mountains, and it's a real rallycross track, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, we love to go here. We can see that they put a lot of effort in the track and around as well, the tarmac in the paddock, and really we feel really welcome when we join here. So it's nice to see, really nice.
You missed Kovala with the double header there, so you've dropped those scores with Johan. You've got this weekend and then Julius next weekend. You have to count both of those scores. There's a bit of a deficit to Kevin. Are you all in to try and fight for this championship?
Yeah, of course we do. If we go for race, we go for win. Of course, that's. But I mean, we will not die if we not manage. But for sure, we will do everything we can, and it's a fight. And it's nice to meet these cars. And I mean, they've done also good work with the Hondas. You want to say yesterday, I cannot go faster. This fucking Honda, sorry for language, they are so fast. What should I do? So it's really nice. It's a good challenge.
And nice to have some Norwegian drivers here as well. Some locals joining Rallyx for the weekend.
Yeah, that's good. You see there is a big interest in Norway for motorsport, and you see there is a lot of people who have old supercars and come here and enjoy themselves and race and all different levels. So, but this is what motorsport is about. Take a car, go and race, and there's a whole package. I think it was 290 cars to start. So I mean, it's a big interest, and it's good to see in these hard times because everybody know that you have to have a big interest to reach the racetrack nowadays because it's most not so good news when you're watching the news on TV, but to come here, see all the people here with race cars and racing and have fun, it's nice.
And of course, as a Swede, your primary objective is to beat the Norwegians.
That's not even a challenge.
Thank you, Tommy.
Proper bit of needle there between Norway and Sweden. You guys are in the comments making me and Hal look like a bunch of muppets as well, because of course you're right. Trois-Rivières is practically walking distance from the town centre. We had a couple of beers when we were discussing it. And Trois-Rivières is a brilliant night out as well. Somebody said Japan would be brilliant at the dirt setup at Ibisu. I would love to do Rallyx in Japan. I'd like to see actually any rallycross series in Japan. I think the fans would love it. I've been lucky enough to work there a few times with Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, which was great. Lusada is a good shout. Not been to Lusada, they're staying close to the city centre. So yeah, there are more rallycross tracks that we would like to go to. Sweeves 45 saying his wife's annoyed because he's supposed to be in the garden. And then we've got Ambient Mike is watching from California, worth staying up for almost the middle of the night. Mike, come to Glen Helen, mate. You might have been to Glen Helen already, but come to Glen Helen, come see us at Nitro Cross later on this season, and we'll have a catch up there. It'd be cool. What are we looking at here? Why is it talking so long? Because they're fixing the barriers. Have a look at your pictures. It's pretty obvious. There's a digger on the track, and until the barrier's fixed, we can't go racing. So as soon as we can go racing, we will. Who's this, Henka? This is Ilka. There's Ilka. That's camera one off the start. Ilka, you legend. Well done, mate. These guys work really hard to bring you the coverage. You're on board with Viggo Koch as we take a little tour around the track. This is camera two. Camera number 5, Joachim. Joachim on camera number 5. Thank you, mate, for all your hard work. Much appreciated. Now we head up over turn 1 on your right-hand side. That's the braking zone into turn 2. What camera is coming up next? This will be 2. Camera 2, Christina. Christina, we met you outside the truck yesterday. Viggo, minding the trees. Look, he's such a pro. There's Christina, getting a bit of altitude. Oh, Viggo with a loop-the-loop. Front flip, maybe that one was. What a legend, eh? Glenn on camera number 3. Glenn's got the shot. That must be what? Start from up high and then the return shot back down the straight. So a lot of these cameras, that when we say return, they have a rear shot as well. So you might have a front shot and a rear shot. Yuri, did we say? Jurit is on the back corner here. What camera is this? Henka? Henka's camera number 4. Henka is our director. So there he is. Jurit, thank you. Good work. And Hal is, that's a little look around our cameras there. So they're the different angles we're bringing you from this fantastic circuit. I say we are waiting to get the barriers fixed. If you're wondering, if you only just wondered, Victor Frank's winning backwards into that barrier. He's fine, the car's not. The barrier broke about 8 posts and we have to fix those back up before we can go racing again. So somebody in the comments asking why. We are nearly there. Hal has got another person to have a chat with. Let's go down to Hal.
Yep, down here in the paddock, found David Norgard in your paddock area, returning to Rallyx this weekend in Supercar. How's it been going for you so far?
First heat was quite good, but yeah, no on rain was a little bit too much surprises. But yeah, car is functioning, and I'm satisfied so far.
Your home round of the series, it's your local track. You've got good experience here, and there's a lot of local drivers. How much are you enjoying being back in Rallyx?
No, it's amazing, and with so much drivers, and now it's the rain is stopping. Maybe we have also more spectators. So it's really fun. Enjoying it.
You've a lot of experience in different categories, raced in touring car, in Rallyx for a long time, in Supercar as well. But you're racing in a home-built Supercar here compared to cars that were works-built in their time, the Audis and the Hondas and the like. How satisfying is it to compete against these guys with a car you built with your own team?
No, it's a special feeling. You know, Supercar is the biggest level, so it's really fun to drive and also amazing with a home-built car. It's a special feeling.
And of course, it's double bubble this weekend, isn't it? Of course, you want a good result in Rallyx, but really you want to fight for the Norwegian title as well.
Yeah, of course. That's why we are here. We need to fight. So.
Thank you, mate. Good luck.
Thank you, Hal. He's out and about with the RF camera. Thank you for all your comments as well. CarX in South America, yeah, great series. Saw some stuff of that. It was good, wasn't it, being down in Argentina back with the World Championship a few years ago. Thank you for the coverage. Have a blast watching you guys. We have a blast having you guys along with us. Also was great last weekend in Nitro of Utah. Yeah, I had a great time at Nitro Cross. The Van Prix didn't go too well, did it? That's Igrok from Poland, Igrok 1 from Poland. Kim Andre, I'm sitting at the event. I got bored of the break, so I took you up on this live. Love the energy. Kim, thank you so much. Come say hello later on today. That would be cool. And you have to give us let us know where you are, and we can wave at you later. The drone pilot is Vigo Koch. David CG's been asking about it, which is cool. Lots of tricks, says Ambient Mike, and then crazy how these guys work so hard to put this together. Thank you. Yeah, Sergi, Marina, everybody works hard. Look at those guys down there. Look, they fixed that barrier. Most circuits were like, well, we need to do that overnight. They're putting dirt in behind it as well, just to make sure that it's as supported as it can possibly be. That is a very quick repair time from a bunch of people who've worked super hard. The guy in the digger is the father of Ola Henry Steinsholt, who's taking part in the Lights series here. Shout out to the entire broadcast team. Thank you, Benjamin, much appreciated. Great to see the crew, I agree. Ola Haugby, watching from home. Hard time choosing between RX or Monster Trucks tomorrow. Guess what? Monster Trucks this weekend and RX in Hollius next weekend. Ola, I think you can take your phone with you and you can watch Rallyx whilst you're watching Monster. Are you going to watch Monster Trucks in the stadium? I'd like to see Monster Trucks. It looks pretty savage, to be honest, at times. What are we seeing as well? Okay, just to get down at the bottom. Monster Race. Okay, they're coming. That's all good. Come and say hello. Here we are. I'm reading the comments down the bottom here. Hal's back. Hal, in the comments, so you and me had a chat last night about which tracks were nearest to the city centre, and we were going on about Riga and how much Austin was as well. Somebody said, isn't Trois-Rivières quite close to the city centre? Like,
good point.
Yes, I did say you're running rings round us. So yes, it is, and it's a great party town, as we said.
Do you remember much about Trois-Rivières after about 8 o'clock in the evening?
After the checkered flag? No. Maybe.
Why is that?
We have had Contrebandier is the name of the bar. If you're ever in Trois-Rivières, do go to Contrebandier. There are many good stories from there. My favourite one, or one of my favourite ones, is being stood on the wall above the DJ with Timo Scheider and Rachel Cavers as we tried to help the female mechanic from Hansen up onto the wall.
You weren't up there for long?
No, she wasn't up there for long, unfortunately. Yes, and Timozyanov, I think I've told this story before, sprayed a bottle of champagne over the entire bar, and then security came over and told him, if you do that again, we'll throw you out. So he bought another bottle of champagne from behind the bar, sprayed it all over everybody again, and said, I wanted everybody to feel like they were a winner, and then got thrown out. Legendary. San Luis after party though, 2014. That's possibly the G of all the after parties. Do you think?
That was the one, wasn't it? Yeah.
Argentina.
I remember walking out of this party venue at about 5 o'clock in the morning, thinking everyone must have gone home by now, and everyone was just sitting outside.
Yeah,
very odd.
Yeah, it was mad, wasn't it? What great fun. I think we're ready to go. Oh wow. Do you want to do some rallycross, Hal, for a bit?
Yes.
Adjust all your schedules for the rest of the day by, half an hour? Is it? Probably? It might be longer. Where's the dog? Is the dog still? Yeah, the dog's still up on the top of the tanker.
Isn't Tommy Christofferson funny?
He's the best, isn't he? He's so funny. Right. Let's get this show on the road. Victor Franks is not on the grid. The other drivers are. We're going to get Sandy up towards turn 1. Lionel Wilsbrook from over on the inside. Lewis is out at the start, might be inside of turn 1, no. Keeps it tidy. My Marco to MP2.
Look how dry it is on the inside on the way into 2. This little period of waiting has really helped the track conditions. We could see a little bit of an upset here potentially, but it is grey and I feel like it's about to drizzle. Got the old weather hound out at the door.
The weather hound. Oman goes Joker. Oman's probably the... No, Ostring. It just depends on how much lap time has come. How long is... I don't know how long the break was. Long.
Nor do I.
Long. Right, Ostring leading. Flames from the back of the car as he goes into the left-hander. Rather than Hyundai. Over the curb on the outside. Flirting with it there, aren't you? I'm seeing that curb in a completely different light now. We've had Victor Franks tell us what he's told us about the conditions out there. He said it was lethal on the track wall. The gravel looks dry in turn 2 on the inside line, but still greasy on the exit. Lap time is, what, 52 was the first one. Oh no, 47. What were the earlier lap times? Can you remember? I can't.
It was a while ago and I've lost a bit of paper.
That's fine. Yeah, you did do a lot of maths after. Okay, so is Ostring going to get the best of the conditions here? Keeps it tight on the inside. This now, Hal, is about finding the grip, isn't it? Where is the grip?
Yeah, the first lap's so difficult. In fact, the next race will be that bit easier because the spotter will be able to give their driver some information. That's the curve that's like ice that Victor referenced.
And you saw Ostring's car get a big old kick off it as well.
But this is where the elite drivers will pitch the car in and deal with whatever the grip's done underneath them as they're in it, whereas the less experienced perhaps need to feel their way into the corner. I love driving in these conditions. It's a real challenge, and yeah, short of it being dry and big commitment, I love the greasy phase.
I saw Johan at Lytton. I popped to the Lytton Hill round of the World Championship, and I saw Johan there. We had a chat. And he was asking about when I'd raced, so the conditions were awful, and I found it really hard. And he said, no, he said, I love the wet. He said, everything is slow. He said, when people say to me the wet's hard, he's like, no, it's not. So you just slow down. He said, it's much easier in the wet. But that's the mark, isn't it, of Johan and his operating system, which is always one ahead. Ostring over that legally slippery curve. There it is again, holds on. 2:29. So definitely closed the gap to those top. First 2 at 0.87. Is that reaction time? The green light lights up. Yeah, that's cool, isn't it?
That's the 0 lap. No, that's reaction time, and the 0 lap is when they cross
the start-finish line, yeah. So there's normally 3-4 seconds, which comes off that first lap time. So you kind of get a flying lap time, but it's not the same speed as it would be if you'd come out of the last corner.
Love to see the rears lock as he just nips the handbrake there on the way in.
One race left to go in Q2 here from Grenland in Norway. You can see bright skies in the background. The weather forecast is not so great. Lusada, Hal, as well, people saying about City Centre.
Great.
Yeah, I've not been there. Brilliant. You've been there, have you?
Yeah,
I'd love to go there. We need. How can we incorporate these places into Island RX?
That would be tricky. Goes against the ethos, really.
It does, doesn't
we just could have cool Rallycross, cool just RX.
Rallycross that we wanted to do RX. Yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. Final race of Q2. Jensen, Valstad, Johansson and Christiansen. Great start on the outside for Christiansen. He easily gets to turn 1 first of all. No, that's Valstad. So they're all in a different order again with the grids. And these Haller drivers that we're not used to seeing in this series.
Yep, apart from Thomas Ekmerstad, who we're very used to seeing in cross car, driving the Fiesta, the blue and white and red Fiesta, as opposed to just the red of the other cars. Good commitment there from Ekmerstad into the Joker for the first time of asking, followed by Jensen. I believe that's one of the 5-cylinder Clios still, so hopefully we'll hear that on the track microphones because it will sound just lovely.
Yeah, apologies, our grids are all over the gap for this session. We'll get that fixed for the next one. So it was in the first corner, it was Steinegel.
Oh, Faustow's run wide there on the exit of the final corner, but managed to get it gathered up.
Oh, super sideways again. Yeah, Jensen behind Hal was very, very aggressive on the exit of this first corner in the first lap. Going to get good traction on the inside of the Focus. It might be alongside here.
They are side by side. He's going to get this done, isn't he?
Yeah.
On the inside. Now Joker and take your opponent with you would be a sneaky thing to do.
The Scirocco looks as loose as hell on the back, doesn't it?
Yeah, Valstad making a rare appearance.
Eek Murstad up into P2. Keen to see how Eek Murstad gets on.
So Valstad's car was driven by Tom Andre Sartinen in URX events this year. That's KMS Volkswagen Scirocco. That's actually Christopherson's old car, the one that Johan raced in 2013 in Julius.
Eek Murstad's going to get this, Hal. He's only 2.6 off the back. I wonder whether or not what his lap times are like compared to everybody overall.
I wonder how relevant his knowledge of the track, having driven earlier, will be. I'm not sure it'll be that relevant because the grip's changed so much.
Did you see him miss the curb though? Everybody else drove over that curb and he just ran half a wheel over the white line next to it. Pitches the car in, Eek Murstad, cross-car style in a supercar, coming up towards the right-hander, 2:26. I think that's too much of an ask to get to the line and take the top time. It's still good to see a cross-car driver making a step up the supercar. They're side by side in the background again. Eek Murstad goes into the last corner, not going to get the fastest time, but it's a good performance. As you see,
great pass by Steinego Jensen to get up the inside there. Oh, runs wide, takes out a pod,
and takes it up, across the gravel trap on both sides of the road there.
Interesting.
And then they've all locked up on the way in, and he span actually, we had spinners after the line. The Scirocco span behind the commentary box, and I wondered what on earth was going on. So Eek Murstad comes in. That should see Eek Murstad. Look at Eek Murstad's line here, Hal, coming all the way out to the outside line, avoiding what's going on inside. The focus then, this is what I was saying about Steinego Jensen here, gets right in the door of Kim Johansson, pushes the Clio wide. They had a decent fight, didn't they, through this race? But that may look there. That's what I mean about missing the curb. Just being super tidy. We can see the other side of the mountain. Look, Thomas Eek Murstad, 2:32. We'll actually see him slot in about halfway down the pack. Yeah, P9 out of 16. So that'll see him in the third race, I think, in the next session. Be interesting to see Murstad amongst the other supercar drivers. Let's have a quick look at your comments down here at the bottom. Johan Kristoffersson with 2 session wins, currently the top qualifier from Sondre Evjen, Kevin Eriksson, Veiby, Oliver Eriksson, your top 5. Jens Vahluk on debut in P6, that's an impressive performance. Great stuff. Right. Doggo, star of the session for me, along with the people who repaired the barriers. Hal, star of the session. You?
Me?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Win out.
Wins a win.
No,
the barrier repair, definitely.
Yeah, that was a big effort by everybody here. You've got to remember as well, they're trying to fit in all the races for Rallyx as well as the Norwegian series. So lots and lots going on. Thank you very much for your comments. We will get to them when we can. When we're racing, we don't see them so much, but when we've got a bit of time, we do. You can always message us on Instagram as well. Andrew Coley, Hal Ridge. Molly's not here this weekend. Molly, hello. We were thinking you might be, but she's not here this weekend, which is a shame because we went to O'Leary's last night, and Molly's been to an O'Leary's with us before. It was a bowling alley too, wasn't there?
It was a bowling alley.
Could have relived, where was it?
My exquisite performance at bowling.
Did you win?
Yeah. The first time, then was terrible.
You
were just terrible in both.
I won't ever do that again. Bowling, not a strong point. Okay, I think that's it for this session. We're going to head out and talk to some drivers. We'll be back with you later on. I'd love to tell you what time, but with the delays, there's definitely going to be some adjustments to the timetable. About 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 o'clock here. So that around 2 hours from now, we'll be back. Oh my God, 2 hours? We won't have to eat in 3 seconds and print all
some lunch.
This is amazing. We can go and talk to some drivers. Double headers, we don't normally get the chance to head out and about, so hopefully you'll be back for some more fun with us later on today. We've got Q3 coming up at 2, Q4 later on today. They'll try and catch up a bit of time, I'm sure. But thank you for joining us for this session, and we'll see you shortly.
Rallyx is presented by Cooper Tires, Allsbergs, Emstad, and Solentina Emballage Hantering.
Welcome back to Rallyx from Grenland in Norway. It's round 7 of 8, single header this weekend, double headers of course. Previously we've got another single header to come at the legendary Hollius, Friday and Saturday of this week. That's our names at the bottom of the screen. Andrew Coley and Hal Ridge. Mr. Ridge, how the devil are we?
I'm okay.
What do you have for lunch?
I had a burger and chips.
Yes, we missed lunch at OMSE because we were talking.
How? I don't know.
No, I don't know either really. We were talking actually. We were talking to Victor Vranks, who unfortunately is out for the weekend. So they have broken a cable on the car, a high voltage cable on the RX2E car. That's pretty big news really, isn't it, considering how his season's gone. They were disappointed and they can't repair that cable without a special tool.
Yeah, they can't repair the cable, they can change it, but they don't have a spare. And the spares are with QEV in Spain, so they'll get one. Unfortunately, they could probably sort something for tomorrow, but with the heats all being today, you need 2 heats to qualify in Rallyx, so he's only got 1 heat time from yesterday, a DNF now, so he'd need another time. And
yeah, he needed to go in this session, and there was no way.
Or the next one.
Yeah.
Of the 4, but you need 2 times from the 4.
Basically, even with a helicopter, they weren't going to get a cable here, were they? They asked KMS, who of course have been running RX2E cars as well, but they don't have those spares with them. So, yeah, bit of a shame. They could cut and repair the cable, but that requires a special tool, and they've said no risk with a high voltage electric car. I think that's fair enough. So, yeah, Frank's out. So that's why we missed lunch. So I've had some biscuits, some fries. You had say burger and fries, didn't you? I met the dog. Bit of a dog update for you later when we see the dog. That was cool. What else? What do we need to do?
Print more grids.
Yes, we did. Yeah,
for a whole session of Q3.
Yes, we're getting those ready. We're getting some results out as well. We'll show you some graphics before we go racing. Me and Hal did take a camera out into the paddock and we had a chat with a few of the various different stories, caught up with the drivers after Q2, ahead of Q3. So have a look at this.
Down in the far end of the paddock with Victor Vranks, your guys have been working really hard. We caught up with you in the studio during the last session. Massive crash. What's the damage summary?
Yeah, it's mainly just everything around the wheels, so upper arm, suspension. They're fixing it now. They're just checking electrically if everything is good, and with the lights and the blue lights. So we're gonna see, but hopefully it's gonna be ready. We have some time.
It's looking okay?
At the moment, it's looking okay. We're just waiting for the electrical part, and then we can full push. But it will be good, I think.
And for yourself, obviously, we joked in commentary that you're young and not quite as old as some of the other drivers. How are you feeling?
Actually, it's really good now. The first hour I had some pain on my shoulder, but now it's all good. Got some apples, got some bananas, and then get ready to go again.
And you've got a lot to fight for this weekend. You're right in the fight for the Supercar Am Championship title.
Yeah, it's really close, but it's really fun. If I win, it's only a bonus. If I'm second, it's still against Supercar being second. So I'm just looking forward. Tam is a really good driver, and he's learning every weekend. So I'm looking forward to the fight.
This weekend, the clouds are coming over again. It's probably going to rain again this afternoon. Q4, I think, will be pretty wet. Looking at the weather forecast, your car looked great out of turn 2 in the dry. Looks like you can use all of the torque immediately. How is it in the wet compared to the dry here?
I can fight at least, and no, the car is really easy to drive in the wet. You just need to be really smooth on everything, braking and throttle, and really calm and not push too hard, because then everything can go wrong really quick. But if it's wet, I think we can fight for a win and top 5 in the pros.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you.
So I'm down in the paddock with Hans-Joran Ostreng, who's just been teaching me how to say Hans-Joran correctly. Is that close?
It's close enough.
Okay, that's a good start. An even better start for you. That last session, obviously there was the big stoppage, conditions changed. P3 in Supercar, fantastic, well done.
Yeah, it's more than I expected, better. But yeah, I was quite yeah, with a long break between the first round and the red flag, so I got a bit sleepy on the start grid. So. But when the start was, the green light was coming, then I have a really good start. So yeah, and after that I just try to do my best and keep calm.
Green light always wakes you up, doesn't it? A bit of a snooze, as you say, with a big break in between the sessions. But it's a fantastic result. It puts you into 7th place in Nordic, but puts you into 4th place in your home supercar standings as well. So the top 6 Norwegians will go into that final, which is after free practice tomorrow. Yeah. Do you fancy your chances now?
Ah, it's still 2 qualifications, so everything can happen. But just keep on pushing. So I hope for a final in both classes. So yeah, I'm happy.
Well done, you look happy. Nice one, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
We're here in Volland Racing. Yuri Belevsky, a reasonable run yesterday. You knew where you needed to find some time, but Q2 this morning, a bit of a disaster for you.
Yep, I mean, we had a puncture. I think that was the main reason why. Also, the start was mega slippery. I mean, especially I think depending, like the further the lane is away from P1, I think the better is the grip. And we started on P2. I mean, the start was not so bad, but obviously I think Evian had an amazing start. I think on first lap we could easily follow, but on lap, I think somewhere at the end of lap 1, on start of lap 2, we had a puncture, and then, yeah, I mean, the things went downhill.
How is it competing against JC? Of course, they've got multiple Audis to share the data with, and I know you all work quite closely together, but still you've got a direct reference, haven't you, for your own performance? It's difficult to gauge your performance against Kristoffersen or Ericsson because they're different cars. You've got the pretty equal Audis. Does that help you gauge where you are?
I mean, we're not sharing data with them, so we only have our own data. We are doing quite a lot of video analysis, of our own data. We are looking what others are doing on a track, where do they drive, and that helps us, because I'm the only car in our team. But yeah, as I said, yesterday we found many points, and today I think it's a bit hard to judge because they had only 1 lap. And yeah, with the Viper, I turned on the water a bit too late, so for some part of the lap I had a very dirty windscreen. We'll see in Q3.
And the weather, I mean, I'm clutching the umbrella. It's Peter, the cameraman's umbrella, actually. I'm clutching it because it could pour down at any moment. It's really changeable. That makes it a bit more difficult to set the car up, doesn't it? Because you need to be ready for all sorts of conditions.
Yes, you're right. But I think in the rain, it's our strong side, definitely. I mean, I quite enjoy driving in the rain because I think it mixes things up a bit. And also in the rain, you have to be very smooth and very patient, and little mistakes can cost you a lot. And I think definitely in the rain, I feel, let's say, compared to yesterday, that the gap between the dry lap times and the wet lap times are closer from us to the top guys. So yeah, I'm looking actually forward to the rain.
Bring it on.
Yeah. Cheers.
Okay, so Kristoffersen at the top of the supercar standings with 2 wins. Evjen is in P2, Ericsson P3, Veiby P4. Look, Val is on his debut in P6, just behind Oliver Ericsson. And Duran Ostring up into 7th place. You mentioned those guys will have their own final tomorrow morning, which should be fun for them. At the minute, Ostring is 4th of the Norwegians who are here. I think there's about 8 Norwegians in the field. Thomas Eek Merstad, look, just inside the semi-finals and only just behind Belevsky. Belevsky hoping for the rain. We have to say, it hasn't arrived yet, which is bizarre because we really were expecting that that it was going to pour down all day. The forecast was shocking. It was saying sort of peaking in the middle of the day. Then when we checked the forecast this morning, it was going to rain all afternoon, peaking into the evening. There's even a severe weather warning here for floods. But right now, I don't want to give it the commentator's curse. That would be a proper one. It's not raining.
Still a severe weather warning until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
What the guys were saying, a couple of the locals were saying, is Skien is sort of 10 kilometres down the road at the bottom of the valley, and that yesterday it barely rained here all day when the forecast in Skien had been terrible. So, yeah, we're not sure. That's our nearest forecast. We'll just suck it and see what happens with the weather. Michael Uito leads junior cross car at the moment. That's your overall standings for everybody. Hallen and Veek. Dennis Veek, I saw a minute ago, he's going to be in this first race. He was at the Burger Van, although he wasn't ordering. It is super close on the points between the top 5. 3 of them are tied on 80 points, 1 on 81, but dominant performance by Uito with wins in both sessions. Look at the track. Conditions very different from Q2 earlier on today. We're heading into Q3. Remember, Q1 was yesterday. And as you might have gathered from the interviews, when Hal spoke to Victor Vranckx in the paddock earlier on, they literally were like, yeah, we think we're good, we think we're good. And as literally moments after the interview, unfortunately, they found out they weren't going to be able to continue, so that is a real shame for them. We can sometimes see the YouTube comments, so feel free to ask questions in there and we'll answer them when possible. Ready to race. Uito, Oskarsson, Vik, Hagström and Christensen. Good start on the inside for Uito. Going to get the whole shot straight away. 2 session wins and the whole shot when the conditions have changed to dry, or certainly mixed conditions. Now you can see they've groomed the gravel section. He gets up to turn 1 first. Hampus Hagström is in P2 in the number 7. Might going to lose that position to Victor Christensen in the other blue buggy there behind. And they head down. You can hear them on the limiter. That's the highest part, is just after turn 2. In the background there you see where the Armco is on the left-hand side and the yellow. I don't know what the yellow things are. They're kind of like lampposts, aren't they, around the circuit? They're not, but I don't know what they are.
See how much drier it is now compared to Q2 earlier on. They've also managed the gravel a lot. There's been a lot of Norwegian Championship races in between the 2 sessions of Rallyx. The club here has really cleaned the gravel. You can see that clean line in the final corner. You can see it now out of the final corner. That curve will be so much easier to drive over than it was earlier on, and that's Pontus Oskarsson in the background having a bit of an issue. He rolled yesterday in Q1 out of turn 2 going up the hill, and then astonishingly was second quickest earlier on in Q2, and that's why he's in this fastest race of those that finished in Q2.
No rear wing on the car, note, so they're obviously not got those in the spares package. Hagström goes Joker, hooks a wheel on the left, now right out to the white line. That is as far out as you can get. Lovely job. Yeah, I saw Vik earlier on. He came over and said hello. I said, how are you? He goes, yeah, good. No, we don't recognise all of the kids, as we call them. Because obviously we see them in the car a lot. We don't see them outside so much. He was very switched on. He goes, I'm Dennis Vik. I was like, thank you, mate. Perfect. And he said he's getting on well. That's him there. Conditions were tricky earlier on today. He was very happy to be right up in P3. So 6th and a 3rd so far.
This is limited city, this track, isn't it, for a junior cross car?
Here, particularly down the hill, they get so much momentum the whole way down. Well, the limit's 9.2, I think, isn't it? 9,200 RPM. They went up by a couple of hundred RPM to give them a better chance at the starts. And how we looked earlier, didn't we? The pre-grid here sucks, doesn't it? If you're trying to do a practice start.
Yeah, it's really uphill, and you know, obviously you'll also have to hold the car on the brakes the whole time, which isn't ideal either.
No, it's really, really tough. It doesn't remind me of Hell, but Hell has a strange pre-grid too, doesn't it? A little narrow thing into a corner. Like, as a driver, ideally, you want the pre-grid to be as representative as possible of what the grid is like. Yeah,
very rarely it is.
Of course, but a flat piece of tarmac is enough, isn't it? It's good. And the Hollis is slightly downhill, isn't it? And then the grid's kind of flat. Uito takes it. Look at that start. We'll monitor that a bit. Earlier on today, the further along the grid you were, the better the starting position was.
Uito, of course, having to fight back in the championship battle, 3rd overall at the moment, but having a terrible weekend at home in Finland. Remember, he climbed that bank, didn't he, and disappeared out of shot during that weekend. Again, very close at the top of the junior standings. Ylälami, Halonen, Uito, the Finns have all been racing in the Finnish Championship and in various other events over the summer. It's been quite a break for Rallyx, but they have been very busy, and yeah, you can see they're race sharp coming here. Uito fastest in the first race of this Q3 session.
Looking at the times, 2:36, yeah, 2:33 yesterday. So where earlier on today they were 2:56 and some 20 seconds off the pace, they're now only 3 seconds off the pace. But of course there is a slight difference in that there isn't a lot of wiggle room for line. Ylälami, Kinnunen, Halonen, Darback. Good start by Halonen in the middle of the grid, but equalled by Ylälami on the inside line. Halonen gets it with the wider line into turn 1. Ylälami in P2. Yeah, there's a lot of width, isn't there, now up there that you can just chuck the car in on and then running it wide, but you can see the damp patches either side.
Halonen just had that nice bit of breathing space through 1 that meant you could come wide to go into 2 and not have to defend the inside and risk an optimistic lunge from someone behind. Yulalami, current championship leader, running second.
I think the grip was more consistent in the last session on the loose than it was on the tarmac.
Yeah, I think the grip's more consistent over the lap now than it was anywhere during
definitely.
Q2 though. Although it is greasy offline, that brilliant drone shot there you see. You go, oh, and Yulalami has a look to the inside going over the finish line. Now he's going to go for the switchback in the run to 2, right on the rear of Hallinan. Hallinan shuts the door. And the other thing with, oh, and Yulalami's going to get a nose up the inside. Hallinan carries great momentum around the outside and keeps the position. But the other thing with these guys racing each other all the time is they'll know each other's foibles, won't they? They'll know exactly how each other drives. And that produces great racing. Can also make it difficult to try and pass each other.
So they don't have spotters, Hal, and what I'm really pleased to see here is not following him. We often say, don't we, why have you followed him? You can't do anything if you follow the driver.
Euro
on the
RX
last
this
lap.
year, there's been some catastrophic joker decisions.
Really?
Where people have just joked, like, in my opinion, joked at totally the wrong time.
Yeah.
Being a spotter's not easy, is it? But
No,
being
not at all.
spotting for yourself when you don't have a spotter's arguably even harder. So yeah, absolutely agree with you. Great shout for Yulalami to get in and out. He's covered off the pack, and now it's all about just trying to nail a perfect lap to try and get ahead of Hallinan come the joker merge.
Gap's 5.0, that seems a lot.
Hallinan backing it in there. I guess the joker delta is longer in a junior car because you lose a bit more momentum in the chicane. Don't quite have the drive out the corner. We'll see now, won't we?
It'll be the longest delta definitely of the classes, won't it? If it is, here comes Hallinan, 1, 2, 3 times on the brakes, put in. Carry speed through. Yulalami was maybe a bit quicker on the way in. A couple of dabs at the brake again. So here comes Yulalami on the inside line. Hallinan outside. Hallinan holds on by quite some margin.
That's a mega lap from Hallinan.
Yeah.
To pull that margin.
And I'd actually, to be fair, I'd say Yulalami's joker looked better than Hallinan, so there must be time elsewhere on the circuit.
On the way in at least,
up.
but I think Hallinan was quick through the chicane.
Better exit speed maybe. Hallinan going to take it. Is he going to go fastest? I think he is. Hallinan crosses the line. No. Misses out by 6/10. So Ito's still top of the standings. Another look at it. Great fight between Hallinan and Yulalami. Super close. These youngsters are so good. Tiny little steering inputs. Ah, look, dropped a wheel there. Was that off?
I don't really think he... Yeah, that was after. I also don't think he lost much, really, from it.
Hallinan, 237.3. Drop him in P2 in the session, I believe, because Ito was a fair way up the road. We've still got Supercar results, actually, on our timing screen underneath.
So before this race gets underway... Oh, mate, you jumped in, sorry.
That's right.
Before this race gets underway, the Norwegians are stopping, the commentators stopping the drivers at the race end and handing every race winner a bag of sweets.
Well, I want a bag of sweets.
Win a race, then.
Yeah, they're highly unlikely. Solly, Soderholm, Björk, Svedlund, Isak Sektra. On the inside, Solly's got a good start. Going to get edged up towards turn 1. There's another good look. Look at the difference in the colour of the gravel, Hal. I know we talk about that quite a lot, but you know, just the same way there's the damp tarmac compared to the dry tarmac, it's the gravel also gives away where the grip is.
Yeah, Björk was getting it from the front and the rear then in the yellow machine, running 4th. Has a look to the inside, coming
great
up
move.
and down the hill, but yeah, great awareness to make to have that decision change.
To go from the inside line there, looking like a sneaky one on the brakes, to dive outside and go joke. Yeah,
You've
really
got to do
move.
something different, haven't you?
Yeah.
This is why I chastise people for following, and while it might be the safe option and the best thing to do, and people are right to do that sometimes, I also feel like when you get 3 or 4 cars following, and then they all joke on the final lap, like at Estering for URX last weekend, yes, it's faster to joke on the final lap, we know it's quicker by half a second in total race time. What if the driver at the front of the pack drops it? Then you're just going to be an absolute scrum and you're going to lose loads of time. So I always think it's better to err on the side of caution, you know, because half a second is neither here nor there really in the overall time.
We've been there, haven't we? Who was it that caught fire in the joke lap in a Clio?
In Estering.
Yeah.
Got a forfeit.
Yeah, parked at the bottom. And again, if he's parked there, even if they're parked on the apex, you get round them, you're still going to lose a ton of time.
Yeah.
I get it. If you're in the final heat and you know you're following Christopherson, yeah, okay, maybe go with him. If you don't think, you know.
There are definitely variables to that, but he's not a robot. We might think he's a robot, but he's not actually a robot.
No.
So he could still break down or make a mistake.
Give
It's
yourself a
unlikely,
chance.
but
Give
he
yourself a
could.
chance, yeah. You can puncture anything, especially when you get the big rut that you get Estering on the top of the hill.
But anyway, even here, you know, I would always, and it's hard, isn't it, when you've got 5 cars in a race and 3 laps. The strategy is different to having a 5-lap race and 4 cars, for example, or 6 cars, or whatever. But yeah, I'm all about mixing it up a little bit. But then some drivers do really well by following, don't they? And if you're in a heat with a lot of quicker drivers, you're better to take the risk and try and follow and gain a bit of time.
It depends, yeah, what stage you're at, doesn't it, in that given car. If ever I'm in a heat race with drivers who've been driving the car more than me, I'll definitely follow for a bit, because I think you learn so much going with someone who knows quicker than you.
Has anyone ever followed you?
I doubt it. Only until they've joked and then beaten me when it comes to the merge.
Oh, that's lovely rotation on the car on the way in.
Was it Stephen Jones at Linton Hill?
Who beat you?
No, yeah. Damn you, Stephen. Great stuff, though. Another look at the start. Svedland, wasn't it? We've got such a great start to come around the outside.
Yeah, great battle through the first couple of corners. It was Bjork who took the impact in the rear and then just ran a bit deep and had the nudge in the front a couple of times, and another little bump in the rear.
This is a huge bag of sweets they're getting. This is ridiculous. They're passing in like a kilo of sweets.
Where's our kilo of sweets?
You get pulled up on that in bigger championships in case you went to the weighing scales with a kilo of sweets on board.
I mean, I look like I've got a kilo of sweets on board, but that's very different.
We bought something we thought was a similar type of sweet to Haribo, didn't we, yesterday?
Wasn't called Haribo.
No, it turned out it was not like Haribo either. Yeah, about 8,000. A house spent about £8,000 at a petrol station, and the sweets were not worth £8,000. They were okay. They weren't.
We could bankrupt Rallyx if you invoice for the,
I know,
the sweets.
Yeah. Basically, we won't make any money this weekend.
It's all on sweets
and beer. Try Antila, Hume, and Anteblad. Big old squeeze off the line, that's going to go wrong. Give yourself some space. Still 3 wide. How they got away with that, I have absolutely no idea. But fair go to Rallyx, Hume. In the 63, which is the blue buggy. I'm having to assume that's a relation of Hume in senior cross car, but I don't know for sure. But that was brave. That was all hooked up. When open wheel cars, that is not a good idea. But somehow they got away with it. Well, there's an element of bravery and there's an element of being 12, isn't there? Or between 12 and 16. At that age, you're not particularly...
innocent. You've never had a shunt.
Well, it's fear, isn't it? You haven't got fear.
Yeah, you don't know what's
to approach things differently. I approach things very differently than when I was in my late teens, early 20s.
Wow, what an incredible drive out of the corner.
But then look when you get out the slippery stuff out. There we go, half spin, and I was actually talking about the car in front who was just losing traction with one wheel on it. It is fast dispersed, so it's fair to say these drivers are the ones who are learning a little more than the likes of Hallinan and Neil Alami, who are pros in this class, really.
That's Tree, though, isn't it, that made that massive drive out of the penultimate corners. That could be a mess very quickly, couldn't it? But
it's been like that since they left the line. Wheels hooked into each other. I like it, though. Come on, Hume, let's go. Joker, surely. Let's go. Yes. Look how late on the brakes. Brilliant. Right, this is a good Joker. It's a great Joker by... the drone as well. Fantastic work from Vigo. Going to come out just in front of Antila. Nicely done.
I see some specks of water on that lens.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm going to just walk out into the rain checking position, Hal, which is 3 feet behind us. It's raining. Do you want to go out there and check? You'll have to take your hat off. You're going to check it. He's going to take his hat off and measure it with the Hal Ridge measuring device.
Excuse me.
What is it, Hal?
My head.
His head, yeah. So I mean, is it raining?
Yes.
What's the forecast?
For rain.
More?
It's funny because we've got dust blowing into the commentary box from the loose.
Look at this, it's almost a driver eye view. There is that cable across. I bet Vigo hates that cable. I noticed they've had some tape added to it so he can't fly his drone into it. In goes Tree into the Joker lap now. Watch for Hume on the standard lap. We know Hume's Joker was pretty good. Here comes Tree on the exit. Hume's going to be right there, but Tree holds on. Oh, and Hume spins on the last lap, gutted, bangs it down a gear, think it's been stalled. Thrashes the wheel, gutted. It was a really good effort. It was a great Joker lap from him. That's the way it goes this time round. It is going to be Vettel 3 that takes the win. You think bet the tree is related to Paltree.
Probably. Good time that as well, up in the top 10, I think. 41.0.
Where did Paltree come and race? Was it Abu Dhabi? Oh, he's been dragged off to answer a question.
What was your inane
Was it
question?
Abu Dhabi? Sorry, I nearly said something rude there. No, Hal. Paltree, was it Abu Dhabi he came to?
Yeah, he raced third, didn't he?
What a legend.
Starred.
What a legend. Oh, where's he going? Are you going to bring the cross car in here? Behind us, there's cross cars going all over the road. Hume's coming through the gap.
Still punching the steering wheel.
Slightly denied. Goggles on kids look massive. They're wearing motocross goggles that appear to be adult sized. Huge. There we are. Right. Is that done? Enormous amount of paperwork here.
Tree did a few races, didn't he? I can't recall what they were off the top of my head. Maybe Norway?
Yeah, I don't know why Abu Dhabi
I think he definitely did Norway.
Was Abu Dhabi the legendary one because it was a flyaway? Because it's unusual for guest drivers to do
He also
flyaways.
said something hilarious
in an interview, wasn't it? Yeah, at the end of the race.
Yeah.
Paltree, if you're watching, you legend. If you're here, come say hello. Got to be related, surely.
Definitely, I must have done Norway as a home event. That sounds about right.
Okay, I'll go for that, Hal.
And
Okay.
somewhere else, I think it was 3.
3, you think? The oracle has spoken, folks.
Well, no, we don't.
What a lovely shot. On to cross car. Elias Svensson leads on 92 points. Riku Hukaluk is within striking distance, just 2 qualifying points back. Then you got Thomas Ekmerstad, who's double driving in Supercar alongside cross car. Those are 2 very different beasts, although I bet the lap time's not that dissimilar. Then Enholm, Eliasson, and so on. Only showing 12, Hal, in the semis. No, 18. I was going to say, we've got 2 lines on there, so that's not right. It's the second line you need to look at. The 18 mark is who will go through. So 33 of these. That's a lot. Need a friend, don't we? Guillaume de Ridder, where are you?
Are you going to message Kristofferson again and be
No, I'm
denied again?
messaging Guillaume.
Only because he's got nothing else to do.
Exactly, yeah. He's suddenly found himself unemployed and I could employ him. Ekmerstad, Hukar, Svensson, Wilsberg and Eliasson. This should be a fire race. Amazing start in the middle of the grid. Fantastic job by Svensson up towards turn 1. Whoa! Ekmerstad got super sideways in turn 1, ends up down in P4. Hukar trying to go around the outside line, gets in the dirt. Can't hold on through there. 3 wide going down the straight now with Vigo on board the drone. Ekmerstad gets up 1 place. Who's going to go joke from there? Ekmerstad surely. Oh, contact between them, goes out wide. Hadn't seen the car outside him. Noel Eliasson somehow holds on. Eliasson and Ekmerstad into the Joker lap on the limit, on 2 wheels, and coming out in 1 piece. Wow.
Very close indeed to that being a massive accident, wasn't it? But totally within his right, Eliasson, to go for the Joker. Nothing untoward with that at all. Svensson, though.
Mistake by Hukar, sorry, Hal. Put a wheel on the slippery stuff and went backwards. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, Hukar given a bit of a ticket there. They're still at it, down through 1 into turn 2.
So Hukar's getting lost time. He's potentially going to go Joker. Eliasson is only 4.3 back. Coming down, oh, look at that. Svensson coming in hot and sideways. Hukar goes Joker now. Hukar is all crossed up, has been for most of this lap. Going to come out and surely lose a place here. Watching the background, loses 2 places.
I'd have Joker from second then if I were in that fight, just because you know the driver in third is going to go. But it's tricky, isn't it? Because it's all about overall lap time too, and you overall race time, and obviously the lap time matters. So.
Another lost position, so what's happened here? It must have been a mistake because they're side by side now as they come back up the straights. Ekmerstad just going to hold on, gets the inside line, sideways onto the dirt. Hukar's in the mix as well. So these guys, Eliasson it was, who got alongside now, a bit of contact and round goes Hukar. This is the fastest heat and they are costing themselves tons of time here. Watch for your leader. Elias Svensson goes in onto the gas, on the brake, just wants a little feather on the throttle, then back on it hard on the gas on the exit. Good job by Ekmerstad, considering he was side by side with Eliasson. Ekmerstad was flying in the laps in between, but something went wrong to allow Eliasson to come alongside. No mistakes though by Svensson out front. Elias Svensson going to take the checkered flag here. The time is a 2:23.1. So they're 2.5 seconds off their pace from last night, which was a dry run. Look at this start by Svensson in the middle of the grid. Boom, whole shot.
But the best laps are nearly there. Oh, they're a second off. Svensson did a 44 dead yesterday. 45.1 here.
Down the straight here, so you knew Eekmerstad was going to go, because from P3 you know the lead two you're going to go, aren't you?
Yeah.
And Eliasson had gone, I'm coming in around the outside. That was epic from both of them, really.
First, it was fair there to get out of the throttle and not force the issue.
Had to, didn't he, really? It would have been a huge crash at that speed down into the Joker at a split as well.
Well, that's the thing, is you don't have to.
No, but it's good,
the right
good
thing
respect
to do,
and awareness, yeah, from drivers who, look, they're all out there risking it at the same speed. And
it's fast in a cross car.
It is, yeah, and you feel quite exposed. You know, they got with lots of these cars are now FIA specs, so the roll cages are a little stronger, and they're pretty safe. But all the same, you don't want to shump one. You do not want to shump one. Enholm, Hume, Isaksetra, Brunkvist, and Kimmel Engva on the outside. Just about to say the middle of the grid looks good, but Enholm's got a great start inside as well, but now has to back off for that right-hander, and it was Isaksetra from the middle of the grid who gets the whole shot. Enholm holds that inside line, the red buggy P3, trying to get a position on the exit, might get passed around the outside here if he's not careful. Brunkvist in the Edge competition car, the squarer-looking white car. Are we going to get a carbon copy Joker here? Not quite, because Brunkvist decides to go Joker lap. Well, Enholm slots it into the Joker on lap one. I think it's a good move from Enholm, lost out at the start. Good start, but inside line, Hal. It's that old thing again. They all want to be in slot one, but it's not always the quickest in turn one.
Yes, but Seb's sister, Frida, spotting for him this weekend. Great call to get him into that Joker. Also, as a driver, you can make that decision as well, can't you, down the back straight when you see everything going on around you. Massively different change for Isaksetra this weekend, racing in the wild cross car compared to the Audi A1 from Vollum Racing in RX3, as he has done all year in Estering last weekend.
Gibbler leading Isaksetra. Where's Enholm?
Esther's jokering now. This is all about trying to cover off Enholm behind, isn't it?
Yeah, watch
right to brake on the way in.
Enholm's got him easily, wow.
As you would expect, though, Enholm's fighting for this title, isn't he? Isaksetra's been out of the cross car seat for a while, come here to get a bit more track time.
Look at that, look at the feathering of the throttle through the exit of the corner, just a little bit of opposite lock as well. Enholm was 4.2 off the back, 3.3, so Enholm's closed down the gap to the leaders. Red buggy P3 is who you're looking at as your potential lead taker when the front two cars go Joker. So Gimmler and Brunkvist going to go Joker now. In they go, late on the brakes. It's dirty in that braking zone. Now they're pulling dirt out as well over the crest and in. That's late on the brakes again from Gimmler. Look to the inside line. Where's Enholm? There is Enholm. Slides out into the lead on the lock stops. Nicely done. Keep it on that curb. Just the left-hander to go, and look here at the dry line and how you cannot run wide. Goes defensive on the brakes, where actually the line is more slippery. Uses the curve to make sure the rears are on the dry. Can he get the fastest time as well? No, 25.1, 2 seconds off, but Enholm takes the race. Yes, cross car, loving it. Mega. Oof. No, no, no.
Yes.
Yes, no.
That was close to a big one.
But it's been this morning. All the cross car drivers were pulled together, weren't they, by the race director, who said, look, tidy it up in the first corner as you see Enholm jumping over the curbs on the inside line.
There was a lot of big crashes yesterday, weren't there, in turn one?
Yeah, in Q1. Yeah, like one corner into Q1, everyone's going a bit nuts. You have to go, okay, let's get together, guys.
I know you haven't raced in Rallyx for a while, but chill out.
Wind it in. Osterberg for Pace Motorsport on the inside. Baldins, Roos, Granna and Yuga. Remember, Granna was in the last race last time out, but has won around this year. Jump start, that's a shame. Saying jump 2. So does that mean that Baldins moved first and then Osterberg responded? I think it does.
Yeah, I agree.
I concur. No, not him, it's the other one, isn't it?
Osterberg, isn't it?
Oh, it's interesting. It said jump 2. Then the grid slot to the left of Osterberg must be slot 1.
Yes, 6 wide.
So 6 wide grid.
Yeah, confusing.
Very confusing. Osterberg, 2 jokers. It's going to cost him here with a delta of sort of between 3 and 4, depending on conditions. Right there, Hal.
Yes. I think that timetable might have become part of the ground.
Hal's dropped a piece of paper on the ground. The ground's wet. Compared to the rest. Good start by Grenland and Osterberg on the inside, plus Rasmus Roos in the white and red, but it's Grenland who's going to get the whole shot round the outside of Osterberg, who runs it deep across. Ugar. Grenland looks to the inside line. Ugar getting up in P3. Grenland takes it from Osterberg. Contact, super close to the barrier. Ugar now has a run on Osterberg. Surely going to go. Osterberg's got 2 to do. I would have thought he might joker once now. Bowdens has lost out at the start, so goes joker.
Well, Osterberg had got the lead there, but by that massive commitment through turn 1 and round wide. Now Ugar around the outside of him. Then he ran deep, and it was Grana that got up the inside. Is Ugar going to get back? He's going to have the momentum around the outside. Sends in the speed car wonder. Gets around the outside of Osterberg. Brilliant move.
Lovely, and keeping it on the dry line too. You know, he's had to really commit to that to get across the nose and get the car turned in.
And these drivers are still in that point where they haven't seen anything else. We know most of the teams are watching in the paddock. You see that when we walk around in the gap. They've all got the Rallyx TV holding slate on. As Roos has a run on Osterberg up the back straight. So it is an advantage to go later. There's Grana jokers from the lead. This is to try and cover off Baldins.
I think you'd do it easily. I mean, he's got clear air, fair enough. I might have left him out longer. But to be honest, how...
Baldins has got great pace when he's in clear air, hasn't he? So
yes.
I guess it's sensible to try and cover him off.
It's safe, and it's safer than doing it on the last lap. But there was also squabbling between the cars behind.
But you do also release Ugar now to get his head down and do a lap and a half, or nearly 2 laps with clear air.
Who's your money on?
The gap's
3.
I don't know.
Grannon.
Oh, Baldins is having a look up the inside of Osterberg.
Osterberg's got his other joker. Has he still got both jokers to do?
No, he's done one. He's got a second one to go.
In goes Ugar. Look at the dirt getting dragged out. It makes it so hard. And that's completely unsighted when you come in. You just can't see the dirt coming off. Yeah. Grana's got it. Good one, Hal. That's 2 rounds. Cost you £1,000 tonight. Into the hairpin on the left at the end. Target time. It's going to be close, you know. Elias Svensson fastest at the minute. I reckon he's going to do it. Grana over the line. Goes, no. 9/10.
I think the
clock's deceptive, isn't it? Yeah. How dare you, clock? Ruining our predictions. This was the start. Look at Osterberg on the inside. You said, didn't you? Osterberg comes through here.
Watch the blue buggy Osterberg. Sends it over the curb, and luckily does a slot into that gap in the middle. Covers off Ugar. Now he's going to go up the inside of Grana. Grana flick, flick, flick on the brakes. Now he's going to get it back up the inside.
Lovely move.
Such close racing in this cross-car category.
That was the contact on the run down the straight. No, thank you very much. Osterberg was testing Hollis recently, wasn't he, with the new TN machine? I'm getting cold, Hal. Does that mean the rain's coming? Is that like... I don't know, I'm not sure it is. Here he is. Ah. Managed to snag ourselves a Guillaume de Ridder first of all. We've got 2 people. We're going to Guillaume. We're going to go with Guillaume first. And then we'll come back to Victor in a minute. Victor's hurt. Victor Ranks is here, clutching his chest. How hurt he is. We will come to you, I promise. So yeah, Guillaume is in the commentary box with us. Guillaume, good to see you.
Good to see you too, thanks.
No worries, yeah, glad to have you here. Obviously, a bummer for you and the team you were spotting for Victor and driver coaching, and with the car broken, you're now unemployed, so we decided we'd like some help.
Thanks for having me and giving me a new job, so I appreciate it. Yeah, indeed, and it was quite unfortunate. I think Victor was in the the wrong place in the wrong moment.
Yeah, really unlucky.
Yeah, really unlucky on that one. And unfortunately, we damaged a high connection cable. We don't have the spare part here, so it's end of the weekend for us.
Jorgensen, Herskinen, Serna, Egansen and Terraping in this one. Pretty even start across through the inside. Jorgensen, Herskainen side by side, across the curves, running onto that dirt. The dirt is now really kicking up contact deep over the curves on the inside line. Side by side again as we go down the straight. Listen to that noise. There's a mic right up on one of the rails out the back there, and it sounds fantastic. So, leading is Isak Egensen, but under an enormous amount of pressure. And that won't be doing them any favours when someone's got Joker on lap 1. Who went into the Joker? I could not see. Look at that.
Yeah, the Joker predictor graphic hasn't quite updated yet. Now it does. It's Cerner that's going with Egensen. Cerner's teammate Terpring has Jokered in the background and lost a bit of time. Cerner was committed though on that one, had that big lunge up the inside. That curb on the inside of 2 isn't quite as aggressive as some of the curbs around this Grenland circuit. But now under big pressure down the back straight, Cerner Jokers, carries a lot of speed in, runs right to the outside.
That's about as late as you can get on the anchors there, isn't it? Might just get this done though. Does, just after a bit of squabbling, he's out wide though, gets back onto the line. So what are you thinking, Guillaume? Do you like the track?
Yeah, that's one of the best track I've ever driven. So I've been driving here in 2018.
In when, sorry?
In 2018.
Yeah?
In the Supercar Light Rallyx Nordic when I was champion.
Yeah.
And I must admit I enjoyed a lot to race here. And I think it's the same for Victor, looking at his smile going out of the car the first time.
Yeah, it's a good track, isn't it? We liked it yesterday. We walked in and just straight away we're like, oh wow, it looks different than it looks on YouTube. Just the elevation change, and then the fact this whole section at the end of the lap, the Joker through, it's all really technical.
It's super technical and super fast as well. So the bank corner parallel to the Joker, you can carry so much speed going in. So that's really enjoyable when you are driving the car.
Great stuff. Egensen coming through. Last left-hander here, just a little tap on the brakes. Is that time going to come under? It is. It's going to go, no, again. Damn you, clock. Egensen is, 1.5 seconds off the pace. A couple of messages coming in. We've got, what have we got? Waiting for the dog update, that'll come. Yes, Palkis is his father. Yes, so that's great. Not Pal, yeah, Paltree, sorry. Paltree is his father. What else we can we get? Can we get Rallycross Lassie in the booth, please? Well, you saying you want to hear from a dog rather than a Guillaume de Ritter? I mean, come on, you missed it earlier. There's a dog.
I'd take the dog.
I can't. You'd take the dog, would you, over Guillaume? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Oh, mate, we wouldn't. I can't see the dog. Someone, can you find the dog on a track camera, please? And then I can bring you the dog update.
Maybe we should ask Victor, would a dog be better spotted than Guillaume?
Yeah, for sure.
He's not sure.
He would say yes.
Luckily, he doesn't have a microphone, so he can't say anything right now. We've got one spare headset in here, so I don't think we've got any mics. Don't think we have we today? No. So we'll get him in for the last 2 races. We're going to, we're going to get the most out of Guillaume.
What's the Joker Delta around here, mate, in a supercar week?
It's around 3.5 to 4 seconds. It depends a bit of the conditions and of the drivers, obviously. So, but that's more or less the gap, which is a fairly quite good gap, and enables you to get out of traffic during any heats, even if there is a bit of slower drivers in. So that's really good.
A few more cars on the line. We'll come back.
Did
to
you ask the dog that?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dog told me what was the gap. Thanks.
He says right now it's exactly 3.6, the dog said. It's been out a little sniff of the gravel, figured out what it is. This one is Lorentzen, Tudo, Munch, Lindqvist and Maiji Niemi on the outside. Get the start underway. And then we'll come back to Guillaume de Ritter, who's an expert commentator, by the way. We'll tell you where he's been working in a minute. Come on then, let's go. Great start, Lorentzen on the inside. Kim Lorentzen gets it done. Run that out wide and hold on to it on the brakes. Definitely a little bit bumpy. Maiji Niemi in the 74 comes outside, inside on the brakes, gets into P3. We saw a great drive earlier on. Did she have a spin, Hal, towards the end of the race? No, was it this man? No, not no, it's terrible. It's
a cross car.
A cross car. One of the 70. And that is into the Joker lap. Goes Tamo Tudo. Yeah, Guillaume, you've been co-commentating on Formula 1 and Formula E.
Yeah, so it's been a new challenge for me, and obviously a new job, which is a proper job.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it's completely different, but I really enjoyed it. You know, it was obviously in French, so which is a bit easier for me. But still, it was really nice to be able to bring my expertise of both F1 and Formula E as a technical consultant.
That was Spa-Francorchamps, wasn't it, for F1, and I think London for Formula E?
Yeah, exactly. So the same weekend was quite a busy weekend in the cabin, but it was really good. I enjoyed it, and I think I'm going to go again if they ask me to do so.
But you're not retiring as a driver just yet, are you? We're still hoping to get you back out at some point.
No, I'm not retiring at all. So it's just one more hat. You know? So it's.
But not retired, not quite.
No, not at all.
He's still available.
I'm still pushing, still available, so don't hesitate.
Okay, cool, Guillaume de Ridder. He's also, you work for a Formula 1 team, don't you?
Yeah, so I'm working for F1 as a power training leader.
So that makes me feel extremely useless. Guillaume de Ridder, championship winner, you know, pro driver, pro spotter, F1 engineer, co-commentator on Formula 1, Formula E, and now on Rallycross. But how do we rate compared to Guillaume?
Terribly, but I was going to explain what you do for Alpine, because we talk about you working in Formula 1 a lot, you talk about your expertise in commentary, but what are you up to at work?
So I'm basically part of the research and development team at the factory, and we are working on the next and the future engines. So for example, we're already working on 2026 engines, and I'm working for the performance team, so trying to basically maximize and optimize the performance of the next engines.
Wow, quite a project to be in.
It's quite a project to be in, so I'm obviously not the only one involved. We have a lot of people at the factory working really hard and pushing to get the best engine on there.
Lorenzen takes this one, just 1.3 off the pace. I've given up on trying to predict what that clock's doing, because I always think they're going to beat it, and they never do. Here's a look at the start. Yeah, that is a bit of insight into Guillaume de Ridder and the many, many hats that he wears. What a legend. Super slow-mo's coming onto the dirt. The dirt here really nicely groomed, I have to say. Track prep is amazing. And if you were here with us for the qualifying session earlier, you'll have seen how quickly they managed to repair the fence when about 5 of the posts got broken. Kim Lorenzen takes it with the 224.4. Guillaume, we'll swap you out for a minute just for Victor. Because it was Victor. Stick around by all means, mate. It was Victor Franks who broke the posts. Victor, he broke what, 5 or 6 posts on the rail. And also, unfortunately, your RX2E car. But we'll come to that in a minute. Let's get these guys off the line. Bergen, Hoffman, Loth, and Kong. Great start by Hoffman, straight into the lead. Easily into the lead, up by turn 1. Through the right-hander and then on the brakes and into the left. Bit deep on the brakes, goes a bit long, might lose out here. I think Kong maybe is going to get inside. Just holds on over the crest. Yeah, so you've been driving around the track, obviously. We spoke to you, we had the interview with you in the show earlier where you said you thought it was going to be okay. We found out obviously it's not okay, so you guys are out for the weekend. It's really disappointing.
Yeah, this especially because we were pushing hard for the championship this weekend. It's really close when you count the points. I think it was 2 or 4 points difference between us. So it would have been interesting. So the only way we can do something now is something happens to Tom, which I hope doesn't happen.
Sure.
Because obviously we want to win fair and proper racing. It just sucks now.
Unlucky, mate. But so now here watching, I mean, you're going to stick around for the weekend. The team are going to continue to work on the car, aren't they, and try and get it re-prepped in time for Hollius next weekend.
Yeah, they're going to try their best, and I'm going to enjoy the weekend. I have my seat already up the hill. I just came down. I'm watching a bit of racing, drinking.
So you've been up there, have you? Just sitting watching?
Yeah, I was just sitting looking at the races.
Fantastic. Oh, good old merge going on in the background, sideways stuff. How pace has been pretty similar through these heat races. Lots of people have come within 1.3, etc. But Svensson really did smash it with that 23.1.
Yeah, close to, isn't it? And Grana, Lorenzen, Eganson currently in the top 4. They've all come from different races. The conditions have been pretty consistent. They were changing a lot in Q2 earlier on, and while it's drizzled a tiny bit, it hasn't really affected the track yet. You can see the dust has still been kicked up. If it had rained much, the dust would start to be suppressed. Guillaume de Ridder's a better weatherman than Andrew Coley.
I was going to say, Guillaume de Ridder's here now. He's got a hand out. It's like a Belgian hand, and he's with all his F1 experience, he's probably got some sort of an app on his phone. Yeah, he's
got an actual radar as opposed to us who just use
Right, hang on a minute. We'll just have a look at what time that's coming in.
We'll pretend we're on a F1 rain in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
We expect it to last for 8 minutes.
Intensity. Isn't it? Something along those lines. Oh, we have another microphone. Marvellous. Guillaume can join us too. Thank you so much. A wonderful, hard-working TV team have got us another microphone during the race. Plugged it in. Thank you, sir. What a legend. Great team. So I don't know where that's plugged into. I assume it's plugged into. Try it, Guillaume. Can we?
1 2 1 2. Ready
Oh,
to
I
check.
can't hear Guillaume. Oh, maybe we need to get that faded up. I don't know what it's plugged into. Is it plugged into that camera? Now we're getting too technical, aren't we? Hal's going to fix that for us. It's on program. Okay, so we'll just turn that up. Come on, Guillaume, talk again. Say something.
1 2 1 2. Ready to check.
No, I can't hear him. Okay. Well, maybe you guys can you hear Guillaume at home? Put a comment in the comments. That's where you'll have to put it. Oh, it's getting so confusing. Okay, let me see. I'm just reading the comments. Can we get? Okay, yeah. Okay, so there's 3 people that want. Have we found the dog, Henka? Where's the dog? That's all. This is all the comments are about the dog on YouTube. Does anybody know where the dog is? I'm not getting the dog update until I see him. This is my new deal. I don't actually know where the dog is. Maybe the guy's moved positions. The dog might be having a kip somewhere. Little sleep. Okay.
Our director says that they've hired a crew to find the dog.
Sounds like a mountain rescue team heading out to find Rallycross Lassie, as it's been nicknamed on the comments. So,
did you win a race in Q1? No, so you didn't get a bag of sweets over there that they give to all the winners.
You get a bag of sweets.
A huge one, dude, over
That's
here.
nice.
Can you go and get one? Just see if you can get one. Just
You'll get away with it.
Say, look on Victor Franks. Yeah?
I'll say who?
Oh, harsh.
You're playing with fire, man.
If Hal Rich doesn't come into work tomorrow, you know Victor Franks hunts you down. I will find you and I will kill you. More movie quotes coming in. This is the final race for Crosscar with Persson, Nilsson, Ida and Gotherson in this one. More side-by-side action on the brakes up towards the second corner.
Rasmus Persson's out of position here in this session. Where was Rasmus?
Looking down the old list now. That's the truth.
30th overall in there. So he's last at the moment. It's going to be a massive job to get back into the semi-finals from 33rd overall.
I was going to say, with 3 qualifying
25
sessions,
qualifying points.
be out with 2. Yeah, but with 4, he would need 2 banging results to get in.
Yeah, so you need the drive of your life now, don't you? And then to hope that other people trip over each other, lose a bit of time. But stranger things have happened.
Well, he'll have been in that awful situation as well, how he's sitting on the pre-grid, seeing the drizzle on the screen and just thinking, please don't rain. Because if it rains, he knows it's game over.
Also hard that it's almost a 3-day event with Q1 on the Friday. Similar for you, Victor. You're out today and there's still another full day of racing tomorrow. If you don't qualify for the semis, there's a whole day of action, but you're not part of it. It's a strange weekend, really, like that.
Yeah, it's a bit painful, but at least I love Rallycross, so I can watch it still. But in my mind, I will be racing and beating them all.
It's a win for me.
Yeah.
Good for you, mate. Good for you. So a little bit wider, getting out to the slippery stuff here. Track. Well, I mean, the line width is a couple of cross cars wide, but probably only a car wide, and we are in places. It's bone dry up towards the first corner.
It is massive commitment through that first corner,
I love
especially
it.
when you're side by side.
Where it goes from tarmac to gravel. What's it like when you're in the car side by side with other people?
Scary.
Really? It's a committed first corner,
yeah? First corner is just hoping you go through it and you stay on the racing line, because if you're a bit off, you start braking, it's easy to just go straight.
Rasmus Persson coming through to take the win, but it's all about the clock for this one. 2:23.1, got to be as close as he can to that if Persson is to make it through to the semi-finals. Currently P11 in the standings, so not right in the championship mix, but one of our pace setters, 27.5. Going to see him in around P18, P19, I'm afraid, with the field being as competitive it is. I think Hal not going to make it.
Not going to be enough, I don't think.
Even with a win in tomorrow's session, so.
This evening session.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Feels like a different day.
It does, yeah. Q4 later on
Might
today.
be dark and wet, but it'll still be the same day.
Mud flat ripped off there by one of those tyres. side-by-side action over the curbs on the inside line. What do we got? Rallycross dog, this is why I watch this. It's like an afternoon in with your mates. Lee, you're welcome, thank you very much. What else have we got? Lots of yeses. Is that people just saying yes to, we want the rally? It's about 8 people saying yes to the Rallycross dog. Should we go on strike, Hal? If the Rallycross dog doesn't appear, we should say we're not doing anything else until we see the dog. I mean, it sounds fair. There's people walking back in with parts of cross cars next to us here. So there it is, just the rear wing, casually wandering back to the paddock with it. Fair enough, it's missing an end plate. Elias Svensson at the top of the table, 20 points ahead of Eek Merstad, Sebastian Enholm. Eek Merstad, they're going to qualify second in cross car, and I think when we looked at it, was going to make the semis as well in Supercar.
Yeah.
Is it Supercar debut for Eek Merstad? Not sure. So
I think he's raced Supercar in Norway before.
Okay. And is this the only round for Supercar in Norway?
Yes.
Yeah, so the standard national championship.
Like SM next weekend is just one round.
Just a one-off, just a one-off. Right, there we go, it's cross car done. Guillaume, just quickly, let's try that microphone one more time.
1 2 1 2.
Yes, now we can hear Guillaume de Ridder. Perfect.
Knows all the lingo.
I'm feeling a little bit better about things. Right, we're going to keep Guillaume here, and we're going to keep Victor for one more session. What are we watching? Watching the monitor. Watch the monitor, everybody. Look at your televisions at home. Yes! There it is! Right, here's your update. That lovely dog, its name is Bike, and it's deaf. And it rides its owner's motorbike with him, and he said because the dog is deaf, he said the wind doesn't bother it at all. I do 100 miles an hour, and the dog will be asleep in the box on the back of the motorbike. Now, obviously 100 miles an hour, not in Norway, because that would mean that he would arrest him for doing...
Only in Germany on an autobahn.
Dog! So he uses hand signals for the dog. The dog can't hear him at all, so it doesn't know its name is Bike. Obviously, he literally stood. The dog looked back at him, he tapped his side, and the dog came over immediately to him. Absolutely brilliant. There you go, there's your update. If you liked it, put something in the comments, like and subscribe, tell your mates as well. It's not just about cars, mostly, but not all. Simon Tiger on the line, Victor Johansson, Marcus Norman, Björn Stur. You can hear Norman's car on tick over. Now you can see it belching out a bit of smoke as he gets ready to lay down 8 gazillion horsepower on the run to the first corner. That is the noise of Norman's car off the line, but it is Simon Tiger who gets the best start. It's a bad start for Victor Johansson. I spoke to Johansson earlier on, and he's been playing around with the rear suspension geometry and hasn't got it where he wanted. So all he did was anti-squat, get the car off the line. He said he was getting great starts, but he made some setting changes that would lead to better starts. In the dry, and it was wet, and it just didn't work. So I don't think lost is the right term. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and he changed his mind. So Norman goes joking. Johansson changed his mind at the last second to go standard lap. Simon Tiger clips that mud flap that's out on track. Bjorn Stur in P2.
Stur getting a bit stuck in the first couple of corners. Of course, got disqualified from their previous session for contact, so probably a little bit wary of just being a bit too hard. Yeah, you're right. Johansson made some big changes. What he changed was the height of the fixing point on the outside, on the upright, so on the outside of the arm. Changed the torsional stiffness of the rear arms to affect how the starts go, and yeah, he wasn't particularly happy with it, but so it was better than wet, and it's that constant compromise with rear-wheel drive, isn't it? When it's wet and slippery, it's a bit of a nightmare. He was actually really relying on the hybrid in the wet previously to the electric motor to get him off the line. He just can't help but play with it, can he? He's like Guillaume at work. He's like a Formula 1 engineer, always trying to find marginal gains.
Well, this is what I wanted to ask Guillaume. Guillaume, we're determined to get Victor Johansson a job in F1 because that car is working on active roll bars for it. It's got a hybrid drivetrain. The dashboard is a mobile phone. I think it was his mum's or his grandmother's. It's a hell of a piece of kit. You must love seeing those engineering solutions when you come from what you come from. I know it's a different level, but it's incredible.
Yeah, it's different level, but still that is really a good piece of engineering. Obviously, it really depends about the regulation of the different championship you are working in. So here it's a bit more open, you can do a lot of stuff. But yeah, it's a really good piece of engineering, that car, and he has actually, active suspension and so on. It's like
it's crazy,
roll bar, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Rallycross is the first time, I think.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he can do. Gets himself out into P2. Stur just gets a little bit of contact. That's not his fault, the merge this time round. Stur won't be penalised for that. And it's going to finish in the way it's finished in all the previous sessions to the top two. Simon Tiger is going to take this. It is advantage Tiger in open two-wheel drive. 3 wins and 3 qualifiers. Marcus Norman gets past Stur in the background as Victor Johansson crosses the line in P2. Victor Hansen, by the way, not just a real-life engineer, he's built a Lego version of his car and his entire car transporter, which is in the front of his bus. If you're here at the venue, you can go and see it, and if not, you can go and look at it on my Instagram story. What a legend. And the inside of the bus is accurate to the inside of his bus. It's so good. If you like Lego. If you don't like Lego, we can't be friends, so that's fine too. All dogs are also on that list, and Star Wars, probably. Dogs, Star Wars, and Lego, and we can be best friends. Listen to Marcus Norman's car. It's ludicrous. Well, it just howls its way around everything.
I can't even hear you.
What? What? Brilliant. Tiger takes it from Victor Johansson. What's the time? 2:28.4. We're still hovering at that 2.5, 3 seconds off the previous pace of last night when it was dry. Right. Actually, we're gonna make you stay just a little while longer. Is that all right? Oh, steady on with the anti-lag. What was that? Was it just? No, it's just overrun pops and bangs. Whose car was it?
Tiger.
Tiger.
It's electric. This cars, man. Electric is way better.
Lucas Anderson, Supercar Lights, leads on 90 points. Close behind him, look, Simon Olofsson, Ola Henry, Steinsholt are equal on 84 points each, with Matt Oscarsson on 83 and Martin Enland on 82. 5 cars on the line. Guillaume de Ridder, you've won the championship here. Were you on RX2, didn't you, and RX2E? No,
yeah, so I was driving in 2018 in the Supercar Light category.
Yeah.
And I won the championship that season.
And then RX2E champion as well.
Yeah, in 2021 as well.
Okay, so he's done a bit, Hal. He's done a bit. Off the line, good start on the inside for Olofsson, Ended with a great start in the middle of the grid as well. Olofsson should be able to hold on to this on the inside line, runs over the curbs. Late on the brakes, going to come under a bit of pressure. Everybody crossed up Endland through the gravel trap. Olofsson with the whole shot. And it's Anderson at the back of this pack.
Anderson rolled out the throttle early there to avoid the side-by-side and try and capitalise. It just didn't work out for him. He will definitely joke on lap 1. You can see he's already gone to the outside. There's Ola Henry Steinsholt with half a Light's car going into the Joker ahead of him.
Half a car. There were bits flying off everywhere, weren't there? So those two guys are jokered. It's doing damage as well to the front of Steinsholt's car. Clamshell sort of partly open. Guillaume, how much of a good learning curve for these cars for you with what you've gone on to drive?
I mean, Supercar Lights was a really nice period of my career.
Contact there between Enland and Oscarsson. Sorry, just coming over the line. Contact again. Oscarsson gets back into Enland. I would suggest Oscarsson is a little bit annoyed. Enland was up the inside of the curve. Sorry to interrupt, Guillaume. Olofsson leading. Those two are going to get swallowed up if they carry on battling like that. Let's just see if Oscarsson gives him any more contact at the end of the straight. Surely going to go Joker if Enland doesn't. They both go Joker now, watching for the merge. They've only got 3.5 over the cars behind. Might be close between them. 2 cars on the standard lap. Going to try and merge in Anderson on the outside line. Oscarsson gets inside him, so Anderson still down in P5. Contact between Steinsholt and Enland. It's all kicking off. They get out on the damp side of the road. Inside line then for Steinsholt gets through. Oscarsson goes through as well. Enland too. I tell you what, the lights are putting on the best show here. This is absolutely fantastic racing.
But this is a good example for me as to why you try not to follow into the Joker, because Oscarsson's followed in there and arguably lost more time in this fight. You never know if he could have nailed a lap time, and actually while these 3 were fighting could have got leaped ahead of the 3 of them. So it's I'm not a fan of following in the Joker, as you know.
Olofsson's just gone in absolutely miles in front, so should come out tidily in front as well. There he is, yeah. So Guillaume, sorry, I interrupted you a lap earlier. Yeah, it was a good place to learn.
Yeah, it's the best place to learn, I think. So both Supercar Lights and also Rallyx Nordic, as it was called back in the day when I was driving. And I think it helped me to improve a lot as a driver driving here.
Olofsson's going to take it to 25.8. How does that compare? Still, yeah, exactly 3 seconds off the pace of yesterday. Yeah, the tracks up here are brilliant, aren't they? You know, yes, they're a little old school. Some of them are a bit rough around the edges compared to, say, an FIA spec track, but there's just such great places to learn your craft.
Yeah, I think the championship, when I competed, it was 6 races over all the Nordic countries, and I think it was the best track I've ever done in my career.
What about you, Victor? You feel similar with the tracks up here?
Yeah, this one is close to the same as earliest for me, because it's high speed but really technical at some spots. So it's really fun, especially the gravel.
Yeah, he's like Victor's loving it. He's getting the old shivers for Hollius and for here as well in Grenland. Hal, You said yesterday that this was right up your street, this track. You still feeling the same way?
I think so, yeah. The racing's been good, hasn't it, for the most part?
Okay, Haug, Birgit, Haug, Tornholt and Casper Janssen. So Janssen on the outside of this.
Got disqualified from the previous run.
I've just seen a brilliant comment. Sorry, Hal. What did you get DQ'd for?
The contact, I guess, with
Anderson.
Was it with Anderson?
Yes, with Anderson, yeah, it was, yeah.
Someone said, what's going on here? We were looking at a dog and now we're looking at cars going around in circles. We're cleaning the track. That's okay. So yeah, there are people complaining that we're now having to look at cars instead of a dog. I mean, I'm with you. Maybe we can have the dog in a picture-in-picture top of the screen. This series is so good. Brilliant. Thank you, John. Much appreciated. Towards the first corner then, Casper Janssen's got to stay out of trouble. I think he's got to hang it round the outside and go for the whole shot, and he does, as the pack behind him has a fair bit of carnage. Backs it into the second corner. Great driving from Casper Janssen.
He's got the run up the hill as well. Haug's on the inside. Janssen's going to have no option but to go for Joker here. Unless he's going to tuck back in, he does.
Got it, really, hasn't he?
The trouble is
the traffic's too slow,
the pace
isn't it?
difference in this second race is so high that you can't risk losing too much time. They're still at it though. Haug's back up the inside into the penultimate corner. Tornholt's going to have a look at as well on her MSC teammate.
This has not gone well for Casper. Guillaume, what do you do if you're the spotter now? If that had been you and he was coming down the straight on the outside.
Oh, Haug from wide, sorry Andrew. So
Takes
that's
the lead.
opened the door up for Janssen. That's going to make the spotter's job an awful lot easier.
What would you have said to him on that one when he was side by side coming to the Joker?
Yeah, it's a really tricky position because, as Al mentioned, I think the guys at the back are a bit too slow to take the risk to follow them. So I think I would have done the same.
Lost time then in this one. Not what Casper Janssen wanted. Wanted to get a whole shot and just get out front and get it done. Well, just out-dragged down the... Haug just got better exit, didn't he, out that hairpin?
Tornholt's going well, isn't she? She's doing a lot of folk race over the winter in Sweden. Lots of seat time, and to be going with her much more experienced and successful Lights teammate. You know, Casper Janssen's won a lot, both sides of the water, hasn't he? And, yeah, Ida doing a good job here.
Casper won twice last weekend in Nitro Cross, but was disqualified on the first day. The car was too low, so like a minimum ride height rule support. Disappointed about that. Went for it on the second day and got it done that day. Tricky for him. He came into this into Supercar Lights and just took it by storm, really. Then everybody's got you down as the reigning champion. You've got a bit of a target on your back. Braking nice and late now. He's going to go in Joker. 7.4 over Haug, so this will be an easy win. Right. Watching Casper Janssen come through, and then we're going to let the lads disappear. I'm sure they've... Well, I'm sure they've got something else to do. I'm sure they actually haven't got anything else to do, unfortunately. But what are you going to do for the rest of the weekend?
Listening to your beautiful voice.
Ah, Victor, you see, this is why we get on so well. Hal Ridge is throwing up in the corner of the commentary box. Victor is on my list of BFFs now, and I'll forever say nice things. Thank you, mate. Yeah, we're sorry you guys aren't in it for the rest of the weekend. It's a shame. What about you, Guillaume? Is there still stuff to learn as spotter? You know, do you sit and observe these things?
Yeah, always, like Victor, as a driver, if you can watch the different races, different moves, and it's exactly the same for me as a spotter. You know, I would try to pick some drivers in different races and try to artificially spot them and see what I could do.
So you're literally just sort of simulate it by watching and going, right, this would be my decision. Would it have been the right decision? There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Practice, 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 all the while. Thank you, lads. We wish you the best for the rest of the day. Please pop back and see us tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. See you later.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you. Marvellous. Victor Franks and Guillaume de Ridder. Absolute gents for coming in. Supercar coming up. Johan Kristoffersen, Sondre Evjen, Hans-Göran Ostreng and Oliver Eriksson. Hans-Göran Ostreng was after the break, so there was the contact between Oman and Victor Franks. Up comes the noise, here comes the launch. Oliver Eriksson on the outside with a great launch, but Kristoffersen equals it on the inside. Evjen slots in, Ostreng contact between. Eriksson goes right the way around the outside. Late on the brakes on the inside of Evjen, they're both sideways over the curbs. Evjen goes round, Eriksson cuts the curbs. Ostreng tries to go around the outside of Oliver Eriksson. They're side by side down the straight. shuts the door. Ericsson's going to have to go. Surely Joker, he will from there. I think he will if Ostring doesn't go. Oliver Ericsson does slot in, and Kristoffersson has got out of jail free. There is Ericsson, drops a wheel off in the Joker. Does he make it through? I don't think he has. I think Ericsson's had a moment in the Joker there. Hal lost even more time.
Johan Kristoffersson is a lucky boy. That very nearly wiped him out completely in turn 2 as the two sideways, largely out-of-control cars that were arriving at all sorts of funny angles. Ostring knows, I mean, the weekend of his life. He was in the Kristoffersson so sideways through turn 1, but critically gets the nose into the apex for turn 2. There is a master at work there in that Volkswagen Polo.
That's what you were saying yesterday, Hal. That's the difference between, oh no, I've dropped it, and then dropping it. And it's as close to dropping it, but I'm just going to flick it back the other way like a 5.
Oh, I've nailed the apex.
Yeah, it's sickening, isn't it? Well done, Johan, you legend. So Ericsson was pretty wild at the start. I imagine
was quite sideways there as well in the bank corner on the inside of the Joker.
I think Evshin's going to be a bit annoyed about the second corner. But I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it. That's what rallycross starts are like, but all the same.
Yeah, we're going to have to see it again really to analyse it at all. Kristoffersson is very loose there on the inside. You see how much gravel or dirt they've dragged in from the gravel trap there on the inside. Riding above Kristoffersson's Volkswagen, he seems to touch the brakes out a little bit. A bit of understeer on the way into the Joker, but it's just so beautifully balanced on the brakes and the throttle. Dives on the nose into the chicane in the Joker, miles out in front.
We've got a gap of 5.6. You can see Ericsson's back to negative, telling us 3.5 before he reckoned was a delta. Ostring's done well here. Yes, Ericsson's had a couple of mishaps, but Ostring's right there. He's all smiles when we took the TV camera down to see him. I'm guessing we don't go and see Hans-Joran too often. Kristoffersson takes it to 14.6. And that is 2.6 off, so that's the closest anyone has got to the times at Q1 yesterday. Bearing in mind, obviously, there'll be some differences between the classes.
Let's have a look back at the first corner then. Ericsson got a good launch, actually, didn't he, on the outside?
Yeah.
Evian and Ostring slightly into each other. Ericsson's got really out of shape. Just dug the rear wheel, and that's dragged the nose in.
Evian knows he's there.
Evian's locked up and into the rear of Johan. Oliver's almost going off in... I wonder if we can see that again before the next race.
We might have time.
See if the truck can do that. And then Ericsson Joker's on lap 1.
This is where I thought he might drop it. Yeah, he did put it in the loose. Oh, he did well, didn't he?
Yeah.
We went
second
to the outside.
time that lap, he's gone, stuck the outside rear wheel in, and he's dragged the nose in. Looks like Kristoffersson's got a puncture there, doesn't it? Just how much the ball moves around.
Oh, here it is, though. So watch Evshin, as you say, it's all locked up. I think he's looking ahead.
So Evian and Ericsson, I don't think, have contact until Evian's already in the rear of Johan.
And then he gets hooked round. I wonder if he hadn't been hooked round, if he might have caught the rear end of Johan's car.
But I also think he would have saved it if he hadn't been hooked round.
What, by the curb?
Oliver's sent it in.
Oliver's got the post on the outside there, Hal. Is that going to be...
Oh, it's sort of a sandwich, isn't it? He's had contact, Evian, with the rear of Johan and with the side of Oliver at the same time.
Did he knock a tyre off on that curb or not? Because if he didn't, it's a miracle. Kristoffersson's just rolled back past commentary, back towards the paddock. Oh, postmen are out, Hal. Where was it?
Ulu.
Ulu, that was my favourite.
Ulu.
Man, he's got like a post pole. Do you see that? Like a post digging pole thing. Technical term.
Post digging thing. I don't know what's it.
So it's like the black curb on the inside is raised, I think. No, maybe it's not. It's just tyre marks over it. So those bollards, if that's what you want to call them, are often put out effectively as if you knock these down, we will investigate you. Sometimes some tracks are like if you hit them twice, you get a penalty. Sometimes it's you'll be under investigation if you hit these. But the idea is it's like this is the limit of where we want to see you effectively.
Sometimes if you nudge it, you're okay. If you destroy it, then
I like those.
Yeah,
I would have liked one of those in the car yesterday.
Nicholas Duvenard.
Yeah, Nicholas Duvenard would have liked a tent of his own in the car as well.
Well, I would have liked one this morning. Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, true, there is that. A lot of people standing on a container roof. Container roofs are actually quite flimsy. Not a lot of people know that because they're not structured. You don't have to hold anything. It's all the sides that do the work. So you might see 7 people fall into a container in a minute. Hopefully not.
That shot gave you a better idea of how banked that corner is as well. I'd like to drive around here.
It was interesting, wasn't it, what Guillaume said, that the banking allows you to carry so much speed through
Yeah.
that corner. And they're so late on the brakes, you kind of think, oh, the Joker will be later on the brakes because it's further into the corner. But with the banking, I think the braking point is fairly similar between the two different laps.
Because quite a lot of bank corners we see, like in Hurlius, the entry speed isn't actually that high, whereas here it's a much bigger, much higher entry speed. A much bigger one.
Outsider og favoritt.
Oh, he's setting us off there. How can't be yawning?
I didn't yawn. I'm riveted.
I actually am riveted. I like the little rescue graphic at the top.
What's your
That's new.
favourite type of rivet?
The ones that like rivet stuff together. A pop rivet. Do you have something like specific in mind? What's your favourite type of rivet?
Not the biggest headed ones.
Why not?
Just a
bit bulky.
Looks a bit rough. And there's nothing that annoys me more than splitting material on a supercar where the rivets aren't identically.
No, I agree with you on that. The spacing must be exactly the same. Now, the thing that annoys me the most, actually, there's many things that annoy me. Many. It's a long list. But I really hate tie wraps that are not flush cut. And I mean, I want to see them perfectly flush cut. If I'm going to cut my hand,
but they also need
on the
to
race
be.
car,
They also.
no, they've got no space.
Work on your
No,
race
damn
car,
right I'm not. I can't stand working on cars. I hate it. Mainly because I've had to do it on my driveway forever. Like, I've always been a
hang on,
working
not
car.
forever. You stopped competing 15 years ago.
Yes, I know, but that's the point. Like
Forever ago.
I borrowed my next door, 80-year-old next door neighbour's
There are
garage.
drivers.
Put
There are
wheels and
drivers about to
tyres in.
leave junior cross car that were born after you finished competing.
What? After I officially finished competing, occasionally I have to go and drive as a guest driver now, so stick it. I don't know if you saw me in the Van Prix last weekend, Hal Ridge. You know, it wasn't quite such a good result as I got in RX 150s earlier this year. Not that I like to talk about it. Yeah, we still race occasionally. Rusty and old, it's fine. I'm still having fun. Kevin Eriksson, Matt Simon, Jens Wahl, and Ola Christian Baby. Terrible start for Kevin, great start for Wahl. Going to get the whole shot here, slots in. Baby going to look to the inside line, but thinks better of it. Wahl gets a little bit deep, get on the bar, get on the gas, let's go. Jens Wahl gets it done. Cranes in his horse as he pulls up another cog. Baby slots in behind. Oman under pressure now from Eriksson. If Oman doesn't go, Eriksson will. I'm almost sure of that. Oman does, and that gives Kevin the chance not to. Good move by Kevin there.
Baby's all over the back of Wahl coming towards the end of the lap. Wahl just needs to keep it neat and tidy for this penultimate corner. Baby's so good at rotating the car early. He's going to go for the switchback here in the final corner. Looks to the inside. Is there a way through? Sticks the nose in. No, there isn't. Wahl's going to get a good drive out of the corner. It's surprising, isn't it, out of turn 2, how much momentum you can carry having run deep as Wahl did last time around.
Loved seeing that as you look at Baby trying to go on the inside. Baby with all the rally driving skills, but Wahl in front as well. How now he's side by side with the Mola Christian. Baby gets a great exit, passes Wahl in the polo. Brilliantly done, but seeing them both control the cars from the drone. Kevin Eriksson was going to go, I think, changed his mind when he sees Wahl go. This is an amazing recovery drive from Kevin Eriksson. It really is. He was off the back of the pack. Now he's on the tail of the leader.
He's on an absolute mission, Kevin Eriksson. Needs to get back to the front of this order. It's a battle between him and Johan Kristoffersson for this title in the last 2 rounds.
Eriksson as well leading the standings in Nitro Cross, so he's really having a good season after the disaster of last year when he was injured and missed the start of his season.
42.568 was the best lap last time around for Eriksson. Baby gets sideways in turn 2.
Going to have the Joker together, unfortunately, aren't they? This is when you wish he was a 4-lapper and that Eriksson could do a lap on his own. Now he's going to have to go in. Spoke to Andreas Eriksson earlier on. They were looking through their setup sheets. They've never run this car in the wet, so they've got no data with the Civic in the wet. Comes out through over the crest. They're both close to the curb on the inside. Not going to be able to pass, but he does come from P4 to P2, and it's about how close they can get to that time of Johan Kristoffersson. 2:14.6 bottom left of your screen. How good is this run? How tight is it? There was a fair bit of argy-bargy on the first lap. Not sure they're going to get it, but might. 2:15.9, 1.3 behind. Where is Eriksson going to end up? He's 2:16. He's going to go 3rd, isn't he? Not bad when you look at the start, how he's miles behind.
And they're still not close to the lap times of yesterday by approximately a second. So the time just isn't in the track, is it? That's clear. I love watching Baby move a car around. He's just got such brilliant feel for the surface beneath him. He's not necessarily the fastest rallycross driver of all time, but he's got amazing ability in car control to move the car about, feel where the grip is, and yeah, to produce passes like that. He's definitely not just a rally driver, is he?
Oh, absolutely not. You saw him looking across there as well on the exit to know how far out to run the car. It was lovely, lovely stuff. I really enjoyed the drone shot as well of the two of them, you know, through that lovely right-left where they come up over the crest in turn one and then flick it back round to the left-hand side. Baby's picking up his enormous bag of sweets, which they're giving all the winners. Which are making me and Hal vote. How many? Hal, I'm just thinking there's only 2 races left and I can see about 10 bags of sweets.
2 races of rally.
Oh, they're going to give all to the Oh, that's no good, is it? The Norwegian Series gets sweets as well. Thomas Merstad on the inside, Maiko Tam, Valstead and Jensen. Tam in that championship fight with Victor Vranks in the Pro-Am category. Merstad loses out there in turn one, but going to stick it on that inside line. Good move. Merstad, it's quite a tough job, isn't it, to drive? I think he'll go Joker here, surely. Merstad on the outside. Does go Joker, well done, but on the slippery dirt on the brakes, maybe not as late on the brakes as he would have liked to have been. Good to get out of traffic, but having been offline means he had to brake just slightly earlier.
Yeah, I'm relieved that I wasn't totally wrong. Merstad raced, I think, that car in this event last year and finished 5th in the Norwegian Championship, so he's got a bit of form in Supercar, not just in the cross car. Of course, the Supercar is so much more expensive to run, and yeah, that's a different thing altogether. Tam runs wide out of the first corner, hooks the tyre on the inside of turn 2, does nicely get the car rotated. But you're right, Andrew, driving in 2 different categories in the same weekend is tough, isn't it? But cross car to Supercar, you've got a reasonable gap between the racing. Derek Toyle's coming to Julius next weekend in open 2-wheel drive with the Fiesta. He's been racing most of the year and Supercar. There's a danger there that you're in the last race of open 2-wheel drive, the first race of Supercar. You've got 2 or 3 lights races to jump in and out on the pre-grid, and that's when you really need a switch in your head to switch between the 2 disciplines.
He said he wanted that front diff several times earlier this year, so he's bringing it with him, isn't he? He'll have 3 diffs in 2 different cars. Merstad has got the jump on P2 because Jensen made a mistake and got over-rotated, so Merstad coming through your shot now was right on the cusp of being in the top 12. Maiko Tam with a lot of RPM up in the first corner. Tam with a big gap now, 7.6. This will be easy for him to get back out in front. Nice and late on the brakes, so stay on that clean section of track. That's where Merstad was offline. Through the left-hander. .214.6. It's a good run by Tam, you know. Up to the left-hander. We've got one more run for Supercar to come. Balevsky's in the final race. Franks won't be showing up in it, unfortunately. Through this one, going to be close. Not going to quite get there. 15.9, 1.3 off. So Maiko Tam, 15.968, goes 0.002 of a second faster than Ola Christian Baby. So Tam's going to be second in this session. That's a brilliant drive. Merstad on the inside, look, Maiko Tam next to him. Maiko Tam, just as they go up through the gears, just stretches his legs on Merstad a little bit. Jensen coming in from the outside. That was where I was saying about Merstad, because he was offline on the brakes, he was in that dirt section on the run into the Joker. That would have cost half a second, maybe less. But brilliant drive by Maiko Tam. Jan Kristoffersen still, like 1.3 up the road, but to be ahead of everybody else is impressive. Tam with a great drive. 1 race left in Q3. And then I think another breakout. We're living the dream, aren't we, this weekend? I think most people think we live in the dream most weekends, to be honest. I can't argue, really. 4-hour drive yesterday wasn't much fun, but, you know, the destination was good. Peter's just walked through looking exhausted. Peter Hellman, the hero of Rallyx. He watched this later. Johansson, Nordgaard and Balevsky. Balevsky must get a good start here, needs to get around these 2 and into turn 1 and 2 first. Nicely done in the Audi. Brake straight, don't get collected, do get collected. Okay, what do you think about that? You get inside again on the exit. Okay, he's not lost too much time.
Optimistic from Nordgaard, I think, to make that work. Local driver, of course, wanted to do the best possible job. He has to go for this time around because it's just inside.
Looking at the dirt, Hal, on the entrance to Joker, you know what you've been saying, looking at the laps. To me, the track's pretty dry most places now. So there's somewhere else, isn't there, where the lap time's not adding up. So, well, the race time's not adding up. There's a bit of dirt.
Track's dirtier, isn't it?
Yes.
Dirty on the way into turn 2.
Dirty on the entry to the Joker, yeah. And that's just meaning that that ultimate lap time from yesterday's not there.
But the best lap, but the ultimate lap time pace isn't there, is it? So it's not in the Joker section where
no,
the issue is.
It's all over. Car control there through turn 1 and into turn 2.
Look at the input Paddock's making on the wheel there. You can see the front wheel just moving left, right, left, right, left, right. So he's just feeling where the car's moving. Oh, and Norgard's dropped it down the straight into the gravel on the outside, gets it stopped, doesn't want to go into the Joker twice. Probably lost less time by doing that, but at some point you've just got to commit again and go again. A la Ollie O'Donovan in the World Rallyx event earlier this year where he Jokered twice in one race. Before the race he finished it the second time and then realised as he went into the extra bit that they hadn't for the Joker again. Still set a good time.
Mega.
Sometimes you've got to commit, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
You've gone the wrong way.
Yeah.
I always remember Petter Solberg changing his mind in Julius and then bouncing over the gravel and losing loads of time. Once you've committed, I crashed into the Joker. Yes, I crashed into the wall between the Joker and the standard lap in Estering one year because I wasn't sure it was last lap or not to change my mind, got the loose, got crossed up in the middle.
Frustrating.
Super embarrassing.
It happens though, doesn't it? There's a lot going on in the car. Whatever level you're at, you're trying your hardest, you're at your limit, and mistakes happen.
It's going to be close on the time.
Yeah. Is he going to get it? No.
Deceived by the clock.
Damn you, clock. It's the third time we've seen this. But I'm sure that clock was closer in Q2 than it is in Q3. Someone moved the line. Maybe Victor Ranks moved it when he hit the rail.
I'm surprised Bolevsky wasn't closer there, to be honest.
Well, I think this might have something to do with it. Looking at watch here. I mean, it's not a terrible loss of time, but obviously, look, he's got the car actually rotated maybe slightly early.
That won't help the geometry, will it, on the Audi?
No. Nordgaard with a slidey up the inside. Was this the late call? With Nordgaard with the ultra late brakes. Have some of that cones. Bosh, bosh, bosh. See you later. Have you in the crowd there. Get some gravel. Take back some of the trap to the pits as well. Just fire it over the braking zone into the Joker lap as well. Just slow the Norwegians down in a minute. Bolevsky with a win. Goes P4 in the session.
Tam second overall though. Brilliant job from him.
Bolevsky 2:16.0 takes that and drops into P4. Here are the standings after Q3. Johan Kristoffersson with 3 wins. Remember the points here, they do count, don't they, for the last 2, I think? Both the last 2? We'll check, I can't remember. Kevin messaged earlier, didn't we? We were double checking.
Yeah, you have to count the last 2, yeah.
Yeah, so Johan, remember, he's got no choice over which 2 he drops because he didn't come to Kuvula. So he has to drop those 2. So Kevin Eriksson has more choices over what to drop. Kevin's in the mix. Look, Vaby's in P2 at the minute. Oliver Eriksson as well. Maiko Tam is up there. Who's in? Thomas Ekmerstad's still in there. But look, Johansson is only just behind. He's 1 point off Nordgaard. So Ekmerstad might make the cut. Bolevsky's down in P10. Will want to be further up than that, as will Evgen. Remember the Norwegian Championship, they've got their own final tomorrow as well. So some comments, someone saying Vaby's overtake was nice. Someone else saying we don't see too much full send, but the Polo delivered Johan through turn 1. Mega. That was so good, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's really seeing a driver at their best on the limit.
Mega bit of car control. Somebody else called us an old married couple. I mean, fair enough. I suppose it's been a decade, hasn't it? 17:45. Did you say? Was that what did you said? I think it was 17:35. Oh, close. 17. What's the time now? It's 15:48 local time. 17:35. So that's 1 hour and 47 minutes, approximately, maybe 48.
Give or take a few crashes in the Norwegian
Something like that. I've just been told. Henka. I can't work in these conditions. You told me 45 now, 35 now, something like that. These fans, they were in the comments asking where we were at 22 because we lied about when we were coming on. See, Henka says he's good at Finnish, not at maths. I wish you could hear Henka. He's very funny. He's a typical Finn. He's quite relaxed in what he says. And they'll be going, Henka, what's going on?
He hadn't seen
wait 1 minute.
the Isle of Man TT before.
No, he hadn't seen the Isle of Man.
His response isn't really broadcastable. No, it's very funny.
It was very funny. It was very Finnish. He thinks there are other ways that you can do something dangerous, like riding a motorbike at 200 miles an hour around an island in the Irish Sea. Yes, good fun. Oh, hello, I'm enjoying myself. Are you?
Yes.
What should we do now?
Go and talk to some rallycross drivers.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Should we get a cup of tea as well?
Tea, that'd be great.
Yeah?
And I've got my Star Wars mug or whatever. That's stick mug.
Yes, stick mug. I gave Hal a stick mug to take to the airport with him because he picked me up, actually. Yeah, Hal gave me a lift to the airport. It's never happened before. He doesn't live near me. But he was staying down here and he came to my house, and picked me up in the morning, which was good. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Right, anyway, enough of this chat. Thanks very much for all the comments. Much appreciated. Double act with crying smileys. Mega. Nice one. We appreciate you. Send some messages on there and here. I haven't looked at Instagram. Sorry if you've messaged and we didn't mention you. That's shocking. I know. I'm going to throw all this paperwork away, print another tree's worth, get ourselves ready for the final qualifying session from Grenland later on today, 17:35 approximately, or around then, as Henke said. Your guess is as good as mine. Make a tea. We'll see you in a bit.
Rallyx is presented by Cooper Tires, Allsbergs, Emstad, and Solentina Emballage Huntering.
So we've come down to Victor Johansson's bus and his car. Okay, look at this. Roof comes off. There's all the stuff inside, the kitchen and the people. There's the car. There's the hybrid drivetrain. Here's the actual bus on which it's based, and obviously here is the incredible Merc. And I was looking for Victor, and he's under the car, which is not a surprise because the bloke just can't leave it alone. Victor, I know you're super busy under there. How's it going? It didn't look great that last run at the start. You got a good result, but I'm guessing you won't be happy.
Of course not. We made some adjustment. It was adjustments on the wrong way, so we're going back to the old adjustment now.
So are we going back to the old adjustment as in this morning, or the old adjustment as in the last round?
This morning. Yeah.
Okay, and this was what you changed, isn't it? This piece here. Yes. We were trying to explain to everybody at home. You moved it. Show us roughly what you did.
This bar was mounted underneath here before, and we moved it up a bit. Yes.
And that makes a difference to the way the car gets off the line, or?
Yeah, it's this bar that makes the car go anti-squat or squat in the start.
So that's the way the rear of the car sits down, basically, and the way it develops grip. But you're not quite there yet, are you? But you're always engineering this car and trying to find a bit more speed from it.
Yeah, of course. It's a lot of things going on with the car. We have the electric engine here too, with the chain snapped off now in the last heat on the last lap.
So it's got a lot of work to do. I don't know if you guys can get in there or not, probably not, but the electric drivetrain is just in here, and there's a gear which drives across down to the rear differential, and there's a chain that runs between the two of those. So it's just in here, and you can see the chain's missing from it, so that was missing for the last lap as well. Victor, best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, some work for Victor to do. Got the rear left off. There's some damage on the door there as well. There's the phone in there, which is the dashboard. This thing is an absolute work of art. I love it. So I think we're going to head over and catch up with some of his competitors. So come across to see Simon Tiger. Simon's won all 3 qualifying sessions so far with Victor Johansson, who we just spoke to right behind him. Simon, good weekend for you, but the car nearly didn't make it.
No, it was a little bit tight to come here, but yeah, we're here.
When did it arrive?
5 minutes before free practice 1, so yeah.
That's leaving it quite late, isn't it? But you didn't get out for free practice 1, did you? So you did free practice 2? Yeah,
I went there, but they wouldn't let me go, so.
Brilliant. So 5 minutes 4, turns up, they said no. There we go. Typical Simon. It's going really well today. What's the difference? How come?
No difference really. Just drive faster, maybe.
Fast and clean, going really well. And the conditions have been so changeable. What are you preferring, wet or dry? What's going to work better for you in terms of trying to get the win?
Yeah, as it looks, both work. But I like to dry. So.
Okay, cool. Thank you, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to head over this way because just around over this side in, I think it's the same colour, but I will check. This is Marcus Norman with the incredible CLK. Is it the same colour?
Simon's?
Yeah.
No, it's not, but it's nearly the same.
Okay, so super close between them. You guys have got these incredible rear-wheel drive machines, but you've actually gone down in power, so that it's making this the most wonderful noise, which we can hear. It doesn't matter who we're looking at on track, we can hear your car. So what have you done?
So it's basically a supercharger on a 3-rotor Wankel. So it produces now 500 horsepower. So the first 2 years ago we put supercharger on it, and it produced 600 horsepower. But it was didn't go so well on track.
Too much power?
Yeah, too much power.
Okay, so 500 now. It's a little bit more drivable. I know you had a few mishaps, didn't you? I think the one session didn't go so well, but how's the weekend generally?
Yeah, I'm getting a feel out of the car. Gotta find some more traction in the back. So I'll put a lot of weight in now, so let's see what's happen.
All right, so you're going to bolt some weights in the back of the car and get going?
Yeah, that's correct.
There we go, 500 horsepower less, bolt some weight in the back of the car. I love these guys, super sideways. track cleaners are out, and they are just getting everything ready for us to get running with the final qualifying session for Rallyx. Norwegian series overran a bit, I'm afraid. They have their own separate TV deal, which is why we're not showing them. There's a few people in the questions asking. It's commercial deals, I'm afraid, people. It's not the way it works. So they've got their own cameras here doing their own coverage, and so have we. Glad to have you with us. These are the standings. Johan Kristoffersen at the top of Supercar with 3 session wins. Oluka Shinvabi, his teammate, right behind Kevin Eriksson, Ollie Eriksson. Kevin and Johan, of course, in the championship fight, once you take into account things like drop scores. Michael Tam, Jens Val, great debut. Hans-Johan Austrian-Sonde, Evgen, Mats Oman, Yuri Belevsky, David Norgard and Thomas Eek Merstad. I'm Andrew Coley. With me in commentary, as always, is the man, the myth, the legend, Hal Ridge, the oracle of Rallycross. All right.
Hello.
Oh, I can't hear you. Let me turn you up. Speak.
Hello.
Ah, lovely.
There
Thanks,
you go.
mate. Nice. I've wondered what I'd done wrong there.
It's still not raining despite the
No, I
forecast.
know.
Bit
I'm
disappointed.
I am too.
Well,
I
my
thought it was
feet
going
have
to
dried out.
hurl it down. Yeah, your feet got wet this morning, didn't they? We had to lift the printer off the floor. It's all sorts of drama. It's not as easy as it looks, this TV malarkey.
Track cleaning.
He lost.
Oh, look, pointing.
All right, look,
We
yeah,
tried that
point,
into it. There it is,
hard.
look.
Yeah, but look, I'm good at it. I'm really good at it. Ow!
What would you do if I broke your finger on air?
I'll punch you.
Hey, on air?
100%. If you broke my finger, I'd get that and shove it up your nostril.
I'm sure.
Hey, we're actually live on air right now. How are you? Let's have a chat. Go for it. How you do? What are you? The local commentators or Norwegian?
Yeah.
Ah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Okay.
Oh wow!
So these guys have been handing out the sweets. We still get our microphone. No, we haven't. It's
2
over there.
seconds. 2 seconds.
They've been handing out as Hal's going to get the microphone for us. So say hello to the Rallyx viewers at home. Hello. Hello. There we are. And this is to the crowd.
Yeah.
You got a good day?
Yeah.
Here we are. No, yeah. So what? So here we go. Try this. Both. You can do both. You can have both. Yeah. There we go. So what's happened to the weather?
I don't know. It's blowing away, but we cannot jinx it, so we cannot talk about it.
Okay, but we might, don't talk about the weather or it will rain. It will rain. And you've had a good day?
Yeah, of course. But it's not raining. It's okay, and with all this nice driving, of course, it's a good day.
There we go. I don't know if you guys can hear at home. We need this one as well. What's this?
This is actually some snacks, Norwegian specialties. So we heard that you guys wanted some.
We've been,
So-
Thank you very much indeed. We have the bag of snacks that only the winners will get. So does this make us winners?
Smash.
Of course.
Smash is the best thing ever.
Yeah.
You love the Smash
Thank you.
chocolate?
And you have a whole bag of cars.
Oh, amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Much appreciated. Thank you. And thank you
Cheers,
so
mate.
much.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your hard
Cheers.
work with the fans as well. So good to hear you here. And yeah, what a great track. You're so lucky. It's incredible.
Yeah, thank you. So
Thank you.
hopefully we'll see you later.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Cheers.
much. Cheers, guys. How cool is that? That's absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. So that's the local commentators from the track, who I don't think quite realised we were actually live on air at the time. And they came to say hello, which is cool. And give us snacks, most importantly. Hal, what's in the snack bag, mate?
Should we do a review? I
What,
like
Andreas Baccarat style? What is in the snack bag? Let me have a look.
Wow, look at those for a bag of crisps.
Oh, mate, chili nuts.
Pre-kick Kims.
What are they? Oh, you got something different to me. Hold on, what have I got?
Chili nuts.
Pepper Crunch Kims.
Could do a swap there, mate. I'll have to think about it.
Dinner sorted for tonight.
The Billa car sweet.
Billa, yeah. These are
Perfect.
weird. Do you like them?
Yes.
Do you?
Yeah. And have you not tried Smash?
No, I don't know if I've got Smash. Yes, I have.
What flavour have you got? Oh yeah, they're the same. These are
Do you think
amazing.
they came over to break up the potential violence?
Well, when I was about to break your finger and you were going to shove my mug of tea up my nose.
They must have heard us and like, whoa, they need to calm down. Calm down, boys.
Still got a whole session together.
Calm down. This is the problem. We didn't have any snacks. Avoid violence, people.
Who needs Andreas Baccarat?
Bring mate, yeah.
Who?
Bring snack. Yeah, Andreas. He's not watching.
Former Rallyx commentator.
He's at Tanner Faust's house. Yeah, he was actually, wasn't he? Hollius.
Hollius.
Actually, have you missed Hollius the last 2 years? No, you went last year, didn't you, with World?
Yeah.
But you didn't come with Rallyx. You didn't go this
I've
year.
missed Hollius 3 times in the last 12 years. That's really annoying.
Yeah.
There are only 3 events I've planned to be at that aren't a clash.
Yeah,
For example,
yeah.
Pembrey British Championship last weekend clashed with Germany.
Sometimes there's a clash.
Pembrey, Germany.
Yeah. Pembrey's a good track.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we are. Right. What's
Great
going on
action there last weekend. Actually.
What's going on over there, look? Let's have a look. This is... We're showing people while we're waiting. Where's the dog? Let me look at the comments. Start the race. We'd love to.
That's Lucas Anderson.
I love this. Look.
Back to us.
Are we obliged to panic? Sweden. Oh, okay, so yeah, there's a. There it is. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
I can hear some limiters.
Start the race. Not yet. Now that somebody switched to Swedish, that's fine. Why rage in the chat? Yeah, agreed. There's no rage in here. So Peter, send us a translation of Swedish man. If he's getting too cross, then just take it out. Okay, Hal, are you responding to things here? Hal's got these, you can't see this at home, but Hal's...
You can see I've got the mouse.
Are you putting likes on stuff you don't even know what it says?
No, I'm not putting anything on anything.
Yeah,
I'm just driving the mouse.
I'm going to get Pete. Let's get Peter to WhatsApp us with what that says in Swedish. Someone, if you're in the comments and you're Swedish but you speak English, let us know what your man's saying. Here we go. Brilliant. The Finnish cross-kart kids own the future of motorsport. After KR7 and KR69, other flying Finns from history, Matti Alamäki was Rallycross star with the banned Group B cars. Yes, he was. Great observation.
No, I don't know if we ever had Smash in the UK. I don't remember it, but I
don't
have had
either.
it in Sweden, and it's...
No, as in Smash, no, not mashed potato, Phil. No, this is Smash chocolate. Hal was telling me about it yesterday. He was saying it was awesome. I've never had it.
They look like seashells. This is great.
I've bought across Cuba, the Rallycross photographer, I've bought double-deckers across for him because he can't get double-deckers anywhere except the UK, and double-deckers are his favourite.
So they look like, I don't know, can you see? They look like
bugles.
Yeah, a bugle. Or a seashell.
Bugle, what's in it?
And they're sweet, salty and crispy. So they're chocolate-coated crispy things. Not mashed potato, because that would be horrible.
Chocolate-coated.
Do you like mashed potatoes? It has to be good, doesn't it? What else do people say?
Do you know who likes mashed potatoes?
Thomas Holman, hello.
Hey, Thomas.
Never heard of him.
There's a game. Thomas Holman.
Thomas said he was going to race a cross car here.
Thomas Holman's ripped now, aren't you, mate, eh? He is, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Fair play.
Who else is in there?
He had a great hire car.
How's your day been? How are you all doing? We're doing great, thank you. I'm expecting Bike the dog to be... No, Bike I don't think will be at Hollis. I wish you would. Somebody in the team. Can somebody go and boop Bike's snout? Yeah, I don't know where the dog is. I did say hello to Doggo earlier. It was super cute. Obviously, it doesn't respond verbally because the dog's deaf, bless him. What's happening tomorrow? Tomorrow is...
semis and finals.
Yeah.
Boom.
Hello from Portugal, cross car driver. That's Gustavo Henriquez. We want to commentate on you, Gustavo. Get that cross car in a truck and bring it up here to Scandinavia. Let's go. Or even better, bring us down to Portugal, where I'm sure the sun's shining and we can have Sagres. Yeah? What else we got? Semis and finals. I like this.
Live test. No chance.
No, you're taking those home. Yeah, I think I'm going to take them home as well. And then a question, Bike needs to be a season entry. Basically, everybody just wants to see the dog again. Cadbury smell. I don't think these are Cadburys. What's up? Oh, Jacob Raffos. He's here, isn't he?
He's in that caravan over there. His dad was saying he was in bed all morning.
We came on air because we were ready to go racing, and then the second we came on air, our producer basically spoke to us in our ear and said, you're going to have to talk for 10 minutes, so sorry, bit more randomness for you. There goes Nicholas Dubernard. Do you see him walking across the back of the shot just there, Hal? You missed it. Oh, they missed it at home.
Thomas Holman, coming to Julius, need to convince the organisers to let me join in. Some help.
Join in with what? Go racing? You going to get back in the car?
He claims, the small Norwegian claims that if he races in a cross car, he can win.
Yeah? Get in a cross car then, Thomas.
But he hasn't, I think.
He's giving it the Barry, isn't he?
Giving the Barry.
Just think, let me join in.
I don't understand why he wouldn't rent a supercar and do it, but...
Holman?
Yeah, the supercar's available.
Monica Hannon, Smash, you can't eat just one. I like it.
That is very true.
Is it really?
That is the biggest truth of all.
Monica, are you related to Lowry Hannon? Do we need to get the search crew again to
I
find
think the budget's blown on dog.
Is it World Dog Day today, Phil, really? We are reading all the comments, if you're wondering, because we're frantically filling, and we've frantically filled a few times today.
Have you... I can't believe that someone as passionate about canines as you, doesn't know it's.
Well, my dog's not here, as he's at home.
Well, so you only care about dog-related things when you're there. And
No,
they
I'll
can
FaceTime
get
him in a
you
bit. I'll FaceTime
Instagram
the dog, say hello to him. He always gets me a toy if I FaceTime home. He gets bored about 8 seconds into the call. He's get me a toy, wag his tail, come to the phone.
What's it done for your social media interaction?
The dog?
Yeah.
I think he's more popular than me. It goes without saying.
Obviously.
I mean, that's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, I think people come for the Rallycross and stay for the dog. Tell us a joke. Why are pirates called pirates? Because they are. Kid friendly, so that's TV safe. Who liked the joke?
Johan Rallyx is out for the event. He won't be out in Q4 or the semis or finals. They've got an electrical problem, but it will be fixed.
Yeah, they broke a cable, unfortunately, that they can't fix. Instead of turning to violence, I think we should put Andrew and Hal and a couple of folk race cars in Hollywood next weekend. Yes, so do I. Totally up for that.
Yes, 1,000,000% yes.
The best way to explain Smash is it's like the little bit of chocolate covered bits at the bottom of a cornetto. Okay, that's fair. You know when you get to the bottom of the cone, it's just the crunchy bit with a little bit of chocolate in it. Chassis number update, Hal.
What do you want to know?
I don't know. Tell us something about chassis numbers. Anything interesting from Nitrocross last weekend, chassis number-wise?
Well, I don't know. The person finding all the facts out failed me massively.
Well, I missed 2 cars. I managed to confirm all the NRX Next cars for you.
Oh, you didn't know most of them.
We've got 1 minute to go. There's cars on the grid. Go on, Hal.
What do you want to know?
I don't know. Who swapped chassis last weekend?
Well, this weekend Evan was in 004, the Audi, which is the car that Evan drove last year, but critically is the car Matthias won the World Championship
2016 World Championship. So that's Evan's car here,
yeah.
004.
Yeah, that's what Larson won the 2019 Rallyx Championship in.
There we go.
Val's in German's car. Actually, Val's car is the car German drove last year, which is 001. That was the car that Pontus Tiedemann drove in Hell 2014. So that was the first ever, one of the 2 first ever Audi S1s, because 002 is no longer used.
Mega. Thomas Holman. Right, if I don't finish in the top 3, I'll let you race the cross kart for an event for free. Yep, sold.
Yeah, okay, mate. I'm in.
Done. Tiger's going to win, it says. When are we going to see you in a supercar, Coley? When someone's mental enough to lend me one. I'm totally up for it. Uito, Hallinan, Solly, Svedland and Hagström. Finally we get to go racing. 0.86. The kids have got the fastest reaction times. It's Uito versus Hallinan on the inside line. Uito through the right-hander and away. Nicely done. Hallinan driving around the outside line. Look how dry it is now. The sweepers have been out for the last 10 minutes or so. The track is looking really clean. And it is Michael Uito who leads down the back straight with Hallinan in behind. Still some wetness in the gravel down the back straight.
Look at where they've manipulated the loose. You can really see where they've used the machines there.
Yeah, it looks like they've wetted and rolled it, obviously to keep the dust down, so it's still an issue here if things get too dry.
Solly in the Joker, first time of asking. Hallinan's piling the pressure onto Uito up front. The comment was right, wasn't it, really? The fins are coming. The fins are so strong in junior cross.
They really are very good. Monica Hallinan is but she's not Hallinan's mum, but she is from Hugs from Trogstad, Norway. Thank you, much appreciated. So there's some fairly similar names here, aren't there? So, well, you can cheer for Hallinan anyway, at least with your namesake. 0.7 of a second back. Hagström, look, he's 1.6 off the leader, so just 0.8 between each of these. Solly 5.3 back, so probably within range of the top 3 at least in the back of the pack.
Do you cheer for Victor?
None of them have gone though.
Sven, I think, in the Joker. Yes, it is. Uito pulling a margin now on Hallinan. Hallinan under big pressure from Hagström. Will Hagström try the switchback into the final corner? It's difficult there, isn't it? Because you need room on the inside, and the apex is late in the corner, so you can't really get the nose in and not get contact. It's so different to this morning, isn't it? Look how clean and dry it is. That crash between Oman and Frankton's a very long time ago now, doesn't it? When it was so slippery there from Mats Oman over that curve just before the finish line, and Uito has got this absolutely in the bag.
Yeah, amazing really, if you think the size of the crash it was caused from basically a little bit of a painted curb. It's ultra slippery. Victor had seen it, obviously. And,
yeah, Mats got out of shape, didn't he? And
just touched it, yeah, just touched it and went sideways and in. I think, who's got, for a second there I thought Hagström hadn't gone Joker, but he had.
Hallinan hasn't Joker, did it?
Hallinan's in trouble then, because this is the third lap. That's what I thought. Somebody's missed it, and it's Hallinan, isn't it?
Let's look at the body language of the car that crosses the line first.
Right, Hallinan, I expect, will accelerate all the way through this corner because he's thinking that there's another lap, and he's about to realise that there isn't. So 2:33.4 you can ignore because because that's Hallonen. He's going to get himself a 30-second penalty.
Yeah, he has realised now.
He'll be gutted about that.
Great launch as well from Hallonen. He is good at the initial reaction, isn't he? Very often moves first. I'm just watching Yowie. Emotionless driving back into the paddock. Larry.
He will be annoyed though, and he's right up there, wasn't he? In qualifying, he was in P2. 30-second penalty, Hal. I mean, actually, to be fair, no, it's close enough. He could drop a couple of positions. He'll still want to be in the top 6. We'll see him on the front row, wouldn't it?
It has gone very dark, hasn't it? I can barely read the paperwork.
Is it going to rain?
Come on, the rain.
All day long. Is it going to rain? It is raining.
Yes.
Breaking news, it's raining. Somebody said they laughed at my pirate joke as well, so that's good. Hallonen for the win. What else we got? R, says somebody. That's good.
Yeah, the cross cars are competitive. That is very true.
I love the Merc cross car. That is Hallonen, yeah. And then some people talking about dogs still. We do appear to have started a massive trend for dog chat in the comments on YouTube. But thank you, I appreciate it. And I'll say hello to Doggo from you when I get home. Yulalami on the inside line. Vig, Soderholm, Tree, and Darback.
Terrible start from Soderholm.
Yeah, gone backwards. Great start from Yulalami. Late on the brakes up the inside from a long way back, and it hasn't worked out for either. And the Yulalami gets nerfed out wide, loses the position.
Tell you what, Yulalami did brilliantly there. They were side by side in the corner. He got back into the throttle, just ran the nose out wide, got a load of understeer, but managed to drive around the incident. I don't think you can really say that was. You know, he didn't foresee that, but he was just trying to deal with the situation. It's actually worked out brilliantly for him. So you can't just afford to sit there and have the crash. You've got to try and do something. So get back in the throttle, drive around the outside a bit. Great move from him, and he's all over the race lead.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Dennis Vickett is out front. Under pressure.
Coming off the throttle, wasn't he, a couple of times there, Yulalami. Look at the speed he carries through the corner. Now he's going to try and make something work up here. So Vic goes defensive. Yulalami goes out wide and tight.
Perfect.
That is mega. What a bit of racecraft.
As he was all over Vic there, coming through the first corner, I was thinking this is the difference between the creme de la creme in this category and those that are still learning. And Yulalami, we know, title contender, winning events all the time, and he set that move up brilliantly.
That was incredible. Vic goes Joker, drops one wheel on the loose. Vic's impressive today as well.
Absolutely, yeah, you can't take anything away from them, but that, the title contenders are just so precise.
The cleanness of the pass as well, Hal. Not the tiniest bit of contact, just down on the brakes, turn it in, up the inside, thank you, 3 car lengths down the straight. Really nicely done. Amazing stuff. So Yulalami has what over 2.9, so actually 3 is in the box seat here. Yulalami's got to go on this lap. 3 is flying. Bentley 3, who is Paltree somewhere here. If you joined us earlier on, you know Paltree was the World RX legend who came to Abu Dhabi.
3 yet to go for those.
Braking hard and late. That is a great joker by Yulalami. That's absolutely on the limit. Comes out in front. Clearly in front. The gap was tiny, but he must have just taken loads of time out on that lap.
Yeah. Soderholm trying to make the best of this messy situation in the back of the pack, all bunching up there in the corner.
Yulalami takes it. The time is 2:37.5.
He lost a lot of that, didn't he, in that battle for the lead?
Yeah. Let's have another look. Up to the first corner, look at that.
No, it's some sort of lunge, isn't it?
From a long way back. Good effort though, good to see. I mean, you know.
I love a lunge.
Yeah. This is it, look, into the hairpin, watch, get the grip, he's on the throttle ready, running that tyre over the inside curb and on the exit done.
Brilliant.
Just, yeah.
Textbook, absolutely textbook.
Yeah. As was the Joker, was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Yolalami 237.559, lost a little bit too much time to make that work. Okay. I love the way they're on the limiter so early, Hal. Some of them are on the limiter. The second the marshal walks away, they're just straight on the limiter, aren't they? Farman, Christensen, Oskarsson, Kinnunen, and Antila Kinnunen in the red and yellow with a good start, but getting squeezed in between. Still there, still holding on. Just about round the outside. It is Kinnunen who gets the whole shot in the hairpin. Christensen is the 313 in P3. Down that hill, there's the crest. Junior cross cars, just about the only cars that don't have to brake until they reach the tarmac. Everybody else has got so much extra speed that they've got to get on the brakes. They're normally squashing the brake just, but yesterday in the drive, the supercars were just braking a tiny bit before the jump, and then most of the braking after it. I say jump, it's really just, it goes light. It's a crest down that back straight.
This is mad. Between 7th and 15th in qualifying before Heat 4, there's 15 points. So what happens here is going to have a massive effect on who makes the semi-finals tomorrow. A few of these guys will be going home, or at least not continuing in this event, because
only 3
tight.
semis. Yes. No, 2 semis or two semis. Yeah, with the juniors. Yeah, good shout.
So, for example, Kinnunen in this race is on the same points as Tree. 4 points ahead of Farman, sorry.
And Tila goes Joker Hal from right behind Kinnunen, all over the back. That puts Farman in clear space, clear air. Christensen, look, is 4.1 back. That should be out of range. So it's Kinnunen versus Antila, but Antila has now dropped back into traffic.
So 2:41 is important in the times, because that's the time that Svedland's done. Svedland's in this battle as well. He's 9th. 103 points. Keep an eye on.
Why, but junior cross cars seems to be the noisiest category. Is it just constantly being on the rev limiter? I mean, I'm yeah.
Sometimes. Depends if you turn the track sounds down.
Well, there is that. Yeah, look. Okay, Joker for the leader. Here we go. Farman will come in as well. Christensen's one you got to watch. 3.6 should be enough for Kinnunen if it's a good Joker. There it is. Not enough. Christensen gets in front just at the merge. This was the section of track that last time was so damp offline. Target time, bottom of the screen, not going to be beaten this time round. Christensen takes it. What are you saying, Hal?
I think that's enough for Christensen.
To make it in?
Yeah, I think that's enough. Going to be a tick by him. Svedland on the cusp, but probably done enough. Kinnunen, what's Kinnunen's time? Time is oh, it's already there.
Victor Christensen, 238.9.
Oh, some great news in the chat. Heavy rain expected in 25 minutes. What do you reckon we'll still be in crosscar then, won't we?
Yes, heavy rain, wow. So with it being fastest first, that's going to help them.
Yeah.
Hasn't quite worked out there, has it? Final race for junior cross car. Bjork, Attabladis, etc. and Hume. Great start with Hume on the outside, but equalled by Bjork and Atterblad inside. Atterblad gets it, and then Hume comes around the outside line to hold on to it. Not covering off the inside too much. Nicely done. It's easy to fall into the trap and go, oh, I must cover the inside really hard and then not getting a good exit, but not so there. You see Bjork getting a better exit in the yellow buggy.
Was that Sebastian, etc., running very wide out of the first? The second one, sorry, I think it was there in the background. Another weekend of learning. Such a great class of learning, isn't it?
I'm looking forward to racing Thomas Holman's cross car, I have to say.
How much do you think the top open two-wheel drive cars are worth with those specs? More than old Supercar? Engine specs are high.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because supercars plateau at their value, really. You get to a certain level in supercars, they don't really get below unless you find an absolute bargain. But the open two-wheel drive cars, they're expensive to build, to get them right. And they're incredibly highly strung. That's a tricky one.
Well, Simon Tiger told me earlier he's on his 3rd engine this year, so that gives you a good idea. We've only had 4, this is the 4th weekend.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, engines are not cheap and they're built by top engine builders, so most cost-effective, got to be cross car, hasn't it?
A single mate is the most cost-effective because you don't have to do any development. It's refinement, not development.
Yeah, buy it, change the settings to suit your driving style.
Like Supercar lights, okay, the initial cost is you have to outlay the initial capital, but then they're relatively inexpensive to run. The parts are readily available. You don't have to make stuff.
Yeah.
Critically, they retain their value because they're a single specification. If it's in good nick when you get it, and it's in good nick when you sell it, then probably haven't fluctuated that much as long as the class is still going. Whereas the more unique cars, you know, very specific to how much someone wants it. Like anything, things are only worth as much as someone's willing to pay for it.
You can see as well, Jeremy was asking about will there be another qualifying session, and very kindly Citroën has replied, yes there will, but there won't be semi-finals. Correct, because there's only 5 of them, so they'll go straight to the final. I think there's only 4 actually, aren't there?
Yes.
Yes, so they'll go straight to their final tomorrow. So there'll be a semi-final session, which is pretty late tomorrow, about 1:30 I think it is. And then the finals later on in the day. So 2 shows yesterday compared to 3 today.
Hume's time a 2:41, which will put him 10th or 11th, something of that order, which is pretty good, really. It'll be his best result of the weekend. 18th, 18th, and 19th in the early sessions, or the first 3 sessions before that.
Most consistent track conditions now. Does that say send it, Al, across the front of the car there?
I was trying to work at qualifying points, sorry.
That's all right, I just like
that
stickers.
sums up you and I, doesn't it?
I just
really?
like stickers, yeah. Hal's here looking at qualifying points. I'm going, oh, does that say send it? Oh, nice one, yeah, mega. Good for you.
That word I cannot say.
Send it? No, you can't say that.
No, I can say send it.
Oh, mega?
Yeah.
Can't say mega?
No.
I don't say it quite so often now. I'm moving on. I don't know what the next thing's going to be. It's just, it's not planned. You know, these things are organic. I can't remember where I got mega from. I think it might have been from my cousin's other half. Mike Cluito with 4 session wins, 200 qualifying points. Remember, they're just the points that put them in order. Yililami, Hagstrom, Vik, Solly. Crucially, Hallinan just holds on to a front row start. Hallinan was P2 at the start of this session. Cardinal Sin in Rallycross. Look at that score in Q4. 25 points, missed the Joker lap. Go on, Hal.
Shows how close it is, though, that Kinnan's 8th there. Kinnanen was 13th going into the session, so that's a massive increase.
Yeah, who was it close between 7th and 15th?
7th and 15th, yeah.
And only
within 15 points.
Only the top 2 will make it. Cross car up next, Elias Svensson. Remember, the top 18 will go through in this one. Grana, look, is down there, so ignore the 12 line, 18 are going through. Grana, Alexander Humlock, 13th, 14th. There's a few people down there. Jimmy Osterberg's in 18th, so he needs to do a bit of work here and just make sure that he can hang on to a place.
Isn't it? Goodness.
Yeah, there's a few drivers down there who are having a bit of a shocker of a day.
4 qualifiers make so much difference, though, doesn't it? You can afford to have a
one
bad
one. Yeah, one bad.
You can afford a puncture and still make it.
No, it is kind of drizzling, and there is no bright sky about now, really. These drivers will be very pleased that it's fastest first, because they are going to get lovely track conditions. Svensson, Grano, Lorentzen, Eganson and Eek Merstad on the outside. Merstad's got a banger of a start, absolutely flies on the inside line. Svensson's got one that's equal to it. Oh, almost contact between them. You cannot merge closer than that. You couldn't park closer than that. Svensson from Eek Merstad, that was brave.
Some of these cross-car drivers are absolutely on the limit. If they'd have made contact then, the consequences would be huge, wouldn't they? But they are really precise and so committed.
Grana goes Joker on the first lap. Good move by him. I wondered actually if Merstad might. With these guys all being so quick, you can afford to Joker early in this, but
absolutely, yeah.
Grana's lost the start, so might as well go from third.
Yeah, the right decision, absolutely. Another weather check.
I think it's getting trickier out there. Just looking at a few tiny. We'll see the mistakes come thick and fast if it starts to get greasy on track. We're probably not quite at that point yet. Keep your eyes peeled.
If it rains a tiny bit, you could end up in this weird scenario where the track's at its worst now and then improves a bit if it gets really wet. I know that sounds really strange, but if it gets slippery, it's sometimes worse than being full wet, but not so bad when they're not changing tyres. That would be the case in Supercar when you're on 60 degrees rather than wet tyres in the race.
Oh, Merstad backing it in the whole way. That was fantastic car control. Comes out the Joker lap now. Holds position. Right, in terms of people who've jokered at least. So Svensson out front. Got a Joker on this final lap that's coming up. And Lorentzen, who's in P2 now, as you can see ahead of Merstad. Merstad's got to hope that Lorentzen doesn't hold him up. Shouldn't do. Say these drivers are all so fast. Grana in P4. Evenson at the back of the pack. So you're with the leader now. Svensson up in turn 1. Elias Svensson, who could last year potentially have won the series.
Got disqualified in Hilius in the opening race.
From the win.
For an exhaust infringement, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah, absolutely gutting.
When we turned up in Strangnas in Hetson's Motorsport Polo, and absolutely sent it, drove it like a cross guard.
Yeah, brilliant. Svensson then comes out in the lead, nicely done. This is going to be our time, and if it continues to rain, I think it's going to be hard to beat. It's only spotting, it's the tiniest bit of rain, but it'll accumulate a little bit. Svensson with a 2:23.3.
The temperature's plummeted as well.
Yeah, I was going to say it's cold. I'm cold.
I'm cold.
Thankfully.
There's an echo in here.
2:23. 2:20 was the first session. Today we were at a 2:38 and we were at a 2:23.1 was Svensson in Q3 house. So conditions are pretty similar still to Q3 at the moment. Yes, fist pump from Svensson as he crosses the line, and this is why it's a great time. It's a 2:23.3. It's job done. If the weather changes, that's going to help him. It's not changing too much just yet, but Martin Ugar, Sebastian Enholm, Jan-Emil Vilsberg, Maju Niemi, Marcus Gimler-Enger in this one. Niemi in the second race, that's an absolutely brilliant result to be up this high in the fast drivers and goes to show the progress she's made. But it's Ugar Enholm on the inside. On the outside line, brilliant start for Gimler-Enger.
Wow.
Enholm P2, but it's Gimler-Enger who gets into the lead. Oh, contact at the background. It's in Niemi that's going to come off worse. It is Ugar just in front. Enholm in behind. Marcus Gimler-Enger who leads. Enholm doesn't go. None of the top three go joking. Ugar's gone off on the brakes, gets into the dirty part, gets a cone underneath, and that is a nightmare in a cross car. That may well really affect. He needs to actually drive that over a curb.
I think the curb in the penultimate corner will probably see that off.
Yeah, get that cone ripped out from underneath the car. That's what's got to be done.
You won't know it's there either. I will do now. He looks terribly handling in the background.
Enholm through to the lead. So Enholm getting it done. Hammered down now to try and...
I'll save you going out of the...
you got the radar up, Hal.
Radar, look, and it's going...
Oh, it is coming through then, isn't it? Yeah. So the rain is definitely going to get worse. Stay with us if you enjoy a bit of worsening conditions. I just think it's interesting, makes it challenging, doesn't it? Particularly when lots of people will have spent the whole day dialing their cars into slightly drier, and now they're in the paddock going, is it wet, is it dry? Do we go stiff, do we go soft? What are we going to do with the car if the conditions are changing? Enholm in sideways, high in the RPM with another lap to go, runs over the curb, which is already looking slippery. You can see probably from at home that the way the lights change. Look from how bright the brake lights are should give you guys an idea of how dark it's gone here. It is hard to tell on camera sometimes. It's dark, it's got that cold feeling that you get before rain. It's not too bad yet. Three leading cars into the Joker. Good job by Enholm. Not going to be troubled on the exit here. Gimler right with him. There's the cone that got dumped on the exit. Gimler has a look to the inside line. Enholm holds on.
Sensible from these two, isn't it? And they're setting as good a pace as they can do, I think.
I was going to say, look at the time. They're not going to be. They're 2-3 seconds off already. How do you think that's track conditions?
Yeah,
I think
must be, yeah. Because Enholm's right up there on pace.
Yeah, so that's 5.3 seconds already to the worst, and it is just barely drizzling.
Niemi made a poor start there, didn't she? Just didn't quite hook it up off the line, and then just brake that bit too late. Met Ugar's rear. Ugar then nearly ran into the back as well in the pack, but they all got away with it. Apart from Ugar, who I don't think Niemi can be held responsible for that mistake. Thought there was a puncture there for a second, but it's just the car skipping around. They move around so much, and there is that cone that got displaced later on by Enholm. There it is.
That's it, go pick it up. Where's the base? He's lost the base to his cone. Shocker. There's a big stack look in the background, ready to replace them. Soldiers ready to be lined up on the front line of the side of the entrance to the Joker lap. Probably driven over by
National Service.
An errant cross car. Yeah, you have to do.
Errant?
Yeah, errant.
Errant.
Yeah, errant. You know what I meant. So yeah, you know, lined up down the side there. It's going to get wetter. If I was on the front line of cones, I don't fancy being in that particular area at the end of the straight as the drizzle
I think I'd have my white flag out now.
Would you?
Yeah,
You'd surrender. You'd surrender to the front of a cross car. What is it? 6:30. Oh, look how bright that light looks. That again, that's an idea of how dark it is. It's Accenture, Eliasson, Hoffman on the outside line. That's Herskinen, who's got a brilliant start from Bowdens inside. Bowdens goes inside turn one over the curb. Herskinen holds on. Eliasson coming around the outside of about 3 cars to get up into P3, loses that position again, drop it back. Look at how sideways people are getting in that corner already. Bowdens may be done by Eliasson here on the straight. No, he does find some traction.
Great example of Hoffman just getting too sideways there on the inside of the exit of turn 2. It just couldn't get the traction. Eliasson into the Joker, having gone all the way around the inside of 1 and then tried outside in 2. Bowdens though piling the pressure on at the front. Is he going to manage the undercut in the final corner? He's going to go for it. Great awareness. Bowdens sticks the nose at the inside. He's on the curb. Yes, he gets it done.
Lovely pass. You saw him have about 4 attempts on the brake. Can I? Yes, I can. Just got in. And that's that thing of feeling the grip. It's going to be harder and harder.
About that.
Yeah.
Previous corner.
Yeah.
And that's how far ahead you have to think.
But he's going to be harder and harder to match the times of the top drivers now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Greenland
get
is
slower.
So struggling for traction out of turn 2.
You want to be the highest up your race you can, don't you? Because if it gets progressively slower, each time you're a position up, it's going to put your position up in the session. Remember, it's all about time. But if the track gets slower, look at it now, how much lot they're having to use to hold on. It's just gently drizzling. The tarmac's going a darker colour. You can see it when you're in the car. We can see it from the drone. You can see water on the lens of Vigo's drone. Understeer now on the exit, then it switches to oversteer. Just all those little giveaways that the grip levels are dropping out there on track.
Not really wet. This is the greasy phase we were talking about.
There's that
it's really slithering all over the place. No, they'll almost have forgotten. It's so easy to forget that driving over that curb is bad news.
The worst thing is you'll be going, I've had a good run, and you'll get back and look at the clocks and go, look, there's good grip on the inside still.
Yeah, this is the fastest lap of 48.6 at the moment.
Only 3.1 back, Eliasson in your background. So I think Bowdens might struggle to get out in front of Eliasson here. We don't know what the difference is in the Joker. Bowdens slots in there around to the left. Where's Eliasson on the inside line? I think he's going to be there. He is. Eliasson gets it. Really well done. 3.1. So the delta then is, what, 3.5 again, isn't it, at least? Bowdens comes out in P2. Eliasson through the last left-hander, and when he crosses the line, you'll see him head up that graphics tower on the left-hand side. He will take the checkered flag here, but if you look at the clock, bottom left, people are not going to be troubling the top of the times anymore. 13 seconds. That's the difference. One race back, and it was what, 3?
Yeah,
2 races back, and it's 13.
Mad, isn't it, these conditions? Because
you can see the dust coming up when they touch the loose, but at the same time, the track's super greasy and difficult. This is turn 1. Small nudge there in the rear of Bowden's that won't have caused him.
How's the question? Oh, this is the move, isn't it, from Bowden? Look at this. Watch the nose of the car. 1, 2.
He's on the brakes the whole time as well,
Yeah.
but just a different amount of brake pressure, and hasn't come off the brakes enough to turn the brake pressure switch off.
And then watch the curb.
You can tell how dark it is as well by the dashboards on the cross cars. You can see them lit up. Driving a rallycross car at night, which I've been lucky enough to do, it's amazing how bright some things are.
Oh,
the gear display in a supercar, for example, turns into this bright red luminous light.
Turn it down, I can't see the road. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
So we had to get some sticker back, of a sticker that you tear the back off and then put it over.
Yeah.
We had to take some of that off
take the
and
brightness
put it
out.
over the lights because they're so bright. And it's those sort of things, it's just a dim light in the daytime. So when the light drops, there's all sorts of...
Now, that's the way we would have to do it. Volkswagen Motorsport, what they do, they'd have like an automatic sensor, wouldn't they? They would sense the brightness outside and adjust
What if
it.
they hadn't thought about it?
No, but that's the thing. But Volkswagen Motorsport would have done, wouldn't they? In the end?
Well, who knows? Maybe they would.
They would. They would. Oh, there's the radar. Oh, filthy. Look at that. Oh, hang on. Skirting round us a bit, is it? Go on. Have a crack at it. Ah, come on. You can't pause it there. We know it's coming, surely. Well, it's too late. It's been. It has been. What open two-wheel drive would you build? Somebody said they build a Trabant. We raced Larders, didn't we, in Latvia once? I'd like to build an open two-wheel drive Larder. What do you think?
It was just brilliant, yeah, but the rudimentary nature of those cars made them as good as they were. That was a long time ago.
Da får vi se da. Brunqvist, Sirna,
I'll get back to you.
Look at the difference in the starts again on the outside. Brunqvist in the red and white with the best start, but it's just varying so much across the grid. You said, didn't you, that earlier this morning when it was slippery, it was better outside than it was inside. The further across the grid you were, and we're starting to see that again with the starts now.
Pearson carrying the momentum up the hill out of turn 2. Great run from the black and red machine. Going to Joker this time around. Did that before, didn't he? With the early Joker strategy.
Yeah, but Pearson's way down, Hal. I think we said, didn't we?
He was last, wasn't he?
He was. I don't think he's any more. No. But he only moved up to 29th. He needs to be 18th. And unfortunately, with the way the weather's gone, that's not going to happen, is it?
Yes. Look how greasy it is down there in the final.
Horrible, isn't it? So from the outside, it was actually Jorgensen. Sorry, not Brunqvist. Brunqvist was on the inside. We have a grid the wrong way around. Nice one. So dark in the tent now, we've actually had to ask them to put the lights on so we can read the grids.
That is unusual.
It is.
Everyone around is now putting their hoods up. Umbrellas are going up. Finally, it's raining.
So now things get interesting with regard to tyres in the other categories.
Yeah. It's absolutely dry at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Unless you run a wet and just to get the blocks in the tyres to move around a bit and try and generate a bit more heat, because the temperature's so low as well. Although these cross-ply Coopers are so soft that they do move around a lot, you can generate a lot of heat in the dry. For me, it's definitely dry tyres at the moment because you can generate so much heat into a Supercar dry tyre.
It's still raining. We're sending a camera down actually to the pre-grid, which is right down at the end. I was going to explain. Go on, Karen. How?
Yeah, so it'd be nice to get some tyre insight from pre-grid with our new RF cameraman this weekend, just to have a look and see what's going on. And you can see the wipers on the cars. Brunqvist cleaning the windscreen out front. Dark it is. You can see all the clouds in the distance as well above these mountains. Although the mountains haven't disappeared yet. This morning they were invisible with the mist. Yeah, it's close to merge there as it might have been.
In the background it was.
Yeah, it was.
Not
Cerner. Cerner's run wide. Pearson's got in the rear of Cerner. Where do we see?
We have a new cameraman this weekend on the RF, so just, I've just, oh, you've done that, have you? Sorry, yeah.
Keep up.
Sorry, mate, I was explaining. Oh, that curb is horrible again, isn't it? Cerner just holds on. Yeah, he's heading down there, so we'll see.
Now it's all on your navigation.
Now we'll see how good a co-driver you are.
Yeah, why? What's going on?
Well, if he makes it and gets good tyre shots,
Oh, I'm
then
with
it's
you.
all
I'm with
on
you. Yeah, and if he doesn't, then
It's
everyone,
all on you.
Coley explained it really badly. Yeah, he's going to head
It's a
there.
bit like spotting. If he gets it, then it's just job done. If he doesn't get it, it's your fault.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand. Thank you for the kind comments, you guys. We have a great time bringing you this series, and I'm glad that you enjoy our slightly reckless off-piste rantings and various bits of sense of humour. It is good fun. It is good fun. Right, what you got, Ridge? Anything coming in? So we're just waiting on some results, which is fine. I'm just having a quick look through some of these.
Thomas Holman, give me a shout out. You've had one.
Yeah, Thomas. God.
Well, there's Hume dragging his car to the end. Where was Hume? Hume was 14th overall with 88 points. That is a puncture, and one of the big players. Where is Hume in this championship? Hang on, paper shuffle.
Hume
I'm on the
at
wrong
the
class.
minute is in P3.
Yeah, so I don't think he's going to be in the semis.
Really? Whoa. Savage. Yeah, P14.
And this time is currently last 20.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, yes, a long, long, long way back.
Well, a minute off.
So Alexander Hume, who was in P2 prior to us going to Kubla, dropped to P3, DQ'd from round 6 in the final. Only made the semis at 5. It's just quite good, consistent. The first few events, P2 in Tjerb, a couple of fifths, made the semis in Nice, some second race.
Cross costs so much about consistency, isn't it? Being up the front.
Yeah.
All the time. And then the difference in the champions is when you can win a few.
Looking at our stats as well, down to P8 in the championship. Everyone down to P9 in the series has been on the podium at some point.
Yeah.
The top says Enholm leading.
And they're
the
almost
standings.
all serial podiumers, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Looking at it, I mean, about 1, 2, 3. So the top 2 have got 3. Hume actually only had 1 podium, so consistently was there enough. Other people have obviously had 1 or 2 bad results. But everybody in the so the top 2 have had 3 podiums each. Then you got Hume with 1. Svensson is in P4 with 3.
Problem for Patrick Kong, I think, on the grid. Not quite see. Could do with that camera being a bit further out. So
There it is. It's still only lightly drizzling, but you've seen the timesheet, so you know what it's doing to the track conditions.
I think that car isn't running. They're going to release the race without him.
And then roll him back.
Where was Kong?
Not on the front page, looking at this, of our stats. Oh, sorry, of our results.
26th.
Yeah.
So probably unlikely to make this one, unfortunately. But a shame not to be able to complete the event if that's the case.
All of a sudden, I wish I'd got my coat. Can't believe I'm saying that in all this moment. Tudo left on the grid as well on the outside. Bergan with an absolutely incredible start.
A great move from Roos, gets the nose on the inside. Is there traction on the inside to drive up the hill? Yes, there is. Lovely rotation in the car coming into the apex, the first apex. Almost a double apex corner, that, isn't it? Because you run wide in the middle. Brilliant move. Moving jokers from that.
Bergan goes off.
Yeah, so it doesn't affect at all. Tudo yet to joker. It's all about Tudo getting a good run now. Not hold up those that have joker behind.
Not the easiest things to turn in, are they, in these conditions either? Because they're best turned in with quite a lot of aggression. If you remember when Kenneth Hansen and Graham Rodemark did it at Holliers, they were saying, weren't they, it's just such an alien driving style if you're not chucking it in. But when it's wet, you don't want too much rotation in the way, but you don't get any rotation in the way, and then you just pick up understeer or push, and you're just going straight on. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Keep stepping outside. It's slightly bigger, fatter rain now, Hal.
Speaking of bigger, fatter rain, you know my jeans for?
if you source me a Coke, I'll source you your jeans. Where are they though? At the hotel or in the car?
In the car, which is just
Well, go and stick them on, mate. If you want, it's fine. Go and get them. You can put your jeans on behind the desk. I'm sure there's loads of newsreaders that just sit there in their pants anyway.
I'm in my pants now. Didn't you know?
Yeah, well, all weekend, isn't it? That's why we have a desk, me and Hal. Through the last corner, avoiding that curve on the outside because it's not a nice place to be right now. Rouge takes it to 250. And yeah, it's going to drop. So to give you an idea, so Rouge has won that one with a 250, and it's 3 seconds slower than Persson in P19. You can't count Hume in P20 because Hume was a minute back with that puncture. This is one of those occasions, I'm afraid, where fastest first does not work. It's so the idea behind it is to give the later drivers slightly cleaner track conditions and a bit more speed. But obviously, if it rains mid-session, it doesn't work. Been a few times in recent history in Rallycross where there's been a really obvious winner from these kind of conditions. It was Rainers Ditch, wasn't it?
Yeah, just thinking about that when
the
he
big roll at
snotted the
Hollies.
Honda in,
off
Q1.
the curb in turn 1 in Q1, and then it was.
Then he made it Rainers.
Was it slowest? Yeah, it was always slowest first, wasn't it? It was fastest.
No, it was the Spinner of Doom, wasn't it? And he won the Spinner of Doom battle because he was first out.
That's right.
And then it rained.
But it was slow, yeah, so it went slowest first because we used to vary it, didn't we? Which I quite like. Again, at least then it's random. Yeah, set an incredible time, it rained, and he made the semi-finals. But got a podium.
On the podium, yeah.
Skint, yes. That's a fist pump, by the way, if you're wondering what skint.
What year was that? 19?
Don't know.
Who won in Hurley's 19? Sebastian Eriksson.
Oh, in the Stormtrooper liveried Fiesta.
Sebastian Eriksson, Kevin Hansen. Rainers Ditch.
Oh, my goodness me. Is Hal Ridge a genius?
No.
Or a terrible bore? It's up to you.
The latter.
Vote at home. No, he's not. He's a lovely bloke. He really is. It's great fun. Callum Gotherson. I'll tell you what, we've got some quick drivers in this. Gotherson, that's over the limit on the lock stops. When you reach the lock stops, it won't go round any further unless it goes all the way round.
Tell you what, Andrew, this could be trouble for Jimmy Osterberg in this one.
Yeah, what position was he in? He was in 18th, wasn't he? Osterberg was right on the cusp of it. Yeah, P18 after 3 sessions.
Gottherson's down there as well. Obviously, Osterberg's out at the front.
He does lead, but so where's he going to need to be? I guess it depends on
where. Everyone else, and it's so difficult to work out. This is why it's so enthralling and frustrating in the same time.
Needs the cleanest, fastest run he can possibly get.
Stop going out. You're annoying me now. Stop going out.
I'm loving it. It's raining even harder.
I can tell you, look, because there's the outside is black tarmac, and where we are, it's grey tarmac.
I feel the grip with my foot. It's pretty similar here in my Adidas, whatever these are, Gazelles. I don't know what compound they are. They're dry, but
old man.
They're slightly slick as well on the underneath. Wasn't anticipated these conditions. I love these trainers. What are you talking about? Yeah, you're standing there in your running shoes. Go for a run. Your feet were wet this morning as well. Mine weren't. We really are digging deep now, aren't we? So into the Joker goes Nielsen. These names, I say, we're so used to seeing them up at the top. That is the depth of this, and also the amount of people who just have one little issue and drop back. Osterberg by 2.2 from Lothar, and then Gotherson.
Well, Kalle Gottherson's had a terrible weekend. 32nd overall, so that's...
Look how steady Osterberg was taking, and actually does run right the way over the paint. So I'll take that, thank you very much. No concern to me. Nielsen avoids it.
So really, the only driver in this with a lot to win or lose, I think, is Osterberg. Nielsen's also...
Where's Nielsen? Yeah, the number 34 is outside the top 18.
Yeah, he's 28th as well. So everyone in this has had a shocker of a weekend.
Look at the flames on overrun from Osterberg. Osterberg has been keeping this super tidy. Should come out of here to take the win, but it's all about the times. You can see already the clock is long past him coming in anywhere near the fastest driver, Svensson, who went out in the dry in the very first race. Osterberg is in P18 and needs to be inside those 18 cars really in this one as he backs it into the last corner. He'll frantically be trying to beat it, pulls the gear early, RPM early, gets it over the line. It's a great drive from Osterberg. He's 22 seconds back with a 2:45.6.
So where is Cerner?
That's going to put him...
Hoffman.
He's ahead of Cerner. A 2:45.6 is going to put him in
Hoffman's on a 2:39.
So Hoffman's ahead.
Eganson
behind.
has gone well up.
but Alexander Hume's not going to make it, I don't think, because he had a puncture.
Hoffman and Cerner were both in front of Osterberg, so Osterberg here actually could. And it was only 1 point.
Yeah, so Cerner's behind. I think Cerner's at risk of not making it here. Hoffman is 14th, but I think that'll be enough. Eganson, yes, absolutely enough, because 4th fastest, having been in the quickest race, is perfect at this stage of the weekend. That's when the conditions really work.
Who car's up next?
Robin Grana, yep, he's through. Rasmus Roos, where's Rasmus Roos?
Hukar's in P8, Hal, coming up in this next race.
Rasmus Roos? 22nd.
Osterberg takes it 2:45.6. He was in P18, but that result puts him 1 place ahead of somebody, Romat Cerner, in fact one of his teammates, isn't it? Who was super close in the point standing.
I think Osterberg's going to make it by a place or two.
Yeah. Yeah. So Riku Hukar on the inside of the grid here, prior to this session, had a P2, then a P30 and dropped down. This is what Hal was saying earlier on. What we've been saying is with 4 qualifying sessions, you can have 1 bad one. Hukar's had that bad one in Q3, but unfortunately the weather being bad here. Look at him feathering him off the line.
It's at its worst now, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's properly raining. First time I've been outside, it was actually raining.
So it's Ida who got the best of the starts, I think it is, at the 670. Riku Hukar slots into P2. Hukar trying to find traction and does. Yeah. Brilliant drive off the corner. Riku Hukar hooks it up, wiper on. Going to blast everyone with dirt on the way down the straight. Now try and get on the brake early enough. You're just desperately trying to get into the curb. And then in the background, just getting all squirrely and sideways was Tanel Terraping in the 115 from Pace Motorsport, who's gone joker. In the background, comes into the shot again. Line it up, get it straight, feed the power. Watching Osterberg come out the last corner was brilliant, wasn't it? To see him pulling a gear early and using super low RPM just to try not to get too much wheel spin on the exit. There's that little wiper. It really doesn't do a lot, which is why you see the cars behind with no screening. Going back, aren't we, to Q2 conditions almost.
So of all the people, I'm not going to say what it is, but of all the people that have asked questions of the broadcast today, I think Kenneth Hansen wins.
Oh, Kenneth has messaged, does he? Come on. You're not going to tell us what the question was?
That's a nerdy question.
I like it. Is he asking you something nerdy?
Yeah.
Kenneth Hansen. Hello, Kenneth. We hope you are good, mate. Can we get Kenneth in a cross car back at Hollius again? I don't remember him particularly enjoying it last time.
I'd say would.
It's a no. It's a no from Kenneth.
He's busy anyway in Hollius. He's driving various cars at Lowick.
Oh, yeah, of course he is, yeah.
What an event clash.
I know, that's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? Hollius for Rallyx and then Lowick with the big entry. Loeb's going, isn't he? Backward's going. Kenneth Hansen's going. Kenneth, though, Hal, I believe, is still on 249 European events, isn't he? Yeah. I want him to do that 250th. Come on, Kenneth. We're harassing you now. Message Kenneth Hansen now. Send him, or just mention him on Instagram or something. I don't know.
He's supposed, he
won't take any notice, will he? No. He might take some notice if we read his mobile phone number out on air. We won't, don't worry. As somebody who doesn't worry about social media.
No, someone doesn't worry about what people say. Yeah. It's like I don't know, what's the term about ducks and water and
like water off duck's back. Yeah, good. Super calm, Kenneth. Riku Hukar won't be feeling quite so super calm, although I think will be pleased with this drive because it's on the final lap and actually it's going pretty quickly when you think Osterberg was a 2:45. He's gone 6 seconds quicker than Osterberg did, so Hukar's car is just really nicely dialed in.
So Hukar's done
6 is mega.
Plenty.
But he was already P8.
Yeah,
so he was
to be.
Yeah. And actually,
But
probably
that could have gone both ways. If the conditions had fallen off a cliff, that could have been bad news.
Yeah, but I think in P8 he would have made it, wouldn't he? But actually, I think with the way he's driven there, yeah, but he's done a 2:39. I mean, he's gone 14th anyway. It's good recovery for where he is.
Yeah, we're agreeing.
We are agreeing. We are agreeing.
In a convoluted way. Tudo, I think, is out.
Where was Tudo prior to this one?
On the cusp.
23rd.
No, sorry, Cerner. Getting there.
Cerner. I got you. Okay, yeah, Cerner was the one who was in P17.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's 4 cars, I think, at Pace Motorsport.
Yeah.
Tick, tickety tick.
I think
Osterberg's
in, anyway.
Are we going to see Osterberg? I'm pretty sure is in. Are we going to see a standings?
Here
we go. Svensson, the top qualifier from Thomas Ekmerstad and Sebastian Enholm. And it's Wolfsberg, Gimle Enger, Lorentzen Eliasson, Yuga, Baldins, Huka, Granes, etc. Egonsen, Brunkvist, Hoffman. Who's made the cut in the final 3 spots? It is. Come on now. This isn't.
I told you.
Herskainen, Niemi makes it, and Osterberg Zerner misses out, as does Alexander Hume. And Hume was in P3 in the championship, and that is an absolute disaster. Pouring with rain here now in Grenland as well. It's starting to drip off the back of the commentary box. The umbrellas are up.
There's drips in and out of the commentary box.
It is, yeah. It is wet. It is wet.
2 big drips.
I'm disappointed for Alexander Hume to be in P3 in the standings this late in the season and just not to make it today. That's annoying for him.
Yeah, home event as well.
Open 2-wheel drive, Simon Tiger with 3 session wins at the moment from Victor Johansson. You saw at the top of the show, we went and spoke to Victor whilst he was spannering the car.
And these are the conditions you do not want to be driving an open 2-wheel drive car.
You definitely do not. This is where Marcus Norman in 3rd on the grid will be super happy that he dropped the power from 6 to 500 horsepower. Gollop, wasn't it, who gave that brilliant quote, I think, once about the 6R4, about how really these peak 800 horsepower or something ridiculous was a bit too much for the wet conditions. It's raining too much for us to get the drone up. Okay, that gives you an idea of how heavily it's starting to rain. Off the line, Simon Tiger with a good start, but I have to say Victor Johansson, that's much more like it off the line. He gets out into Norman, Stur gets into the back, Stur backs off, goes inside line. They're in a train coming down towards turn 1, all 4 cars in a row. Everybody knows if they run wide, they're going to be given up positions left, right and centre. Simon Tiger from Victor Johansson, Marcus Norman, Bjorn Stur.
This is the water pouring off in front of Victor Johansson's windscreen from the washers. Norman's going to joke at this around sensible. Stur changes his mind, stays on the standard lap. So gentle on the throttle. Into the joker is Marcus Norman.
It's obscene, isn't it, the amount of power these drivers have got. Okay, so are we in wets territory? I think we are, aren't we, finally? Yeah. The thing, in theory, wets is puddles, isn't it? But now it's starting to see water on the surface.
It's also about getting the tyre temperature, and you can't get the tyre temperature if the tyres are sliding around, so you need the blocks of the tyre to move. Look at the flames coming out from the 3-rotor supercharged Wankel engine.
Go on, Marcus Norman. Change the wastegate.
Oh, look at the flames.
Yes, that's what we like about racing in the dark. And it's not, hang on,
fire.
that's not what we need. Marcus Norman in the background with a huge blow-up, I reckon. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Oh, no, Tiger as well.
Issues as well.
So Simon Tiger, he's run the car offline. Simon Tiger's parking it too. So Simon Tiger, who's won all 3 qualifying sessions so far, runs deep offline, pulls the car off the side of the track.
Very
3
fair.
engines
Very
done
fair.
already this year. Marcus Norman has that fire put out. That's a bummer. So both those cars, we went and saw them and talked to both of them about engines. And Simon Tiger and Marcus Norman have pulled off. Tiger was TQ man. We red flagged?
It's the end.
Sorry, checkered flag. I didn't realise it was the end of the race. So
No, it's not.
Tiger, mate.
They've red flagged it. Sorry. They've started the 3rd lap. No, it's not. Look at the amount of liquid under there. Is that oil?
So basically, yes, so they need to put the fire out, so they've decided to stop the race. Will they bother restarting it with 2 cars? They have to, I guess.
For the time.
Oi, oi.
So let's have a look at the car in 3rd, because I don't think anything massively dramatic happens with Simon. He just stops. There's Norman. We saw the flames licking underneath.
I didn't see that. I must admit, I was looking down at the time. I thought you were talking exhaust flames, not flames.
Well, so did I. That's the point. I thought
okay, you thought it was as well. Right, no, I hadn't realised.
And that's oil, isn't it? Definitely.
That's boom, isn't it? Luckily, it's on the dirt section.
And not on his side.
Oh, he's on the brakes, look. Then it comes out the exhaust as well. This is Simon Tiger, look, as he comes out from
what?
Like
I'm
go on.
I'm pretty laissez-faire about mechanical dramas because they happen in motorsport. But I'm gutted for them. 2 cars on the same lap is just extraordinarily bad luck, isn't it?
Yeah, it's rubbish. It's better, and they're great sports too. Like, you know, we went up there earlier. They're
good fun. Yeah, they're super open. The best thing about open 2-wheel drive is how open and friendly I really, really, really want this category to succeed. Now, one of the problems for this category this weekend is that lots of the Norwegians that would race in are actually racing in the Norwegian Championship.
Yeah, so we should clarify here as well, the supercar thing with Norway, they don't have a supercar category, so they're racing in qualifying.
Well, they do
Nordic.
one supercar finale
here.
a year.
Yeah.
Wherever that finale
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And here, this weekend, they're doing it here.
So they've got their own final, haven't they,
Yes.
tomorrow, but they're qualifying with the supercars,
Yeah,
whereas
yeah.
open two-wheel drive, what would be the equivalent category in Norway would be...
Well, it's like Supernational 2400 or something, but they want to, because there's different engine capacity splits in Supernational, you can't have all of those engine capacity splits with the open two-wheel drives as well. So, yeah, it doesn't really work, which is a shame. And some people would double drive. We've seen that in the past.
We'd have a
That's
huge
super hard on the car. But next week in Julius, we've got a lot of non-Swedes. It's SM next weekend, which will mean that people like Timmy Enland, who would often race in open two-wheel drive, will actually be in SM for Supernational because that's the championship he's going for.
The problem for these guys is that it's 5 days.
Yeah, of course.
It's not, and Tiger's already on his 3rd engine. I hate to say it, but I wouldn't surprise me if there isn't another engine that's ready.
Well, they don't have. That's why he was so late coming here. But my point is, generally, not specifically about them, but generally about the class, we've got Peter McGarry. And it's definitely engine related, isn't it?
Oh,
They're
look
putting
at
the oil down.
2 cars recovered from either side of the circuit. It's disappointing too, because I was looking forward to a decent battle between Simon and Victor. Simon Tiger and Victor Johansson. But there we go. That is the way it goes. Victor Johansson, last year's champion. Simon Tiger, the previous year's champion. Boom. Look. Flame, flame, flame. On the throttle on the exit, and that's when it goes, oh no, I'm actually finished, I'm afraid.
Pulling gears at it still. And then there's the teammate.
Yeah, Simon's face kind of says it all.
Doesn't have a lot to say generally, does he? But
no,
doesn't need to say anything there.
It just... Yeah.
What a shame.
How far forward the wheels are in the arches, it gives you a clue as to how much work goes into these things. Yeah, the travel line's huge, but also where they've moved the weight of the chassis effectively compared to where the axle locations are within the arches. The 2 remaining open two-wheel drive cars might be a 2-car race for the final tomorrow. BMW is coming back past us in commentary now on the forklift. I'm cold, freezing cold. Another race. We are going to restart these the 2 remaining cars. They're going to head out.
Have to, yeah, because it's
based on times, you say. Rallyx rules, which is the 4 qualifying sessions.
Although,
oi.
Nothing's going to change.
No.
Unless Johansson retired, and then Stur would be top qualifier.
All to play for. Right, let's check the messages one more time. What's going on here? Why red flag? Because they're standing at the side of the track trying to put a fire out. What series is this? This is Rallyx, one of the greatest rallycross championships. Scandinavian series, pretty much European Championship now. No, the European Championship's still going strong, I think. Sorry, yeah, Rallyx Open two-wheel drive, that's the category. This is not Euro RX. I love the comments are great. We've never had the comments in commentary before. Does at least give us something to fill with, doesn't it, when there's not too much going on. Okay.
I think open two-wheel drive is mostly what Euro RX had in touring car. Yes.
Rear axle on Tiger's car. He will be racing tomorrow. That's coming from Peter Hellman, so hopefully that is correct. Oh, no, so that's from Joe Henning. I think we've had it from 2. The Norwegian commentators said it.
Okay. We need to give Peter Hellman some love in the comments, please. Peter holds this championship together.
Yeah, he's working.
Especially the media and TV side.
He's working very, very hard, I can promise you that. Every time.
But yeah, open two-wheel drive touring car, I see the similarities, but these open two-wheel drive cars are quite far beyond what the touring cars were in terms of ingenuitive engineering. We saw that with Derek Toe's touring car, didn't we? That he's changed it a lot, or had changed it a lot for the first few races. Now gone home to Ireland to see to make some changes. He'll be back for Julius. Lots of the old touring cars racing in Supernational now. So also in this paddock here in Grenland are a lot of former touring cars racing in Supernational with larger engines generally.
But yeah, it's similar to the old touring car category. I love rear-wheel drive, but I just wish that open two-wheel drive was better supported.
Just been sent a load of pictures by Anne. No, not you. This one here. That's Anne Marie. Norwegian racing car called Short. Yes, Short. I was going to say there's dogs and cats on that umbrella. Good choice. Yeah, Short car, Grenland years ago. Look at these pictures, and the jumps changed. Have you seen those before?
Yes.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Good lad.
Look at that one.
Yeah. We're looking at pictures here on my phone.
Oh, there's
another dog.
You're missing dogs.
Oh, brilliant. Doggo doesn't mind the weather. It's fine for me. Have a good sniff around later on. Happy days. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Anne Marami. Like that.
So Tiger's still in this. So this is this between Johansson and Stur is the battle to be on the front row of the grid with Tiger. Will Tiger having retired? No. No, you still get 34. I think Tiger could still be. If Stur beats Johansson now, Tiger could still take.
Okay, we're just waiting for a restart. You're welcome to come to the studio, Henker, if you want to. There we go. We're just reading stuff, basically. Norwegian commentators have their own podcast, Hal. If you look at Stein Salt's bonnet here, Drivers Debrief is what their podcast is called. That's cool. They would announce that they'd be giving away something for the winners. That's cool. Do you think, when you finish up our game, do you think Johan Kristoffersson wants a bag of crisps from us or something when he wins?
No.
He's not getting one. I'm eating the crisps. No, Johan.
Do not eat the crisps.
Well, not yet. No, not live on air. You know I would. Okay. Gustavo, the cross car driver. I would love to come and race here someday, maybe next year. Gustavo, you're welcome. No problem. He was the one who was in the comments earlier on.
Wasn't Derek Taylor taking part in this? No, he wasn't. He's coming to Julius next week with two cars, the Supercar and the touring car. Peter McGarry also coming with his Volvo. Is Julius the Rallyx final? Yes, it is. Single header, just like this weekend.
Okay, so we're doing Supercar lights before open two-wheel drive, then we'll do open two-wheel drive. I'm guessing probably refuel or get things ready to go again. Omastedi rally photos from Portugal, says they're watching in Portugal. That's good. We've seen messages from Greece, Australia, Brazil, California,
India.
Yes, so people watching around the world, I hope you are having a great time. It's raining here in the UK. Cheers, Phil. Good. So as long as you guys are, he's actually properly chucking it down here now. Supercar lights. Simon Olafsson. I'm going to put my open tool drive notes just in there. Look. Oh. So we're just Supercar lights coming up. Olafsson leading. Sorry, just rearranging grids here. From Anderson, Steintolt, Oscarson, Enland, Janssen, Ida Tornholt, etc.
His etc.'s in cross car. His etc.'s in cross car.
Where was I reading off then? My list. I must have had.
You said etc.
Oh, it's. How? Wow. Well, I'm actually. Yeah, we are. We're getting here, right? We're getting here. Oh, that's very nice. Thanks, it's David CG. Better racer, eh? Yeah, see? That'll be the Van Prehal, P10. Ride the car home like Solberg. Let's go. Got to celebrate small victories. I was alive at the end of the race.
10 of how many?
11. One of them retired. I only had one.
How many gears did they have?
More than one.
Oh, winner.
Oh, the one who retired. No, put it in the wall. In the wall. Okay, here we go then. Olafsson on the inside line, but next to him it's Casper Janssen who gets a better start. Janssen's got the inside up to turn one. Steinselt gets into the rear left quarter of Janssen. Janssen now runs across the road, going to try and cover off the braking zone. Holds on to the position. Casper Janssen gets the whole shot behind. Or contact, bit of sideways again. Olafsson's gone almost to the back of the pack here, side by side now down the hill. Contact, I think, between him and Oscarson.
Oh, Oscarson's run wide after the jump, and had no option but to go for the joker behind Steinsold. Tornholt, as you say, Andrew, is doing well here. Tucked up behind her teammate again, just as she was in the previous qualifier.
Really good in the start. All the argy-bargy was going in the start was right in amongst it.
Oh, Olafson's got squeezed wide there. He could have gone for the switchback, but just didn't have the room to get in the, or even come out the throttle and go for the undercut in the final corner.
So that fight up front, pretty close. These two at the back are joking already. Here is Olafson. Olafson going out wide. Will try and get a cut back now on either Tornholt. Tornholt's got it nailed onto the curb on the inside. Now he tries for the straight exit to get the traction, but again, Tornholt's done well. Olafson just about alongside. Is Tornholt going to give that up? I think so. She should go joker now, really, and she does. Good move, good awareness. 5.7, she's got 4.6. She might get back out in position here. Come on, Ida. Coming out in the background, Ida Tornholt can hold on just. Yeah, she gets out in front of Steinsold. Really nicely done. Steinsold gives a little nudge now. Come on, Ida.
Lost a bit on the way in, but was still had plenty of pace on the way out. Covered off the position from Steinsold. She's and she runs deep there out of the final corner. Steinsold gets up the inside. I was going to say she's parked between Steinsold and and Olafson's dropped it out of the first corner.
Oh no! Don't pull out in front there. Olafson spins the car round, almost gets collected. Oscarson ends up off the road, and Tornholt has had an absolute shocker there. Can't help but feel sorry for her in a strong P2 and a series of little events. Should Olafson have turned across the pack there?
No, I
bit
think
late.
he might be in trouble for that.
I think it's a bit late. You know, in terms of direction of travel, it's called wrong direction in rallying. It's not that, but returning to the track. Well, Leah Block got DQ'd for it in Nitrocross recently. An unsafe return is what it's called. And if they deem that, then he could be in trouble. I think he'll still make the semis because we've only got 10 cars here, and he was in the TQ spot. But
it's so hard in that scenario, though, isn't it? To know what, because all you want to do is drop the clutch and spin it around and get going again.
And he did get across them in front, so his argument will be, look, I made it. It's wet and slippery. They all avoided me.
And he could easily have lost communication with his spotter, or she might not be able. Sandra Hocken, his sister, who spots for him, might not be able to see that part of the circuit. There's all sorts of variables. Oh, Janssen did well not to get turned across the front of the pack there in the contact with Steinsold.
Ever so. And Ida Tornholt was right up the inside. Then she came on the merge, and then Steinsold got in the back. This is Casper Janssen coming through. Looks in the background. Look at the difference. They were almost on identical lines, and Olafson just dropped it. He actually was really lucky to hit deep gravel. And only, you know what? He didn't even come to a halt, but oof, that is close. That's borderline, I think.
The thing is, is
that what's caused the issue behind?
Yeah, Oskarson's in the brakes there. To I think you could argue. I think Oskarson's already got broken rear suspension on the right rear. But you could argue that they've come together and it's cost them time in avoidance. But at the same time, Simon can argue that he spun it round and got out in front. As a driver, you'd argue your own case either way, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so Oscarson was broken. Hell Ridge, good spot.
Guy Wilkes.
This bag of snacks is nice, but I could do with a jacket, to be honest.
I've got a jacket in the car you can wear.
Have you?
Yeah.
I thought you hadn't bought a jacket.
I could do it going to the loo.
Could you?
Yeah.
That's it. I'm sure everybody at home's stoked. I know what you mean, though. It's getting cold now. Oi, oi, oi. What time is it? When did it get dark yesterday? We can't be far off that.
It's only 7:05.
7 o'clock. What time were we watching yesterday up on the bank? It's lighter than this. Okay, Enland, Anderson. Oh, Anderson, who he's 7 points behind Olafson. Olafson could be penalised. We've got anything up on our screens. Yeah, we have got this race up, but we've still only got cross car up in the overalls. Right, okay, Anderson here with a win. Lucas Anderson, based on the fact Olafson might be under a little bit of an investigation, could get the TQ here. Gets the whole shot easily, but now needs to avoid being collected by enthusiastic people behind, and does so. So Lucas Anderson with a great drive up to the first two corners. Alvin Hout side by side, and Anderson out front. So yeah, could take TQ here. Ali 7 points back, but Olafson, even without an investigation, is going to drop a fair few positions back with the time.
Yeah, proper scrum there in turn 2, wasn't it, where the two Haugs were getting into each other, but Anderson managed to get away.
Haug now under pressure from Martin Enlund behind. Hasn't been his day, Martin. Thomas Holman's messaged me. I've got myself an umbrella with cats and dogs. Have you seen it?
What a legend.
Oh, and Haug's run deep. Enlund's going to have a look to the inside here. That's Lars-Erik Haug, isn't it, in the 33 machine. They look even more similar every race. The Haug car, especially when they're covered in dirt. But there's no dirt on the front of Lucas Anderson, who is really trying to capitalise on Simon Olofsson's issues. Anderson had such a great start to the year, didn't he, in the Supercar Lights category. The youngest driver in the class. Difficult weekend in Finland for him. Dropped quite a few points in the championship fight, but wouldn't it be good for him to win here in Norway and take that fight all the way to the final round?
It'd be great for us, wouldn't it? And Hal, you do learn a lot from bad weekends. You're coming into a 15-year-old and having a couple of perfect weekends. You always get the impression, oh, this is easy.
Yeah.
And that's not good either. You need that mindset of how do I rescue a weekend that's not going brilliant. You always say that championships are won on the bad weekends.
And how many times have you seen, like everyone moans on about Jan Kristoffersson, dominance, boring, you know, that people don't appreciate the brilliance. But in the World RX era of 2018-17, so often he won. I remember Canada specifically, he was outside the semi-finals on the first day and then made it back. And then so often you have to fight back from adversity.
Yeah, it's
look at Anderson just touching, sorry Andy, look at Anderson just touching the brakes, feeling the grip into the Joker.
You can see again though how like he locked his wheels a few times. He's had understeer on the way into turn 2. He had it again on the way into the Joker lap, just with how slippery it is. 2:35.1 is the time of Kasper Janssen, who was pretty much untroubled out front. I think this is going to be quicker from Anderson. Yeah, it is. So Anderson's going to cross the line and take the fastest time, 2:32.0. So he's already ahead. Olofsson was a 2:43.4. Oh, I've got a little thing. So where's Olofsson going to be, Hal, in this session? 2:33.
He'll be 4.
You
no,
sure?
5th.
2:43.4.
Haug will go quicker, 2:30.
So it's 4 here, so that puts him 5th. But then who went quicker than him in the previous one? 6th, 7th, 8th, isn't he?
Ah, yes, sorry.
Right, so Olofsson's going to get 36 points. Olofsson's going to get 36, while Anderson's going to get 50. Anderson's done it. They were only 7 points apart.
Yeah.
So Anderson's stolen the TQ with that drive. He'll take the top qualifier spot in Supercar Lights.
And important for points.
Yeah, fantastic performance. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, what's the points do? Well, drop scores. Let's not even get into it. Doesn't matter. We'll let a graphic tell you that story. Lucas Anderson gets the win, and with that win, wins the session. With the session win, wins the top qualifier spot from his rival for the title, Simon Olofsson. There it is, confirmation. Lucas Anderson, 6 points clear of Olofsson. Ole Henry Steinsholt, Kasper Janssen, then Martin Enlund. Enlund was actually second in the standings after Kuvula, so it was close between them. But Lucas Anderson, I think, he's a long way off Olofsson, but remember drop scores. Olofsson was on 160 and Anderson on 135. Once you take those drop scores in, I suspect that's so. It will be, it'll be a lot closer. Open two-wheel drive, in this case, not that open because there's only 2 cars in it. And that's because Simon Tiger, we think, according to the Norwegian commentators, had an issue with the rear axle.
There was oil everywhere, but that could easily be gear oil, couldn't it? So
yeah, it's a fair bit of smoke, wasn't there, when it went up? But yeah, that's
oil on the exhaust.
Yeah. Lightning start there, trying to put down 500 horsepower.
Listening to that, I think Johansson was using the electric motor to get away from the line. Clever chap that he is. Ooh,
yeah, he is.
Yes,
he has, yeah. Switch it back on again. How is this August? I make the question. Hey?
Yeah.
Right, what have we got in here? Anderson is going to be the king soon. Watch out, Jan Kristoffersson. This kid is fast. Yes, indeed. What else have we got? Where can I get a Nordic RX hoodie like yours, Coley? This is a zippy, actually, rather than hoodie. I quite like it, but Hal Ridge hasn't managed to get one so far this season, so I don't know where you might get one from. We'll talk to Kevin Eriksson. We will talk to Kevin Eriksson and say that
merch would be cool.
We want some merch. Yeah, why not? It's a cool series. Of course, we want merch. Of course.
I quite like this coat I've acquired.
Yeah, you do, don't you?
Yeah. I've got a coat under.
It's not getting dark. Yeah, it's not getting dark in Norway this early in the summer. Well, it got dark yesterday about 8:30, so It's not. It's
pretty dark now.
We're not. Yeah, we're not that far north. We've been up to Trondheim and been there. I've been in Trondheim in June, and I know it doesn't get dark at all. But it's not much dark. It's not dark much later here than it is in the UK at the minute.
Classically, the camera lens shows that shows it to be brighter than it actually is.
Yes. Yeah. Agreed. What else we got? Hey, yeah, how's it going?
It is.
It's so beautiful in the winter here. Yes, it is. I agree. Shamil actually is saying from South Africa, saying it's beautiful in the winter here. Sorry, yes, it is. So yes, open two-wheel drive. Some people are asking why there are only 2 cars. If you're watching earlier, you'll remember that 2 of them retired. So blown engine, we think for Norman, and a broken transmission, we think for Tiger. We'll know if Tiger is transmission or not because he'll either appear tomorrow or not. If it's engine, he won't be back out. I'm pretty confident of that. Victor Johansson is going to nick the TQ here. How? When Simon Tiger had won all 3 of the previous sessions and Johansson was second. Victor Johansson through the left-hander in the big hybrid Mercedes. Smoothly on the power, and last year's reigning champion takes the top qualifier spot here. Now remember, he's championship leader as well with 2 wins and 2 seconds so far this year. Pretty obvious which event he's going to drop. That's going to be Nissan 1, where he was 6th in the final, and Kuvula, where he qualified 13th and didn't make it into the semi-finals. That was the second event in Kuvula. So Johansson sitting pretty. Simon Tiger now has got a final with a DNS. He didn't start Tiep's second round, so you'd like to think he's going to have to drop. Yeah, he's going to have to drop the 2 Tiep rounds. So Tiger, I think, Hal, unfortunately, is in a bit of trouble here. Looks like Johansson may well retain the title, but we have Hollis to go next weekend as well before we sign off on anything completely. That didn't make a lot of sense to me, did it to you? Simon Tiger was top qualifier? Unless the points was he's so far ahead with only 4 cars then that with a DNF, he holds the TQ spot anyway.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Okay, there we go.
I'm afraid I've moved that bit of paper now.
Yes, I've already moved on to Supercar. There we go. It'll be immaterial if he doesn't turn up tomorrow, so he might well be top qualifier.
I mean, they're both on the front row, aren't they?
Yeah,
so, the pole is largely.
And as I say, looking at points so far, Johansson is in a pretty strong position. Right, Supercar, let's go. Final 4 races of the day, 4 cars in each.
Vi skal vel innrømme det at begge de gutta der ligger noen divisjoner over.
Kristoffersen, Tam, Veiby and Belevsky in this first encounter. Wipers are on. They'll be ready to go. So are we. Right, liven yourselves up, people. Just 4 races to go here, second to last day here in Norway. Oh, Veiby's gone backwards, so has Tam. Brilliant start by Kristoffersen. See you later. Belevsky into P2. Now OC Veiby goes around the outside of Tam. Look at that. That's the rally driving car control again. Gets late on the brakes. Brake lights looking bright as Kristoffersen splashes through the mud on the inside line of turn 2. Sitting in the TQ spot right now. You cannot bet against him.
You can't. And my goodness, what a launch that was. Had it absolutely nailed. Veiby moving the car around as only Ollie Christian Veiby can. He's doing Rally Legend in October in an Audi S1 Supercar. That must be an extraordinarily good event to do, and he can be joined by none other than Johan Kristoffersen.
Kristoffersen makes his debut there, doesn't he? In Rally Legend. I can't wait to see him in a Rallycross Supercar at Rally Legend. I think there's going to be some rally fans who are going to be like, Kristoffersen, who? Sorry, they're like, yeah, from Rallycross Legend. Let's send it.
Yeah, and people think he can't be as sideways as OC Veiby, and I think he absolutely can. They had a bit of a bet in Norway this year in World RX about who could be most sideways in the Joker in one of the practice sessions.
Who won it?
Well, it actually gripped up a lot, so Kristoffersen had backed out of it because he saw how difficult it was for Veiby, but still they have those sorts of challenges and they're well up for it. Look how clean the front of Kristoffersen's car is.
Belevsky versus Fabi is interesting. 1.8 to 4.7 is only, what, 2.9 is it between? No, 3.9 should be borderline.
You'd often back the rally driver in these conditions just to feel what's underneath them better than the circuit or rallycross driver who maybe is a bit more reliant on consistent grip, although rallycross tracks do change every single lap.
Yeah, what is it now, Tier 3? Yeah, I wish I could add up, but I can't, so there's a gap between them. Kristoffersen 2.8 up the road, going to go Joker now, straight, look at that, arrow straight on the brakes, one smooth application in, a little bit of flame out the exhaust into the inside line, cheers, that'll do, out over the crest, a little bit of transition, don't forget as well, Baby coming in the background, does slot in just behind Belevsky, so it was close, 3.5, 4-ish between them, Belevsky sideways. Can Baby do anything in the last corner? Goes out wide, going to make the undercut. Belevsky, is he? Belevsky gets into the curbs though. Nothing Baby can do, gives him a little push on the exit. Belevsky crosses the line for second place, but Kristoffersen takes it 225.1.
Sensible from Baby. He'd already had a couple of nibbles in the rear bumper of Belevsky, hadn't he? Especially into the penultimate corner, so not worth the risk of misfire there for Tam as he crosses the line in the M Sport built Fiesta, now run by TT Motorsport. That car came over from America relatively recently. This could Baby around turn 1. And then he got it stopped before meeting the rear of Belevsky. Just wonderful car control. Yet again, the KMS mechanics are straight under the bonnet of Baby's car, which has had all sorts of issues returning to the paddock. Great move that from Baby up the inside of Tam in turn 2. Really, that's what cost him the time in the fight with Belevsky. Had it not been for that, I think it would have been better for him.
Kristoffersen 225.1. He's actually 1.6 seconds quicker than he went in Q2 earlier, and that's what you were saying, Hal, earlier on about the damp and slippery conditions. The grip isn't there, and then when it gets properly wet, it is, and it's probably wetter now for these guys than it was for them in Q2 because it was a slightly drying track,
absolutely.
wasn't it? So at least the conditions as well should be consistent enough that I think the Ericssons will be facing the same level of grip. It's Kevin on the left, Oliver on the right, then Jens Wahl and Ostreng. Kevin with the best start, definitely better than Oliver. Oliver going to get P2, Ostreng goes out wide, going to try and go around the outside of Oliver, does go around the outside of Oliver. Oliver's going aggressive on the brakes, gets up the inside of Kevin, they collected each other in Kuvula. Ostreng comes all the way through to take the lead, but he's gone off on the inside of the track. Kevin gets the cutback, so it's Kevin Eriksson leading from Ostreng. Inside, cutting the corner, difficult in these conditions, isn't it, to really apportion blame for that?
Yeah, but out of control and cut the corner and hit the car in the lead. I think that is, you know, you need to manage the conditions a little bit better than that at this level.
So Kevin Eriksson leads from Hans-Joran
Lucky
Ostreng.
that Kevin didn't get turned around there by Ostreng. I'm sure Ostreng didn't mean that deliberately. He was just having quite a large moment, but it would have been very disappointing for the championship fight if Kevin Eriksson had been spun round in that sort of scenario.
Agreed. Look, that's Oliver. Look, runs across the slippery curb and into the gravel on the outside. There's probably more grip out there than there is on that inside line. Drone's back up again, so the rain doesn't seem to have backed off much to me. Maybe Vico needed a wet weather drone. Maybe it's a different model.
He's got the wets on and now he's at it again.
The wet rotors. Kevin through the left in the background. Ostreng's gone to try and cover off Oliver Eriksson and does so. Ollie will try everything to try and get past, particularly after what happened in the first couple of corners.
This is a baptism of fire as well for Jens Wahl, is having all that power under your right foot in the wet, in a supercar.
Going well in at the back of the pack. Yeah, it's slightly frustrating, isn't it? I mean, you can't say Oliver Eriksson
super sensible as well.
Yeah. Look at Kevin Eriksson is really impressing me this season, both here in Nordic and in Nitrocross as well. He seems to have that fire back, doesn't he? Missed a few seasons really and competed at the highest level, and he's very, very much back.
Yeah, I'd really like him to see him win a title again.
Me too. Might be winning this one next weekend.
The Joker.
Up and over the crest, look at that, on the gas, right the way out over the lines at the edge of the track, comes out in front of Ostreng.
This is a good run from Ostreng, Andrew, a really good run.
Aside from first corner aside, into the left-hander at the front, Kevin Eriksson goes, target time at Kristoffersen's bottom of your screen, not going to get there, 225.1, and Kristoffersen's monstered it. Ericsson crosses the line for P2. Oh, and Ollie Ericsson gets past Ostring in the final corner. This is the start again, so watch Kevin on the left of the grid.
P2's got so much, or P1 as we look at it there, pole, has got so much grip, hasn't it? Massive grip. Kristoffersson had a blinder of a start from there as well. Now let's watch Ostrang and Ollie Ericsson. Ollie Ericsson's locked up as well. Ostrang's not on the brakes yet. None of the wheels are locked up.
Well,
I mean, he might be in the brakes, but not enough to lock up.
Definitely 4 wheels off, isn't it?
Yeah,
Kevin then
he'll be in
turns
trouble. He'll be in trouble for that.
Yeah, I think so. But look,
a great drive, and I'm sure he didn't mean to take anyone out. It's just so hard. I mean, like, driving a supercar is difficult. I can attest to that. And driving a supercar in wet conditions. Honestly, the first time I drove a supercar prior to a race weekend was on a Thursday before I made my supercar debut at Linden Hill in the wet on worn tyres, and I remember ringing you saying I can't do this. It was so hard. With new tyres in the wet, with a different mindset, it's all right, but there's certain scenarios where it's just so difficult. And I think, being thrown into wet conditions in a supercar is tough. Once you get your head around it, I actually really enjoy it. But it's not easy.
Great insight, thank you, Hal. Great to Hal Ridge, actually pretty experienced in supercars in terms of testing, not so much in racing, but you've done a few in recent years, got some great results, and yeah, great to have that first-hand experience to rely on. That's Ollie Ericsson and Viggo Koch with the drone. Ollie getting the position.
A little bit more different, couldn't they, the two Civics?
Yes, yeah, especially what they actually did. So so you got 2 sets of decals. You got green decals on Ollie Ericsson's car. Who had a pop? That's the chicane, isn't it, in the Joker? So someone's clipped the bales in the chicane in the Joker. So Ollie Ericsson's got green stickers on the bonnet and the roof, and Kevin Ericsson's got black stickers on the bonnet and the roof. But they then added a strip to the bottom of the front bumper. One is red and one is orange, which is the same colours they were running for the branding on the side of the Nitro cars originally. But unfortunately, they're absolutely covered in mud the second they leave the line. So that's utterly useless.
To return to open two-wheel drive briefly, Tiger is DQ.
Right,
by 3 points.
So what? But that's due to
because Tiger's still 3rd overall.
That's the problem with not having enough people in the class. The point system works really well. If you remember, you used to get a puncture and you drop right down. But it's when there's only 4 in, it's kind of meh. But again, he won 3 sessions, so he earned it with the rules the way they are. Fair go. Let's just hope he gets it fixed for tomorrow.
Shows what an incredible day it's been of fair driving. There's only been 4 decisions.
What are they? Read the decisions, please, Mr. Rich. Number 1.
Decision 1 is a black flag for Stewart this morning.
Contact?
Yeah, a bit of carnage.
Decision 2, please, Mr. Rich.
I think it was number 9 in Supercar Lights, that's Birgit.
What happened?
Pushing.
Oh. Number 3, please, Mr. Rich.
That
number
was
3.
a 5-second penalty.
He's opening these off the notice board, by the way. If you
no, I can remember the 3rd one. That was, there's a massive thing.
Yeah, there's a couple of bugs in here now, because we're the brightest place in the paddock with the lights on, so all the bugs
the dimmest people with the brightest lights.
Yeah, we're going to get bitten
the
to
3rd
death.
one was Casper Janssen, and that was for...
Pushings. Anderson, was it? No.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Was it?
Something like that.
Can I check, please? Check, please. I want to see if I'm clever or not.
Casper Janssen, number 36. Supercar Lights, black flag, 2nd qualifying. Driving inside track limits, pushing and overtaking 99 at turn 2.
I was right. Genius. Next one. Small victories, Mr. Rich. Small victories.
The survey said Supercar number 9, David Nordgaard, 5-second penalty, qualifying 2, driving outside track limits and overtaking 95 at turn 7.
So if you had to bet on what the 5th decision will be, what would you say? Hans-Joran Ostrang, driving outside track limits, overtaking number 16, Oliver Ericsson, 5-second penalty. Although...
What about Simon Olafsson?
Oh, interesting. That could be 5 ahead of 6, you think?
But it might mean maybe they're neither.
Are they the ones with the really good? Yeah, they are. Right, those two, they're sitting above the outside of turn 1. And me and Hal yesterday we were up there. Said,
yes,
these are the best seats in the house.
Don't look like they're loving.
I think right now they're thinking what everybody's thinking, which is get the tyre bale in position and let's go racing.
The thing is, they're stuck
it's
there.
It's
as
been
well.
long enough
feel
already.
Sorry for them that they're stuck there.
I really want you to switch the studio lights off and come in here and just see how dark it actually is. Like, we're not getting it because we've got some racing still to do.
We've got some time.
Matt Oman, Kim Roy Johansson, Thomas Ekmerstad and David Nordgaard in this. Leon's got a jacket and lives right here next to the track. You can bring it to me immediately, that'd be rad. Here we go then. Oman on the inside gets a reasonable start, and then away from the line, gets it up in second, third gear, and it's an absolute banger. Nordgaard trying to come around the outside, does get around the outside. David Nordgaard on the inside line, braking late. Oman slots in, so it's Nordgaard from Oman. Lovely.
I thought Nordgaard got a taxi to the gravel trap on the outside there. It just looked like he'd run way too deep, but got it hooked up nicely. A little bit of local knowledge can go a long way in these conditions. Oman, what a brilliant start that was.
Merstad, I think, would have gone joker there if Johansson hadn't gone in front. Decides not to, which is the right decision, I think. Oh, Merstad will be loving the windows, Hal. Coming out of a cross car in these conditions, then having windows.
Warm in there as well.
Lovely and dry.
Sat on the exhaust.
Smashing through the puddles with not a care in the world compared to the cross car where you're just like... Yeah, chewing the dirt in between your teeth as you wonder how with a proper full-face crash helmet on, somehow you still get mud in your eyes.
Oh, Oman's had a big moment in the background just as we cut away from it. I wonder if he gathered that up. Yes, he did. Well done, Mats Oman.
If you are new to the series, Mats Oman is paralysed from the chest down and drives with a lorry driver-style lever instead of a steering. Well, not even a wheel, is it? It's a lever on the steering column, and does everything else with his right elbow and hand. So he pushes forward for brake, pull back for throttle, and left and right with the elbow for the gears. And then you crack your wrist to the left, and that will do the handbrake. It's incredible the hand controls that are in that car, and even more incredible how he can wheel it in wet conditions.
Yeah, amazing.
Took a win, didn't he, in Pro-Am, and you said how so popular.
Yeah.
All smiles.
Good run this as well from Johansson. Oh, Oman runs deep in turn 2. Gets it nice and straight, fires the Audi S1 back north up the hill. Nordgaard off throttle, you can hear the ALS rumbling away. Out of the Joker, comfortably in the lead. Oman equally comes out ahead of Johansson.
Having to wait so much longer in every little... Oh, and Oman with another huge moment across the dirt, over the gravel on the inside, gets on the handbrake. Just about holds on. Look, I don't think much advantage gained there. He's lost it on the exit. We were just saying, just waiting and just trying to tiptoe your way around. Nordgaard takes it 2:31.2. It's actually not a bad time. That's P5. It's ahead of Oliver Eriksson. It's a good time. It is a good time.
I think they're giving the drivers cleaning products now at the finish line. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
They're giving out jackets, I'm interested.
Good run that from Nordgaard, 5th overall. This is this Oman's issue? Oh, really snapped on him there.
That was a beaut, wasn't it? Nordgaard, 2:31.2, puts him into P5 in the session. Where was Nordgaard overall? Was P11. So this is, yeah, so Nordgaard's been 7th, 14th and 12th. Evshin could trouble him. Frank's missing from the lineup. If you weren't watching earlier on today, unfortunately, Frank's went backwards into the barrier in similar conditions to this, a little bit drier, but probably more slippery. And ended up breaking the car, or breaking a cable on the car, but they just can't repair here. So Evshin gets away beautifully ahead of Jensen and Valsted. We saw Valsted earlier, didn't we? Trond Valsted in the 500 Scirocco at the back on his first ever motor race, isn't it, I believe, in a supercar.
Yeah. What a baptism of fire. Rain, wind and fire as it is this afternoon.
Fair play though, isn't it? He was loving it.
He owns the car. It's been raced by Tom Andre Sassonen this year, who's very local to the track in Hell. Oh, and
go on, lad. Oh, go on, lad. Go on, light it up. Oh, that was nearly mint.
It was, yeah, probably way too many gears too high just to bury the throttle without it dying. In fact, he probably did bury the throttle, but not a lot happened. But it hasn't lost loads of time. A bit of a nudge there into Steinegger Jensen. That's the Ford Focus that Morten Birmingham drove for a while at the end of his European Championship career.
Look how far ahead Evshin is from this camera
I'm
angle.
not
Thanks for
surprised,
having
mate.
me.
He's a proper driver in these incredibly hard conditions.
Evjen could definitely trouble the top of the timesheets.
You can just see by the way the car moves slightly and he stays in the throttle that little bit just to continue the drift.
Yeah, it's just lovely car control.
Underrated Evjen at times.
Look through here, never more than 10-20 degrees slip angle on the car through the corner, just really nice.
And in these conditions, the experience is so important, isn't it? Like you haven't driven in these conditions before, patience is critical. Stay off the curbs, wait, not get too carried away.
Even little things like the handbrake in the last corner, you could see it was the tiniest tweak to get what you want, not sideways, back on the gas, lose 5 tenths on the exit.
You can hear that as well, waiting, and then burying the throttle.
We're waiting for the next car. It's 12.3 seconds up the road. Evjen into the joke lap on the final lap of today. Good job too. Comes out into the right-hander. Again, just beautifully done. What is the He's got 10 seconds to make it to the line. Don't think, no, he's not going to get there in time to trouble Johann's time. Christopherson's going to take a clean sweep off the qualifying sessions. Is he going to get there ahead of Polevsky's time? Yes, he is, I think. He does indeed. P2. Sondra Evjen slots into second place in this one, which is a great result. Was 8th prior to this session, and that will see him climb up the order nicely after a brilliant drive in pretty awful conditions. Alan has said on the comments, Manriquez, I fell asleep and woke up to see the stream is still going. I'm watching Rallyx from California is tough. We did go off air for a bit in the middle, I'm not going to lie. Actually, we went on for 8 hours. Oh, we're so tired. We've got breaks this weekend, Alan, because the Norwegian series is on in between us, which is great. It is great. Sondra Evjen, 229.2, goes P2 in the session. And that should give us our final standings for qualifying for Supercar. We don't have final standings. We will have final standings very soon. We will have final standings. It's looking a bit brighter out there, Hal, but no, it's not. It's just the camera. That's all it is. Really.
I've got a coat.
There you go. Right, that gives you. There you go. That's what it's like. That's actually what it looks like. The lights are on in the studio, but outside you can see that that's the level of light that's here. So the cameras can be adjusted to it. There you go.
That's how dark it is.
Yeah, that's how dark it is.
Turn the lights off.
And that's just to give you an idea of what it's like. So you see what they can do there is they can rack the camera, which is what they've done to make it look brighter. Don't rack the camera. We wanted them to see what it looks like, really. So you can change the brightness on the cameras, which increases. So if it's dark, we can make it look brighter for you guys at home, which makes nicer pictures. But the reality is that what it looked like a second ago.
Oh, yes, I pointed the right way.
Yeah,
walking past with the umbrellas.
Standings coming up. Pouring with rain here, but we're done with the racing for today, and the forecast for tomorrow is better. It's a clean sweep for Johann Kristoffersson at the top of the table. Wins all 4 qualifying sessions from his teammate Ola. Christian Veiby is second. Kevin Eriksson third. Sondra Evjen fourth. Eriksson, Polevsky, Hans-Duran, Ostrang and Jens Wahl. So I think that's top 4 for the Norwegians is Veiby, Evjen, Ostrang and Wahl, isn't it, for tomorrow? They've got their own final, remember. There's 6 of them going. Nordgaard and Merstad will be, so they'll be in the final tomorrow, which is just after free practice. So let's hope they don't do anything, warm up.
Johann and Kevin on the front row semi-final one with Oliver, Ostrang, Tam and Nordgaard behind.
Yeah, and semi-2, oh, we've missed it, there we go. So semi-2 will be the even.
No, but the point being that the championship contenders are in the first semi.
Ooh. Racy. Yes, if you don't make the final, there'll be a few points lost. That's it. Hope you had a good day. 3 shows today. We've treated you. We've had some breaks. We've enjoyed that. A wild ride in terms of conditions. Tomorrow is, in all seriousness, looking, well, certainly was last time we checked, looking more consistent.
I think so, yeah. But today was supposed to be pouring down all day and it didn't. So
We're up a mountain
I
in
don't know.
Norway. Yeah, we'll see. Thank you very much for joining us. Check the Rallyx website and social medias, and that'll let you know roughly when it is. I think it's around 1:30 local time tomorrow is when we come on with the semi-final for all categories except Open two-wheel drive. They'll go straight to their final. So you'll be able to catch that later on in the day. 2 shows tomorrow to conclude round 7 of Rallyx. My thanks to Hal Ridge.
Okay.
Cheers. Thank you to the cameramen out on track.
You're
and
freezing.
everybody else. I'm cold, yeah. Everybody else, the marshals, the cameramen, for being out in this weather all day long. I owe you a debt of thanks for that. It's been a good, fun day's racing, and we'll be back with more tomorrow, so we'll see you then.